like that. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, here we go. What chapters do Yuki fight? Yuki and the others fight Kenjaku. Is that like 2 something? Or is it afterwards? We already see Yuki. The disgraced one. Hey, what's up, IB? Okay, so we have to actually go back, what, 10 chapters? I am researching some info for the next video that I'll be working on. So I have to find the Yuki versus Kinjaku fight. Specifically for a feat that I might need later on. How's everybody doing today? Again, kind of a weird setup I've got right now going on. My voice starts to turn into a robot. I'm sorry, I don't know what causes that exactly. Yeah, I mean, I hope people will like it. This is definitely one of those versus battles that I feel like. And yo, Eon, are you bald? I'm not bald. I have a head of hair. Um, it is one of those versus battles that I would say. How would I even describe it? It's one of the things that I like about versus battles as a whole, where depending on how you scale specific characters, depending on how you think certain characters will go or certain exchanges will interact, uh, it can definitely change the outcome of the fight. In my opinion, um, you know, you read the new One Piece spoilers? I have not, and I would rather not hear any One Piece spoilers if that's possible. I'd like to just wait for the chapters. Alright, I'm just gonna Google it. Does anybody know what chapter Kenjaku fights Yuki? I have to look at something specifically for Kenjaku versus Yuki. When the fuck do they fight? Hmm. Chapter 145, that's kind of early, actually. Did he already get it something? No way. Does Kenjaku fight Yuki and Chozo? Just decided to finish a 3-day, 3-night over 100 plus comment debate war with a guy who says Naruto characters are multiverse and they're all solo One Piece characters because Chat GPT says so. I'm gonna be honest with you. Ooh, somebody's ringing my bell. I will be back, guys. Sorry, that is kind of who the fuck is ringing my doorbell? It's got to be like the mail or something. It's got to be the mail. That was fun. Okay. Be back in just a second, guys. Okay, we're back. We're back. How's everybody doing? Oh man. Okay. The labyrinth directly above. So, hey, you heard the song. Not gonna lie, if someone uses ChatGPT for an argument, I'm not talking to them. Who was it? It was a Amazon package. My family's still with me. I'd like to stream a bit more consistently, but it's been a bit tough with family and going and stuff like that, so I have to keep a couple of things in check. By the way, thank you so much, Player Ray. I saw the chapters. Tripping over facts. So, someone named Abhishek Anoop or something. So, when it comes to like, okay, let's just talk about like, let's say the whole One Piece versus Naruto debate for a second. Let's just say, okay, a person thinks that like these characters are universal or whatever. Just don't have the conversation with them. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what they're saying. Obviously, it's just an opinion or whatever. And I'm not saying that, like, anybody who thinks that Naruto is universal should have their. There's no point in talking to them. More so, what I mean is, it's a waste of. Like, debates on. Normally, in my opinion, they can devolve into you're wrong, I'm right. No, you're wrong, I'm right. And it's never about trying to like actually have a conversation, more so about trying to prove who else is right or who is wrong. And simply, if you have somebody who especially doesn't actually scale the other series, or if both of you don't scale each other's series, then at that point you're just sort of having a dick measuring contest, so to speak. About, well, this series can do this. Well, no, this series can do this. And it's like, yeah, but do you know any scaling for my series? And vice versa. So I would say that in a situation where you're having a debate with someone, let's say they think Naruto's universal, but you're arguing that, like, well, it's planetary or whatever, unless you really want to sit through that whole thing, and trust me, I've been part of those debates myself, it's I think personally it's a rather a waste of time. I feel like if you're going to have a debate with someone, then just stay on your then just have a position. Say, well, no, I'm arguing Naruto versus One Piece based on the idea that they're more consistently planetary. If you're going to say that they're universal, there's no point in having an argument because you have an opinion set on these guys are universal. There's nothing that's going to change that, so why even debate it at all? You know what I'm saying? It's like you can't get One Piece characters to universal anyway by like statements or whatever, unless you're using one of the movies, and then that just opens up a whole can of worms because again, well, movies are typically non-canon. So yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I would recommend anybody to just, if you're going to get in a debate with someone online for whatever thing, at least go into it with the idea, at least try to go into it with the idea that, what exactly is it that you're arguing against? You know what I mean? Because at that point, you're not just arguing Naruto versus One Piece, you're also arguing Naruto isn't universal, it's whatever level you think it is, and then at that point, again, it just becomes very muddied. Um, can Ace control all things fire or just the ones he created? I don't know if he can control all things fire. I don't know if like Logia's actually just controlled the element on its own. I think you have to like create it, but you're also creating actual, fire, ice, etc. So, kind of depends. Um, okay, Enel is omnipotent via statements in the manga. Their logic is via Kaguya's dimension thing. I understand where like the meta. Let me see if I can like just get my mic a bit closer. I understand where the meta for Naruto is universal comes from. I understand like where the meta comes from. Ultimately, again, it doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter. Like I don't have to argue to someone that like Naruto isn't universal. If they're gonna believe it. Why should I even bother it? I'm only going to care if it's in an actual debate, and even then it's like you know I don't really care to prove to anybody whether or not Naruto is universal. They can believe whatever they want to believe, same as I can believe Luffy's 900 times faster than light. Albeit I have more evidence for it than hyper literal statements. Mantra is not advanced observation hockey. It's just observation hockey. Advanced observation hockey is just future sight. Each room is an empty barrier. A sorcerer skilled in barriers can alter its structure. A powerful sorcerer like Kinjaku will end of the setting. So we're at a disadvantage. That's what we want him to think. So he will feel comfortable and stay inside the barrier. But I am a master of the empty barriers. You must get him to open his domain inside one. Okay. How's everybody doing though? If you got stuck on an island, do you think you'd survive? Fuck no, I wouldn't survive. The things I know about like at least as far as like survival goes, the thing I know is that like you have to first go for water. Even if I find a source of water, I'd still have to find a way to spark a fire, which I have no idea how to do. I don't know which specific, rocks or flint or whatever the fuck I'm supposed to get for it. Hey, what's up, Noro? I don't ghost you. I didn't ghost you. Oh. If you feel like I did, then I'm sorry. I was a creation feat or a hacks, be power, or not AP slash DC. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by this. If you're talking about like just creation feats as a whole, it's strange because I'm of the opinion that like creation feats, especially those created through hacks, don't exactly scale to attack potency or destructive capacity because creation is not destruction, if that makes sense. Um, it's strange to like argue because it's like if a character creates a universe, do they have the capacity to destroy it? You know what I mean? Do they have the capacity to withstand attacks as powerful as creating a universe or destroying a universe? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. I will not. I will know what happens inside the barrier. I can analyze Kenjaku's domain and adjust the barrier to counteract its vector parameters. I don't get it, but the upshot is you'll neutralize his domain, right? Yes. In how many seconds? 10. So I can't use my domain during that time. Instead, I'll use a simple domain, which doesn't burn through curse techniques and Kenjaku. Come on. There we go. Did you read? I have not read One Piece spoilers, and I'd rather just not go over One Piece spoilers. I like to just read the chapters as they come out. Um, well, I'll just keep naming this Tengen's plan. Hey, what's up, guys? Uh, Look at it as creating our own Frankensteins or monsters. It's funny. It's funny that you brought up Frankenstein. um, it's like I can make a house, but I can't break it. Exactly. It's like you can create a house. Even heated water isn't fully safe to drink. Yeah, well, no, you'd have to boil it. The thing is that like you'd have to boil water, and I wouldn't have anything. Here's the thing: if I am stuck in an island with no survival, with no like survival tools or anything, not even like a steel flask or something. You know what I mean? Like something that I can at least like contain the water. Even if I find a water source, I still don't know how to make fire. Even if I'm somehow able to make fire, what do I have to like heat up the water? I can't use a plant. It's not like I can use a plant like a large leaf to hold my water. So it creates an issue then where it's like, well, how do I heat up the water? How do I boil it? You can drink water that's been boiled, no matter what like microbiotics or whatever the hell is inside, or microorganisms are inside. Why did I say microbiotics? No matter what microorganisms are inside the water, they should be dead after it's boiled. So the water is technically safe to drink, but again, it causes an issue where what do I do? You know what I mean? What do you think Loki's devil fruit will be? I don't have no clue. I don't like speculating things without at least a little bit of information. I just know that it's supposed to be completely busted. If I open my domain, Kinjaku will have to OP faster. Even if my curse techniques burn out, we still have Chozo and Garuda. No, the domain's outer layer would be your domain, and yours... The domain's outer layer would be your domain, and yours would disappear before his. Besides, Kinjaku may resist your domain with simple domain or hollow wicker basket, which retain curse techniques. But that only buys you time against the real domain. Do I really look that weak? I'm really mad that like Yuki died. Oh man, I'm really mad that like Yuki died. Eon eats onions like apples. I can't eat onions actually. I can, but like if they're not prepared a certain way, I will instantly throw up. I can't do like specific foods. I have for specific foods I have an instant gag reflex. Kenjaku is one of the few who can equal me in barrier usage. Don't assume a simple domain is the same as others, which means you get Kenjaku to open his domain, then I dispel it, and after Kenjaku has burnt through his curse techniques, I beat his ass. They miscalculated. Eon is multi-continental. How dare you? This is like the third time someone's asked me about like the One Piece spoilers. Yeah, guys, I Piece spoilers. I don't usually read spoilers. I like reading just, I like reading as the chapters come out. I don't really care for spoilers like that. Womb profusal? What the fuck? Sukuna demonstrated this. Okay. Ooh, wait. The chapter fight started earlier. What the fuck? Oh, man. I should have... Whatever. Um... I'll download these afterwards. I'll download all of these afterwards because either way I still need to... what I'm focused on specifically is the... What I'm specifically focused on is the use of... That's a cool domain. It is an amazing feat in which he opens his domain and activates a technique without closing a barrier. Sukuna demonstrated this domain in Shibuya. Okay. Kenjaku's domain. Domain expansion, womb profusion. It is crazy. I think it should come out tomorrow. Yeah, that's fine. I'd stay off X. They gonna get you. I don't have an X anyway. Or I think I don't. I probably do. But I don't care to ever use the app anyway. And I don't really get spoilers on any of my other social media. You read the Vivi card. It's confirmed that Kobe does not have Conquerors. I'm happy Kobe doesn't have Conquerors. Holy fuck, that would have been a piss. That would have really blown minds. New Shadow Style, Simple Domain. Damn it, what a powerful barrier. It's stripping away my simple domain. Do you think that technique can withstand my domain? Is it like this? Is that what his hand sign looks like? Okay. 206. Page 7. Yuki's simple domain breaks. I don't rely on Hack's abilities. I'm all hand to hand, you feel me? Void for real. Let's see. One thing I still can't get over my debate with ChatGPT guy was that he thinks Dressrosa is 15 kilometers wide only, and it's bigger than Alabasta. No One Piece characters are bigger than country level. I mean, what evidence did he have for that? You know what I mean? Like, what exactly promotes that? Hey, what's up, CJ? Okay, I see. I'm specifically looking for something here. By the way, I want to know if you guys can figure out what exactly the video is gonna be. I'm actually interested in seeing like if anybody can figure out what the video idea is, and then from there on we can have a conversation over it. I already have most of the images I need. There's just specifically one thing here within this fight that I kind of need to get in order to like really get the fight out. But I can tell you guys at least right now in terms of a hint, it does not. It's the argument could involve Kinjaku in it, but it's not about Kinjaku or Yuki. I'm not making a. It is going to be a versus battle. It's not going to be Kinjaku and Yuki related. An alt maneuver from a shut-in. I'm assuming that the edge of the guaranteed effect is the outer shell, and will erase it along within my anti-barrier. Hurry, Tengen. Okay. Giorno Giovanna versus Gojo. It's definitely not Giorno. What's the research on? Jake, and for anybody else that's on my Discord, that's joined the Discord. By the way, there's a link in the description if you guys want to join the Ko-Fi. I'll send you the Discord link right away. It is going to be... Who's the strongest JJK character Yorichi from Demon Slayer can beat? I have no clue. I don't scale Demon Slayer, and I can't even tell you how fast Yorichi even remotely is. Kenjaku versus... God, I just forgot her name. Yuki, got it. Yuta versus someone on? No. For anyone who is in the Discord, though, please don't spoil it in chat. For anyone that is in the Discord, please don't spoil it in chat. It is not Yuta. It is not Hanami. Eon is massively hypersonic. Plus, bro, my speed is incalculable. I don't know what you keep... I don't know why you keep trying to downplay me. Tsunade versus Yuki? Ooh, that's actually kind of close. Tsunade versus Yuki. I'd have to... Honestly, I don't know Yuki scaling very well. I actually have to look through his entire fight to get some, like, better Yuki scaling. Tengen, I'm not like you. I have lived. He stripped away my entire simple domain. 1,000 years of conflicts and alliances, a cursed world. Okay. 206, page 9. What did I write? Kinjaku versus Yuki? Yeah, it was Kinjaku versus Yuki. Yuki? Eon is lightspeed, bro. I'm incalculable. Yorichi is overrated in swordsmanship. I don't know if he's overrated in swordsmanship. Apparently, he was an absolute monster. Ooh. Damn. You dispelled my domain as well as the empty barrier. Stubborn old fool. What exactly happened? Stripped away my entire simple domain. Isn't like Kenjaku's domain somewhat... Isn't like Kenjaku's entire Gojo versus Sukuna? I'm not checking, I'm not, it doesn't have to, it has nothing to do with Sukuna specifically. It really doesn't. I think I've done enough Sukuna content for the rest of the year. There will be more next year, but right now, I think I'm done with like Sukuna content for the rest of the year. I'm just gonna keep writing Kenjaku versus Yuki. It's kind of just what I need it for. I'll just have it for like the backlogs. I don't know, Namishi takes it. Yorichi is nowhere near Lightspeed. Muzan scaling gets him to Lightspeed. I find that hard to believe. I feel like Demon Slayer characters get to like massively hypersonic at best, but that's just me like probably trying to downplay the verse. Okuyasu versus Gojo. Ex-girlfriend is Cleopatra. Damn, she's kind of old. Oh, I get it. Fuck you. Damn. Damn. Unk jokes are getting creative. Kenjaku versus Yuki. Yeah, unk jokes are getting kind of creative. Creative. Almost wrote Yuji. Go ones. I ex-girlfriend. That is funny as hell. Come up with those jokes. Thoughts on Sanji versus Lucci? How does Lucci hurt Sanji? I mean, I guess you could maybe argue. I guess I could see it. I could definitely see an argument for like the Rokuogan bypassing Sanji's defenses, but god damn, he crushed her. My thing is that like Lucci has no defense for Sanji's Ifrit Jamba. He has like no defenses for that because Ifrit Jamba sort of, I'm not gonna say bypasses conventional defense, but essentially you're getting kicked with a blue fire enhanced kick that I don't know, like that your skin is going to be melted, and Rob Lucci doesn't exactly have a defensive devil fruit. Lucci Rokugan can hurt Sanji, but Sanji's just faster. I think Sanji's faster. He's likely. I mean, Zoro technically blitzed Lucci, and I think Sanji's faster than Zoro. So I don't think it. The fight starts and Sanji disappears. I mean, he clashed with the Armament Hockey with Gear 5 Luffy, but you also can't argue Gear 5 Luffy was trying. You know what I mean? Like, there are levels to Armament Hockey. Yuki is down. Okay. So, let me know your thoughts. Actually, let me just put it in the comments. What do you guys think the video is going to be about? Q&A. Who can figure out the topic of my next video? I'm hoping to get this video done by next week so I can get through like the last video I'm going to make for the year, which is going to be what it means to fight Naruto Uzumaki. I want to get that video out of the way next year. Not top chat. All messages are visible. There we go. There we go. Lucci versus Green Bull. I don't think Lucci's there to... I mean, put it like this. Green Bull should be relative to Kizaru. Lucci had to wait for Kizaru to show up in order to fight Luffy. It just wasn't it. A fight with your own domain may not have led to such a poor conclusion. Shouldn't have relied on him. Tengen has hidden something important from you. The calling games. The Shikigami hasn't disappeared. Yuki loses. I don't think Green Bull's mid as fuck. I think Green Bull 100% shits on Lucci. I mean, not liking a character does not mean they're bad. You know what I mean? Yuki is down. Usopp versus Haku. Usopp is blitzing the fuck out of Haku. We're talking about like Haku from Naruto. He blitzes Haku. Haku doesn't even get ice mirrors up before Usopp just shoots them. Yeah, it's like a Lucci is hella durable, but he's not as durable as a Lunarian, unfortunately. To be fair, though, King didn't have his flame on when he got fucked up, so... I'm actually of the idea that, like, Green Bull would have had a much tougher time against King if King still had his flame on. But he didn't, so, what can I say? I was thinking about JJK, and I think for me, the ending we got was okay, considering where the story went. But personally, I think my interest died after Kenjaku's death to Yuta. Really? That killed your interest? Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. I could see why, like, a main villain, one of the two main villains of the story getting taken out, the way that Kinjaku did, where it was just like, oh, he got his head cut off, that's it. I like that. If I had to be honest, I really enjoyed that, just because it's like, we don't have to make every final fight. You don't have to make like the whole thing like just one big thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like a massive thing where like Kinjaku loses. He had an interesting final battle, in my opinion. Like, at least if you ask me, I think he had an interesting final battle with whatever the fuck his name was, the comedian guy. And to be fair, like, it was unique in terms of like what the interaction was meant to be. He, you know, like giving Kenjaku the idea that, like, you know, there's still more to this world than what you think. Comedy is an option. And then just to see like Yuta finish him off right then and there in a massive off-guard moment, I think that was extremely interesting, because ultimately the only person that they really needed to kill was, in terms of like, the only person that was like dangerous enough where like they really just needed all their manpower to like focus on was Sukuna. You know what I mean? So it's like getting rid of Kinjaku like that, so there's like no more bullshit, no more surprises, no one to come out the woodworks. I enjoyed that. If it ever turned into some Kaguya situation where like Kinjaku pulled up out of nowhere and like took over Sukuna's body, and then like, oh, the progenitor of all cursed energy showed up, I would have just stopped reading it right there. We're fine. we could have just genuinely stopped reading it there. She can barely move, but she might be able to use reverse curse technique. Her Shikigami is buying her time to heal. Fine, I'll replenish my curse technique. Kenjaku versus Yuki, 206, P15. Kenjaku versus Yuki. I hate what Gege did with Kenjaku. Really? That's fair. Wait, Gojo versus Comedian Guy? It's not Gojo versus Comedian. It gets upscaled by Gear 5. I'm willing to wank Lucci. I mean, you can wank him. I don't know. I don't think he upscales from Gear 5, because in the manga he lands no hits. It's like a massive curb stomp. Hey, what's up, Coca? And in the anime he lands, what, 2 hits? And Luffy was smiling the entire time. Like, he really... Like, there wasn't a single moment where, like, Luffy wasn't in control of that fight. There really wasn't. Even when he gets, like, knocked away, Luffy just stretches his leg and just hits Lucci from, like, across the battlefield. It genuinely was not close. I don't think I have to, like, go into, like, massive explanation. Damn, I forgot how brutal Yuki versus Kinjaku was. Yeah! Yeah! Why won't you heal yourself? I don't wanna? Yuki is crazy. Why did you have to go, man? I like Yuki! Oh! A lot of fans got angry because Kinjaku wasn't deep enough. He was deep as fuck, bro. I mean, okay, put it like this. You lived for 1,000 years. You're basically one of the most evil people on the planet, because again, as I've mentioned with Sukuna, you are one of the strongest characters, or at least on the stronger end of, like, a verse of characters where the entire power system is designed around negativity, and you've managed to keep yourself alive by essentially grave robbing and grave desecrating and basically stealing other people's bodies. You're an insane, evil motherfucker who does not care about human life and is willing to use others for your own experimentation and for your own self-interest. Kenjaku, in other words, is a bored motherfucker who has probably experienced almost everything life has to offer within the last 1,000 years. And then he says, you know what? Let me just destroy the planet. Let me just make this convoluted plan. Not even that convoluted when you really think about it. This plan to essentially create a giant, massive cursed beast that is going to destroy the entire planet, because for all intents and purposes, I am bored. You know what I mean? I think that's interesting. I don't know. It doesn't have to be something deep. Like, it doesn't ever always have to be like some philosophical bullshit. You know what I mean? Sukuna isn't a villain because he's evil and shit. He's just a villain because he's a walking calamity. He's essentially a walking calamity because that's the way he lives. He kills when he wants to kill. He eats when he wants to eat. It doesn't have to be serious. It doesn't have to be some deep emotional, logical, philosophical turn of events where a hero became a villain. You know what I mean? Sometimes the villain is just a guy who is, you know, just doing his thing, and people don't want him doing his thing, so he's thereby, by default, the villain. He just so happens to be the strongest thing alive. And then you have another guy who, again, is just having fun living with what is essentially immortality for like 1,000 years, and then says, you know what? I've had enough of this world. Like, I've had enough. Nobody's lived as long as I have. I'm kind of bored. There's nothing else to do. I've probably fucked and done everything I need to do. Why not just end the world? I mean, what's going to keep happening? You know what I mean? I think that's interesting. I don't know. It's like, there's beauty in simplicity. There's beauty in simplicity. You know what I mean? We got caught stealing a bowl. Damn. You got caught stealing versus... You know what? I'm just gonna copy and paste this real quick because... Yeah. Also, isn't it kind of crazy? And, like, part of it to me is also that, like, Kenjaku is a sick fuck. He basically found and got a hold of Sukuna's brother's soul, then essentially reincarnated said soul, and then fucked said soul, swapped his body with that of a woman. I don't know if he had that already done beforehand. And essentially, yeah, he just straight up fucked a guy just to get a baby. In order to imprison Sukuna for a later plan. I mean, that shit's crazy. Like, the plan itself doesn't have to be anything insane. The only thing I'm asking for is that, like, you know, the events leading up to the plan are kind of wild, and Kinjaku 100% delivered. My question is he technically Yuji's mom or dad? Because biologically, I would say he's Yuji's dad, but he was technically inside, you know, he technically did give birth to Yuji, so it's up for you guys. It's up to I guess, like, you know, how you want to interpret that whole situation. Geto was already had some screw looses. Okuyasu versus Gojo. It is not Okuyasu versus Gojo, though that might be interesting. I don't know if Okuyasu could keep up with Gojo. Granted, probably the hand could if it can keep up with if it can keep up with Crazy Diamond, then it's probably about as fast as Star Platinum, so probably. Let me see something real quick. Oh, this is page 18. P18? Wait, what the fuck? Did I already download this image? I had already downloaded this. Gold Experience Requiem is overrated. I don't think Gold Experience Requiem is overrated. I feel like when people say something is overrated, they're just tired of seeing people wank it or like talk about it, and it's like, I don't know. Return to Zero is kind of crazy. I can't name that many anime characters off the top of my head that can like bypass GER. You know what I mean? Granted, I also don't watch like the Busted series like Fate Stay or all that other crap, so I'm not as upset about like the Joker win. I'm not as upset about like the Joker win when, like, you know, they at least gave some reasoning for it. He's still out here reacting to Gear 5 attacks and taking them. But Gear 5, when Luffy's in Gear 5, he also doesn't take things that seriously. Like, Luffy went Gear 5 because Rob Lucci asked for it. He couldn't... I don't think he's ever pushing Luffy to actually use Gear 5 in a serious fight. I like the rough type. My boy Chozo. I kind of like that Kenny could have been being taken up by the manipulator villain being defeated not by being overpowered but being outsmarted is cool to me. Exactly, you know what I mean? Like, Kenjaku's not a powerhouse by any means, or at least he's not a powerhouse compared to like the top 2 of the verse, top 2, top 5. You know what I mean? It's like, for as much as you can probably give Kinjaku, Chozo returns. For as much as like you can say that, like, you know, Kinjaku should have probably deserved something better, I still don't think that overall, like, they needed to put in that much manpower to kill them. Like, have him get one shot. That's it. Like, you don't need much. Yeah, I don't think it's exactly Yuki's fault, though she did kind of light the spark, if that makes sense. I did watch Joker versus GER. Not gonna lie, Jorno should have won. I skipped the Joker explanation. True, 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 true. I skipped the explanation of the character I don't want to win. I be on that shit sometimes. I don't care as long as we kill him. For me, my brothers, and the curse of our mother that compromised half of our bodies for Yuji's well-being as well. Got it. But listen to our plan first. Dismantling the domain, huh? I don't really care. Domains are powerful, but they burn out curse techniques, so there's a risk that your curse technique will be hard to use for a while. I know you two want to exploit that, but he won't open his domain if he expects me to leap in. Even if he beats me once, it'll convince him the fight is only against you, Tsukumo. Curse technique burns out. I'm just gonna write CT burnout explained. 207 P. What was it? What is it? 3? 2. P2. CT burnout explained. I like the idea of like a CT burnout. I don't know this whole thing about like Yonko Commander Plus. Whenever somebody puts like plus next to something, it makes no sense to me. I mean, I definitely think he's a Yonko Commander. I think he's weaker than Zoro. I think he would definitely lose in a fight against King. I have no reason to believe that like Rob Lucci would give King a good fight. Especially since he has no way of like hurting he has like no way of hurting King, yeah, he really just doesn't have a way of hurting King, especially since like he doesn't have any advanced versions of Haki as far as we can tell. Okay. Kenjaku versus Yuki and Chozo. 207 P3. Kenjaku versus Yuki and Chozo. Let me copy and paste this name. Unless I really wanted the merger to happen. I didn't want. I feel like a lot of people were looking forward to it. Nah, fuck the merger. Here's the thing. Here's the issue. What I have with like people saying that they wanted the merger. We don't need to like extend it past what it needs to be. Almost every single like manga or anime that you'll watch, for the most part, especially if they're a shonen, will for the most part get to like the main villain achieving their goal and getting to like, worst case scenario, we either win here or we don't. You know what I mean? I'm fine with that trope not happening. They did it with Yuhabak, where he got the Soul King, he absorbed his powers, oh, he's almighty right now, had to Deus Ex Machina him. They did it with the Ten Tails, where the Ten Tails was released, and then they got the God Tree, and then they got Madara, and then they got the whole Eye of the Moon plan, and then Kaguya came out. You know what I mean? At least I can understand why people would want it to happen, but then how do they stop the merger? You know what I mean? At that point, that's game lost. There's no way, if Sukuna was going to be the one who was going to kill all the players and then get the merger to happen and shit, I could see Sukuna. I could 100% see Sukuna fighting the merger, but I definitely don't see anybody else touching that thing, unless like Gojo's somehow still alive. You know what I mean? Zoro low diff King. He did not low diff King. That man was on the verge of death by the end of that fight. That man even said, I am not... That man even said, if I don't figure out the mechanics behind his body, I'm actually not going to be able to beat him. It's time to commit patricide is crazy. Oh, man. Time to commit patricide. Time to commit patricide. That is such a hard line. It's time to commit patricide. That kind of goes hard. I'm not going to lie. This line right here kind of goes really hard. Oh, shit. Someone said no problem. Kenjaku pulled a reverse Uno is crazy. Because, like, my thing is that, like, okay, we don't need to get it to that point, and ultimately, like, if they lose, it's not even, like, the merger they have to, like, solely worry about. It's also Sukuna. Or I guess... backwards how Kusakabe said it. If we lose, it wouldn't be Sukuna we'd have to worry, but it'd also be the merger. Either way, like, they were fucked. There was no way that they were going to do anything unless, like, they got Sukuna out of there. Kenjaku's reverse Uno card. Like, the Mr. One fight was a low diff. Yeah, the Mr. One fight was not a low diff. Like slipping punches in boxing. He spun his head to deflect the piercing blood. Freaky move, fallen samurai. And then he just ties himself back up. Ooh, but damage has already weakened Star Rage. Otherwise, he'd have been toast. If you're revealing a stunt like that, you must be in trouble. Mr. One Fight was definitely like at least a mid to high diff. Zoro did one shot him, but like a one shot after almost losing out all your blood is not exactly a mid. It's not exactly like a low diff. You know what I mean? I feel like people in general just have a hard time like understanding the differences between like a low diff, mid diff, high diff. You know what I mean? Because like a mid diff is like, I did have to try, I did receive damage, but ultimately this guy, I could beat him whenever I want, Like for Luffy, I would say Lucci was a mid diff to low diff, you know what I mean? Like he did land hits or whatever, but Luffy also never just took damage. There's just no signs of damage on him in that fight. That's like a low to mid diff, you know what I mean? With Zoro versus like Mr. One or King, that was high diff. That was extreme high diff. Zoro figured out armament hockey like last second against Mr. One and then fucked him up. Would you rather kiss a monkey on a butt or let a monkey bite off your butt cheeks? I'd rather kiss a monkey on its butt as long as it's restrained and I won't get hurt. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because, like, real talk, that shit, like, I hope people understand that, like, I hope chat, you guys understand, like, monkeys will fuck you up. Even, like, a little spider monkey could probably fuck you guys up. Like, especially chimpanzees. Do not ever fuck with a chimpanzee. Chimpanzees are crazy. I mean, Zoro versus King, you could say, isn't remotely close after Zoro gets Advanced Conqueror's hockey, but... Or, I mean, you could still say it is close. It's still like a mid to high to fight for Zoro. I mean, he still was getting knocked around a bit. A bit, not a lot. Like, King could, like, get him off of him. She needs to power up Star Rage. Also, high key, I can 1v1 a gorilla. I believe it. Gonna go, that's GNG, that's his fighting style. That's like saying Luffy finished Kaido with one punch logic. Mr. One was using Haki. He was not using Haki. When Zoro beat him, he used Haki. It's just not exactly explicitly said because Haki isn't actually mentioned until you meet the fat guy that Luffy talks to in Jaya. And eventually, I think throughout one of those chapters, he says, 30 million berry bounty for a guy with that level of hockey or something like that is too low. I was wondering. Something like that. What's good, Michael? How you been, buddy? Yeah, hockey doesn't exist as of yet. It exists. You've technically seen examples of it. You just don't know what it's called yet. Or at least it's not going to be named. Using reverse curse technique slowed Star Rage down and gave him a chance to escape. Yep. That's what reverse curse technique do be doing. Garuda! $207, P9. Yo, the way she just slammed Garuda into the ground. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think that Yuki low-key can hit as hard as Tsunade. I'm not kidding. Like, I really do think Yuki can hit as hard as Tsunade. And again, it's the fight has nothing to do with, like, Yuki. But, like, when I see this kind of destruction from her, I'm like, I don't know. Naruto characters really get overhyped for what they do, man. Haki was invisible in pre-time skip. It was invisible. I've seen people keep getting confused with Rio. Yeah, Rio is just advanced armament. Yeah, Rio specifically advanced armaments, internal destruction. Well, actually, that's what they call armament hockey in general. Numbers that facts. Naruto characters get way too... I think it's because, and I mentioned this like plenty of times already, It's one of like the first, at least as far as I could tell, it's one of like the first couple of series to like really get popularized with the idea of like power scaling, especially in terms of like the anime community. You know, a lot of like the big has a baby face. You know what's crazy? I had to shave my beard off for Halloween, and I kind of have a baby face without it. I am growing it back though. He replenished his curse technique. What the fuck is Kenjaku's curse technique? I still haven't been able to reach the Spear of Light during the Hokage Madara fight. They reached Naruto. I'm gonna mention this in my next, in one of my, not my next, but one of my videos. I hate Naruto speed scaling. I fucking hate Naruto speed scaling. My God, is it so fucking annoying? Because you either think certain characters have light speed because of specific statements from the data book, or you interpret that certain characters have it because they show up in an image for specific light speed statements, but it's like the image itself isn't even exactly referring to the character, and yet it's like, oh man, I hate Naruto speed scaling with a passion. It's like it's consistently light speed by like the last 2/3 of the manga. No, not 2/3. Like the last third of the manga, which is basically anything from like the Five Kage Summit onward. It's like you have specific characters that can move at light speed, but it is so annoying because I constantly see like and you know what? I'll say it right now. It's like the whatchamacallit. It's like the, hey, how's it going, Brian Pants? How you hate Naruto speed scaling, huh? Is how I hate Bleach speed scaling. Yeah, no, Bleach speed scaling also sucks. I think that, like, if we're talking about just light speed scaling in a story, like, verbatim, you know, you can see the feats themselves. It is stated, it is shown, it is backed up. One Piece is, like, the only one. Even with, like, Dragon Ball, it gets very annoying because you have to, like, go off of them destroying the moon or whatever in, like, in an instant. One Piece is, like, the one story where I can say you get consistent FTL, MFTL speed feats just out the wazoo, just going off of like pre-time skip. With Naruto, it's like, well, Haku can move at light speed because of the ice mirrors. Yeah, between the ice mirrors. The statement always says between the ice mirrors. Well, Itachi's got a light speed jutsu with the water style water fang bullet. It's like, no, Itachi is not light speed because he has a jutsu that through a translation says it could move at the speed of light, when another translation says it moves at the speed of lightning. No. Itachi can shoot a water bullet, sure, whatever, I don't care. He can shoot a water bullet at light speed. That's cute, I guess. It's like having a laser gun. Just because I can shoot a gun that shoots a beam of light does not mean I am light speed. It just means I have a weapon that can shoot at the speed of light. You know what I mean? It's so fucking annoying, dude. It's like, oh, well, Mifune can swing his sword at the speed of light, but then when they show the image of him being able to swing a sword at the speed of light, he's literally covered in Nine Tails chakra, and they like to say, well, his man's in the background. The other samurai also threw a beam slash, but it's like the god of light beam, or whatever the fuck he calls the attack, is the one that Mifune is shooting. It's the one that they're referring to, and then they want to say, yeah, well, the guy behind him also did a light speed slash, and it's like, no, because that light speed slash is behind Mifune's light speed slash, which if anything would imply it's slower than his, but whatever, I don't know. It's like, you can get Naruto characters to have light speed attacks, you can get them to, maybe in Mifune's case, you can get them to say they have a light speed sword swing, and even if, and when you want to go into like the Raikage, which is like the one ninja that you can argue is light speed in terms of movement speed, it's like, well, he doesn't have a light speed statement, he has a light, close to light speed statement. And because Kishimoto doesn't give us any bullshit fucking statements or even terms that can be used to imply a multiplier, there's nothing to even remotely go off of for like version 2 lightning cloak, where like, you know, his hair sparks up. So it's like, I'm gonna be honest, I have no fucking clue how much faster version 2 lightning cloak is than version 1 lightning armor. You know what I mean? I have no fucking clue. It's one of those things that's like, well, he's faster, yeah, but by how much? Like 10 times. No, it's not. It's not 10 times. Why isn't it 10 times? It could be. Yeah, it could be. Doesn't mean that it is. I could say it's 1.1 times. I could say it's 1.001 times faster, and it's just as probable as you saying it's 1,000 times faster. You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't matter. There's nothing that can even be derived off of a fucking speed statement. So it's like, Yeah, no. Well, all literally everything in Naruto that's like light speed related, it's all in the data books. It's never in the fucking manga. There's like nothing in the manga that actually states anything is light speed. It's so fucking annoying, dude. I hate. Yeah, Black Clover is consistent. Black Clover is really consistent. I hate Naruto speed scaling. My god. Like, when I make Naruto, what it means to fight Naruto Uzumaki, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I am saying he's light speed, and I am leaving it at that. Even Ten Tails, and what fucks it up even more for, like, the people that say, yeah, well, they're faster than light and X, Y, by the end of the series, yeah, by how much? Because Madara is still using light speed attacks, dude. Guys, please don't tell each other to shut up. And okay, listen, guys, let's not turn this into a hostile environment. Don't tell each other to shut up. Let's just end the conversation right there. Let's stop. Yeah. Let's just end the conversation right there. You know, like, there's no need to continue to, you know, interact with one another if you feel like you're getting upset at one another. You know what I mean? Let's not devolve into anything crazy. The curse technique has a radius of 2 to 3 meters from the sorcerer and lasts for 6 seconds. And in that interval, okay. Hey, how you doing, Dark Soul? You making any more One Piece versus videos? I'm gonna make a new one. I'm gonna make a new one starting next year. Depending on how quickly I can get this next video done, which I hope to finish by next week. Excuse me. And then I'm gonna do one more video for the end of the year. I don't know. You know, we can just ignore each other, but if a situation keeps happening, I've watched JoJo's. If a situation keeps happening, then I'm gonna have to start, like, you know, like, putting some people, you know, like, time out for a bit, because I don't want to do that. He crushes everything with cursed manipulation. He crushes everything with cursed manipulation, but that won't buy time against me. So, your take on is nothing but the truth. I'm just saying, man, like, listen, I've seen some people say that, like, you know, you can get Naruto to, like, 100 times faster than light, 200 times fast. Listen, even if I were to make, like, Naruto versus Luffy and shit like that, I would have to give Naruto, and I quite literally mean this, massive double-handed strokes of wank in order to even get him to, like, 900 times faster than light, just to get him to, like, Wano arc Luffy tears. You know what I mean? It's so fucking annoying. I really hate Naruto speed scaling. Like, the more I think about, like, Naruto speed scaling as a whole, the more I, like, read through the story, I'm just like, these guys are not that fast. These guys are not that strong. Honestly, I think that Naruto and JJK, they're a lot closer than people think. And I'm not talking about 10 tails forward. Anything 6 paths onward, I'm not even remotely arguing. That's fine. They stomp. High end, Naruto stomps out. But what I mean is that, like, from, like, the mid to low end, Naruto and JJK are super comparable, like, the more I look at it. I don't know. I generally don't know. Like, Luffy, low ball Luffy speed is still faster than Naruto high ball. Yeah, no, I can get Luffy, again, on a low ball. I'm giving him nothing. I'm only giving him 1 gear 4 times amp, and his base form from Wano being greater than gear 4 from Dressrosa. That's all I'm giving him. And I can still get him to faster than every single Naruto character combined. Like, it's not even funny. You're gonna make Naruto power skills actually read Boruto for better feats. They can do whatever they want. I'm gonna have to fucking read Boruto for better feats. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna have to read Boruto. Reverse curse technique and domains wore away his cursed energy, and fighting Big Brother tired him out physically. Gravity isn't as unyielding as I first thought. Given the effective range, I can escape even at close range. Attack now, you won't get a second later. A second chance. Yeah, but the thing is that, like, you can't win a battle through AP and DC if you just can't blitz your opponent, and if it's, like, a chapter that's come out this week, I haven't read anything. Let me just look up Manga C real quick. Did we get a new chapter out yet? No, we got Chainsaw Man. Anybody wanted me to read Chainsaw Man? It's been a minute since I read some Chainsaw Man. God, what happened to Chainsaw Man, dude? Last thing I remember was Asa getting some new arms, and that was... Oh, Kagurabachi, too. I haven't read it yet. Yeah, no, I haven't read it yet. It's annoying, man. It's really annoying. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, that's enough about my Naruto speed rant. It's like... Again, I feel like it's just a combination of, you know, early power scalers... And I'm not saying that they did a bad job, because for the most part, I mean, power scaling is an ever evolving meta. We find new things that we can like eventually develop for, a story. And for the most part, Naruto power scaling is kind of solved. We kind of have an idea of like who is the strongest for the most part, like what is like the tier for each character. You can definitely downplay some characters, upplay some characters, but generally speaking, I feel like Naruto, and I was watching Six say this, and I agree with him. It's like it's kind of solved. It's kind of solved. You can kind of get an idea of like where everybody's supposed to be. You can obviously, like, depending on how you choose to interpret certain characters and like certain feats, you can get like, different extensions of like, or at least like different, you can probably get like different scaling for some characters depending on like, where do you think Sage Kabuto is in terms of like the overall hierarchy. I actually think he's a lot higher than a lot of people give him credit for, again, not including Six Path's characters. I think Itachi is a bit overrated in a lot of aspects. Granted, we never really see him go all out besides the one time he just uses perfect Susanoo to like one shot Orochimaru and Nagato. Granted, the Nagato I would say is a bit of an off guard, but it's like, okay, for example, Itachi blocks, somewhat blocks, Kirin, right? I could definitely, if Kirin is light speed, I could definitely see Susanoo activation be light speed. Like, the moment I want a Susanoo armor to, like, cover me, it just happens at, like, the speed of light. And that could be consistent with, like, Sasuke blocking, like the laser circus with all those combination attacks. But I also don't think that like Gaara has light speed attacks, or Tamari or Kankuro. You know what I mean? And the reason why I say this is because when they're fighting the Ten Tails, you can see like C and some of the other Cloud ninjas use the flashlight pillar jutsu, and that jutsu it's a genjutsu, but it quite literally creates light. It quite literally creates a blast of shining light that's supposed to like hinder your vision, and that lands sooner than the laser circus, which is supposed to be light speed. So it's like, well, what do we have here then? You know what I mean? Like, it feels inconsistent. Naruto's speed scaling to me is extremely inconsistent, if I had to be honest. P19. Man, why did Yuki have to die? She was also so pretty. Like, I just love her personality. It's like, oh, what kind of girl are you guys into, or what kind of guy are you into? It's like, oh man, I don't know. That shit's like having a character that like is just what how can I explain it? I like characters with like a funny personality to them. Like characters that just give you like a wild question at the start to like really just remove all tension from like a situation. You know what I mean? I like stuff like that. You know what I mean? Chozo, also a great character. Why did he have to go, man? Big bro type shit. He was so awkward. It's like, I don't know. He's like that big brother that's like so skittish about like, I want to be like protective of my younger brothers, but I don't know how to be. So I just do my best. He did his best. Chozo did his best, man. I love Chozo. Yeah, we were robbed. I think you should add everyone here on your server before you stream. I probably should. Probably should. Yeah, sorry about that. I just decided to like stream randomly. Oh, how you doing? Yeah, by the way, how you doing? Do you read Murim, martial arts webtoon? I don't really read webtoons, guys. I don't. I basically just stick to like manga for the most part. Even then, I don't really read that often. I really should hit up the Discord though to let him know, but it'll be fine. Kubo Kishimoto any better? I feel like, well, for Oda, it's that he doesn't want, or I shouldn't say he doesn't want to. He just doesn't. He has fun. I don't want to say like he doesn't either. I'll just say like he likes to toy around with the idea of power scaling, because like to him it's more or less about telling a compelling story than it is about like scaling the characters. Though granted, in a battle shonen, I will say that, like, you cannot really say that Oda doesn't care about power scaling, because he gives enough feats and statements to where things are concrete. Granted, he also leaves enough of a... How do I want to say it? It's kind of like with the fan letter, if anybody's watched it. It's kind of like with the fan letter, where, like, he leaves enough information up in the air. He leaves enough information out so that way, it becomes a conversation. Well, who's a stronger swordsman, Mihawk or Whitebeard? Well, what do you mean? Whitebeard isn't a swordsman. Yeah, but he's got one of the 21 sacred blades or whatever the fuck they call it, like the highest grade blades. It's like, I feel like if you're creating a story, especially one like One Piece, don't not focusing on the power scaling aspect of it too much is important. Giving concrete statements, giving concrete feats is important, but ultimately you also want to leave enough up in the air so that things don't become again so solved. You don't want your story to, at least it shouldn't become so stagnant so that you think, well, this character should 100% lose to this character. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Dragon Ball power levels. You know what I mean? Where it's like you don't want things to become stagnant either. You don't want things to just devolve into, why is this character even fighting this character? Per the author's own, like, statements, feats, narrative, and shit, these characters shouldn't even fight. Well, no. That's not how it should be. You know what I mean? He was biding time for a gravity technique. It was to distract me from the small Uzumaki, leaving me no time to regen. I saved this, right? Yeah, I saved this. Akainu is the strongest marine in One Piece history. I wouldn't say he's the strongest in One Piece history, but yeah, he's up there. I'd say he's like top 3. It's clearly Vista. See, that's what I'm saying, Planet Birthday. It's clearly Vista. Oh, what's up, Planet Birthday? I didn't see you come in. Base Vista. Let me have this, Mihawk. I don't know if there's any... If Giorno Giovanna couldn't do it, I think you kind of just fall down to, like, Wonder of You or Soft and Wet Go Beyond, but even then, it's like... I don't know. I mean, maybe The World Over Heaven, but then it's like, that's a video game, and I don't know. Aren't you necessary for Yuji Todori's future? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. You're risking yourself for his future, so don't you want to be there for him, Tsukumo? Am I even human? Even my younger brothers took flesh. I realized that humans cannot accept their deformed appearance. Is Chozo even human? That is true. Persona is a video game. I guess it depends on, like, how you choose to interpret, like, I mean, it's about the whole thing where, like, he defeated a god, and God can, like, right away reality and stuff like that. So I guess, like, if you can have a JoJo character essentially have abilities that surpass reality warping itself, then I guess, you can make an argument that one of them can win. Is Chozo even human? I don't even think I'm going to save these, but I still want to save it just because Chozo, best big bro. There's no way you're calling me ramen like everyone calls me that. Well, it's my Discord name, so it doesn't matter. Oh, damn. Agree with Eon. The issue is that people treat Oda as the one who's inconsistent when they appear in Naruto as well. Make no mistake. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? You can't necessarily say that, like, and it's not even about, like, consistency. I just feel like you can't say that writers, especially for battle shonen manga, don't care about power scaling. That is, in of itself, disingenuous. Oda has to care about power scaling to the extent that if he's building up a narrative where he has the strongest X characters that are stated to be the strongest creature in the world, etc., 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 characters that, again, have a statement, have feats, have X, Y, Z, you have to care about the overall scaling of your series. We don't have a release date yet. Granted, if I can get through this portion right there, I'm going through, like, the whole scaling you mentioned about the black hole, Julian. I'm trying to get scans for that. I'm trying to get anything else for, like, maybe Gojo. Has anybody figured out what, like, the next video topic is going to be? I think I've got enough stuff on screen. Like, literally that's on screen to give you guys an idea of, like, what it might be. But Chozo versus Itachi, the big brother battle, it's not about Chozo or Itachi. Granted, I'd be surprised if, like, anybody could call out. Somebody was kind of close. Somebody did mention a character that I'm going to be involving. But yeah, it's not bad. If I had chosen to live as a human, it wouldn't have come to that. Why? Why at that time? Why did I choose the easy path? No, don't cry, Chozo. I didn't want to see the two of them suffer as human beings, but they weren't that weak. And then Yuji, who was suffering as a human, showed up. The four of us were fated to fight together. Don't do this to me, man. Don't do this to me. I gotta save this panel. This panel goes so hard. Yuji and the bros. Fuck you, Kenjaku. But you made my special boy and his big brother, so it's fine. Yuki, sorry, much. Yuji and the bros. Is it a cross-verse battle? It is a cross-verse battle. We can play 20 questions with this if you guys want. But I took it easy and left Yuji all alone. If you die now, he'll be all alone. Tsukumo, you're too kind, but it's no use. I kill humans for no good reason. I can no longer live alongside them. This is the only way for me to use my life right here. Naruto Shikamo! Kenjaku is the best father / mother in fiction. You lied out your teeth! You lied out your fucking teeth just now. Chozo Destructo Disc. Destructo Disc. JJK versus Naruto? Interesting. So we know it's Gojo versus someone. Anyway, what sort of scaling are you looking for? I just decided to download like the entirety of the Yuki versus Kinjaku fight for the sake of just having it in my inventory, so to speak. But I'm looking for the gravity shit for a second. This is where you died as a curse, so you must live as a human. Tengen, why? This time, as a human. Chozo can live as a human. That's practically a confirmation, right? Does it involve Naruto? It does involve Naruto. It does involve Naruto. Chozo will live as a human. Kuma's devil fruit can repair at the speed of light, and it took Luffy 3 days and 3 nights to reach Sabaody to Amazon Lily, and rarely swim there in 20 minutes. I think he probably sent Luffy across the planet. Like, I don't know. How close do you think current monster trio are in power? Zoro should be able to hit harder than Sanji. Sanji should be faster than Zoro. Sanji should also be more durable than Zoro. He should probably be more durable than Luffy, too. Granted, it's like a give or take, depending on, like, you know, whether you think Germa genetics are more impressive than rubber powers. But I guess, you know, one is weak to Haki and the other isn't. If we're talking about, like, the original monster trio, like Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, we're talking about the new monster trio, which is Jinbei, Zoro, Sanji. Jinbei's definitely weaker than Zoro and Sanji. He hasn't fought anybody as strong as they have. I have no reason to believe he can even, like, beat them in a fight. Kenjaku resisting the gravitational pull. Yuki, like, requirement to move at least 20.8% of the speed of light. Okay. Well, no need to spoil it, Julian. I got you though. I was gonna look over the scaling again, and by the way, I'll check over like the Godzilla and all the other stuff calcs. I did read through the God of War calcs. Okay, I'll be honest. I kind of don't like God of War scaling just because it's all based on, again, statements. It's all based on statements, and it's the whole like thing with like creation, reality, existence, all that stuff. I hate God of War scaling so much, man. I want shit that's actual tangible, even if it's in a fucking video game. I want shit that I can see that somehow scales to the shit that I'm to like the lore. You know what I mean? Like if the lore implicates these things and Kratos can do X, Y, Z, then I wanted to like. I get that gameplay can't exactly, you know, scale 1-to-1 exactly, especially for like the time, especially at the time, you know, with like the restrictions of, with like the restrictions of technology back then, especially with like gaming and stuff like that. But damn, I hate that shit. I could definitely do like some Kratos scaling for the future, but fuck, man, that just all the scaling was just blowing minds because I'm like, oh man, it's all lore based. It sucks. I hate it. All right, Yuki is down again. Cosmology of God. It is interesting. I just hate the fact that it's all lore based, man. Why do you laugh? Just look at you. Is this what you wanted? Nobody ever seems to agree where Kato scales, man. Some people think he died to a normal sword, and others think he's 4D or something. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's so fucking strange to me. You look like images that go hard. You know, you want to know what I can do? Tengen. Just look at you. Is this what you wanted? You look like... It's kind of interesting to see this. It's kind of interesting to like see the comparison because it's like it's not 1-to-1 exactly, but as he becomes more and more like accursed, Tengen almost in a way kind of does resemble a bit of Sukuna, if that makes sense. It's like Sukuna in like transforming his own flesh and essentially turning himself into what is a curse. He gave himself like the perfect, I don't even want to say perfect. He gave himself like the most optimal transformation for Jujutsu sorcery itself. Kinjaku. Tengen kind of looks like Tengen kind of looks like Sukuna. Kratos as a Minecraft Steve victim is crazy. If you had to rank the Straw Hats in terms of strength, like physical strength, what are we talking about? Like overall strength, physical strength, what are we saying? Promos create the cosmology. We see sales one shot. To be fair though, and to be fair, I haven't seen like that much God of War gameplay. I don't care for the series at all, so like I haven't seen that much. But I'll look over like the rest of the scaling whenever I get the chance. The last couple of days have been a bit stressful not stressful. They've just been a bit busy. Yesterday I did get some work done though. I didn't get as much as I'd like to. I was so distracted by some other stuff. Die already as a human. Yuchi in here. Does it involve a magic system of the verses? It doesn't inherently involve the magic system of the verses. I wouldn't exactly say it's a magic system in and of itself. Frankie is way stronger than people give him credit for. I agree. Frankie's way stronger. He's also like the only one of the Straw Hats. He's actually the... No. Him and Brook are the only two Straw Hat members since the 2-year time skip that have gotten like no buffs. I don't know if Brook has gotten anything new in like the last, like what, 6-7 arcs, but yeah, no. Frankie is still going in with his post 2-year time skip, like, kit. Him and Brook. To be fair, Brook needs an upgrade, but General Frankie has been putting in hard work. Like, I genuinely think that like Frankie could probably solo most of the 2-year time skip, considering he's needed like no upgrades. Obviously, most, not including, like, Fujitora, Doflamingo. Well, you could probably argue Doflamingo if he beat, what's-his-face? The guy from the Toby Roppo. Yuki didn't hear no bell. He did take down 1 HP Rob Lucci. That is true. Hey, that's completely valid assessment in my eyes, no cap. I can't take people saying Zoro equals Luffy 24/7 whenever the monster trio is mentioned. Yeah, he has not been equal to Luffy since, like... What do I even want to say? Alabasta. Like, the latest... Like, the earliest I think you could say is, like, Alabasta. Primordials. Can technically lift millions of tons. True. Don't you haven't said the Northsmith scaling yet? That's gonna be so crazy. I can already imagine how crazy like the North Smith scaling is gonna be. Overall strength. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Jinbei. Nami's got. It's like Robin did beat a Toby Roppo, but like Nami has Zeus. Nami has fucking Zeus. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Jinbei. I'll say Robin, Nami, Frankie. Well, Chopper, Monster Point. I have to like really sit down and think. Does it involve the Sharingan? It does not involve the Sharingan whatsoever. Through one of the 5 elders. He did. That is true. How the fuck do you get to Outer Versal Steve? Is the gap between anime and manga scaling huge in One Piece or close enough to not separate them? I don't see this being talked often. I don't think it's big enough. I mean, unless you want to maybe throw in some like filler arc feats in there that could probably like really fuck up the scaling. I don't think they're that separate. I mean, what's the difference? They mostly just add extra fight scenes for the anime, which you could technically say might upscale it a little bit, but I don't think it really makes a difference. Like, the biggest difference I'd say that like I've noticed up until recently is that like Kid literally tanked a more powerful attack than anything Zoro's taken besides the Conquest of the Sea. You can't argue anything King does hits even remotely as hard as Big Mom, and he took like anywhere between like 30 to 40 hits from Mother's Misery. So it's like, I don't know. Mother's Misery should also scale above Master Cannon. So, yeah, I mean, besides, like, that, I don't think, unless, like, you want to really separate it for that, I don't really think there's any reason to, like, separate manga and anime, unless there's also some, like, Year 5 Luffy shenanigans, like, you really just don't want to include. is mass don't and then mass don't affect me, but only up to a certain density. Okay, Yuki. Oh, okay, good info. I put Frankie number 5 or 6. I love that Zoro fans quote, "Oh, but back in the good old Whiskey Peaks arc, they were equal." Yeah. Hey, what's up, Dia? I've been good. How are you? Just made a big ass bowl of popcorn. You guys want to know something crazy? I'm not a fan of popcorn. Popcorn to me is just not it. Yuki's CT doesn't affect her. You know what? It's gonna sound like crazy. I still don't know what Kinjaku's curse technique is. Is it like the brain thing, or can he manipulate gravity? I'm not. I'm not sure. Like, who here is manipulating gravity? Is it him or is it her? A black hole. Black holes possess extreme density and immense gravity. Nothing can escape, not even light. In terms of density, imagine the Earth shrunk to the diameter of 2 centimeters. I'm not a fan of any kind of black popcorn. I mean, not to say that like I haven't tasted popcorn that I thought wasn't like good. It's just that like I hate the idea of having to eat something and then either having the kernel or the seed stuck in my teeth. Like I hate that shit. Especially when like you get like the little bit, what do you call it? I guess like a skin flake, especially when you get like a skin flake stuck in like between your teeth. I hate that shit. Anything that like makes me have to like pick at my teeth while I eat it, I just hate eating that shit. He has more than one CT. Yeah. I know he has like more than one, but it's like it's so confusing. Black holes. You wield gravity. Shouldn't you have seen this coming? Gravity, mass, time, they all deserve to be treated with the utmost caution. 208 P13. Yuki sucks in ghetto. What's your favorite song? That depends on like the it depends on like the time it depends on like the point in time. What is my favorite song right now? I can't play it cuz I think it'll get copyrighted, but lately I've been really vibing with Outside by let me where's my phone? If you guys want to hear the song, lately I've been really messing with Outside by Asal. Outside by Asal, ASAL. Yeah, I heard this thing at like an H&M and I thought like, damn, it kind of goes hard. I'm not going to lie. I've been vibing to it. Fave song is just a hard thing to pick. Like it really is genre dependent. I'm one of those guys that like I don't care for genres specifically. Granted, I like more like upbeat hypes than anything else. I don't really focus on like genre. More so, if I hear a song from an artist, even if I don't care for the artist that much, and I like the song, I'll just throw it into my playlist. I wasn't a big fan of. I genuinely wasn't a big fan of like Bad Bunny, and like 2 years ago, I would have said like fuck that dude, but for no reason other than like I just thought his music was ass, and then I found like 3 or 4 songs. I'm like, one of them I think he was in it, and I was like, okay, I could see why people fuck with this. I can't say I fuck with every single song, but I do like some of it. I guess like 1 or 2 isn't bad. Black Hole. Bro listens to H&M music unironically. No, I was at an H&M like when I was on vacation. I was like by a mall and they just happened to have an H&M. I walked in real quick, bought myself a shirt for like the beach, and I was like, "What the hell is this song? Oh, this shit kind of slaps." And then I just like Googled it. I was like, "Yo, what song is this?" Put it like as high up into the air as possible, and then it got the song. And I was like, "Okay, this isn't bad." Unk just be unk. Just for ping, does it involve Gojo directly? It does involve Gojo directly. It does involve Gojo directly. Sorry if I didn't see your question earlier. Soul Hunter, my apologies. The girl from DDLC solos the verse, then because she can fuck with code of the damn game. DDLC, is that from like a Shin Megami Tensei game? Do I even need to like, the fuck is this image? Do I care? Phew! I admit I'm impressed. How did you survive? Curse technique reversal? No. The gravity until now was a curse technique reversal. Kenjaku survives. Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay, I don't know why. I thought it was like one of those Shin Megami Tensei, like Devil Digital Survivor, or whatever the fuck it's called. Although, now that I think about it, they didn't have an S in it, so. What page is this? Page 16. Ah, crap. Let me just do that again. 16, yeah. I'm talking about Kratos, not any of that. Kenjaku back shops. You mean back shots? Actually, no, they're not even close to each other. Okay. 208 P16. Kenjaku survives Yuki's suck. The curse technique anti-gravity system was engraved in Kaori Itadori. Through lapse, I was able to avoid restrictions on unstable output and activation time. She had fucking... Oh, that's crazy. He engraved it into his body by having her... Oh, shit. That was frightening, but I took a gamble and it worked. The curse technique system was engraved. Through lapse, I was able to avoid restrictions on unstable output and activation time by using my own body as a domain. That was frightening, but I took a gamble and it worked. It could have blown up the whole world, but your barriers and her will suppressed it. So I have you to thank. Well, that was a fun warm up. You have atoned for your tedious existence. Goodbye, friend. Wait, so... Does it involve Naruto directly? Also, don't worry about the missing comments. There's a lot of them here. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Soul Hunter. Appreciate it. Do you have any honor for the Mach 3 JJ Cake downplay? I mean, Sukuna dodged a relativistic attack. That's my... They can have slow... How do you hate Yuki? That's crazy. Kinjaku used curse technique lapse. P17. Kinjaku survived through lapse. Okay, so this is basically what I wanted to go over. Can anyone figure out yet what are we researching? Well, the question's up in the Q&A. What topic? Who can figure out the topic of my next video? We've had some 20 questions going in here. Overall, so right now the answers are, it does involve Naruto, the Naruto verse. It does involve Gojo. And that's sort of like what you guys have gotten so far. And it does not involve a Sharingan. Versus Levi Ackerman. I have no scaling for any of those Ghost Wukong, so I can't help you. Where do you think the Hunter verse scale at? I cannot tell you because I don't scale Hunter x Hunter. I have no idea where I mean, from what I understand, it scales to like mountain level at best. The energy required to create a massive black hole is a large star, by the way. Unfortunately, no one scales to it. Yeah, but then the other issue is that, like, Kenjaku says that... He says that, like, he survived by essentially using the lapse application of the anti-gravity system, so I don't think he survived off of sheer speed. You know what I mean? Does it involve the verse energy systems? Well, if you mean, like, am I going to use, chakra and cursed energy? I'm going to be using them through no verse equalization, but essentially, yes, it does involve... The next video is a versus battle, by the way. It is a versus battle. Hunter x Hunter was a masterpiece. I mean, everyone who reads it says it is. I don't know. I can't get past, like, chapter 3. Can this energy requirement apply for multiple series? I know that few characters who created a black hole through magical energies, yet I rarely see scaling above country level for them. It's annoying, to say the least, because it's like... In order to create a black hole, is it being created through, like, hacks, or is it being... I mean, most of the time I have black hole is being created through hacks, so it's like, to what extent can you control the black hole? Can you manipulate it properly? Is the black hole effective on everything that it's being used on? You know what I mean? It's like, there's a lot of questions that you have to ask first before you can get, like, a good idea, and I feel like asking questions is often more important than just coming to a conclusion first. You know what I mean? Because if a series itself can answer said questions, then you can get a more accurate conclusion. Is it Gojo versus Naruto? No, it's not Gojo versus Naruto. Sukuna versus Pain. Sukuna wins that 10 times out of 10. No, it's not. The Pains can't survive Malevolent Shrine. Did you read Denman Wonderland? I didn't read Denman Wonderland. However, I did see like a couple of episodes from it. I just know White Girl bad. I think. I don't know. I watched it on like Toonami years ago when it first came out. Blackbeard gonna upscale the One Piece verse to Universal with his infinite gravitational pull. The thing about like Blackbeard's gravitational pull is that it only seems to affect non-living sense. I haven't seen him like pull in an actual person besides using like black vortex. Pain is trash. Pain is not trash. He's just not as crazy as people seem to think he is. Like, if Chibaku Tensei is really like his best move to like take somebody out besides like soul absorption, and even then it's really iffy whether or not he rips out your chakra or he rips out your soul. And the attack, I think, is called the chakra absorption dragon, not soul absorption, so it's kind of weird. Gojo versus Obito. Gojo versus Obito is literally just a no one wins fight. I don't know how to even go about that fight, to be honest. I also said it's not Sharingan related. Is that what Tengen used to look like? Cool. Okay, so I want to ask chat this question real quick. Yeah, we're playing 20 questions right now. I want to ask chat this question right now because can Sukuna survive Shinra Tensei or Chibaku Tensei? I don't know why he wouldn't be able to survive Shinra Tensei. Chibaku Tensei? I mean, what's stopping him from just world cutting dismantle the orb? He just splits the orb in half and it just stops working. Or better yet, just domain expansion. Like, the thing about Chibaku Tensei that I feel like people don't usually take into consideration is that Chibaku Tensei itself, unless it's like Sasuke, and I mean this literally, unless it's literally just Sasuke, or it's the Sage of Six Paths specific, catastrophic planetary devastation, the one that like sealed away Kaguya, most I shouldn't say most, but I mean Madara and Nagato are the only other two. So I guess half of the, depending on like who we're talking about, they either create a black orb or they simply turn the person itself into the center of the gravitational pull. The reason why this is important is because if we're talking like, let's say, okay, Sasuke, or let's just say Sasuke and then let's say Nagato, right? If it's Nagato, for example, that uses Chibaku Tensei, the person themselves never gets actually pulled into the gravity orb. What gets pulled in is the rubble and footing beneath them. You can see this with Naruto, and you can see this again against Nagato when it's like Killer Bee, Naruto, and Itachi. They don't get pulled into the actual gravity orb. It's the ground beneath them that's getting pulled in. So at that point, it's like Sukuna can just create a domain expansion like the one that he has that like floats in the middle of the air, and then the domain expansion itself just destroys all of the rubble that would be pulled in. And so what's exactly getting pulled in? You know what I mean? Can it pull in a construct fabricated through cursed energy? I don't know. I can't answer that question. But if, for example, it's the giant domain expansion that like Sukuna did against the players, let me actually just look for the image. Can Sukuna... One second, guys. He can just use domain. Yeah, exactly. One second. Let me, Sukuna creates an actual construct without a barrier, right? So, let me see if I can find it. No, it's before that. Countermeasure. Before that. When does he use the flame? Right here. If Sukuna is like standing on the ground, like let's say he's getting pulled in, like the ground beneath him is like shooting itself upwards, he can just do this, right? He can just summon this kind of domain, and then Chibaku Tensei's destroyed. Likely the orb itself is being targeted by just countless dismantle slashes, and eventually it's just going to get itself torn apart, since the sealing jutsu is done by basically crushing you under all of the rubble, right? It won't happen if all the rubble is essentially just getting torn to shreds and being turned into dust. At that point, nothing's getting pulled in, and just Sukuna is essentially just standing there, unless you can somehow argue that this construct, made entirely up of cursed energy, is somehow getting pulled into, which I can't tell you if that would happen. That's not me being disingenuous, that's just me saying, I don't know if this thing itself would get pulled in by Chibaku Tensei. I could see an argument as to why it wouldn't, but again, I can't tell you whether or not it does. And if it's the Sasuke version where rubble's getting pulled in, again, if Sukuna just does domain expansion, what exactly is getting pulled in then? Like, every bit of rubble that's getting pulled in within 200 meters of him is just instantly getting turned to dust. So at that point, Sukuna's just floating in the air with Malevolent Shrine just consistently active. At that point, Fireball Jutsu's not going to work. No Jutsu is essentially going to, like, reach him unless you want to say, like, a Madarasu, but I'm not arguing Sasuke versus Sukuna anyway. Though I think Sasuke likely takes that fight, especially since I could see him using Susanoo. Perfect Susanoo before... I could see Sasuke using perfect Susanoo early into the fight. I don't see someone like Madara doing it, though. Let me see, back. Gojo versus Guy. Gojo versus Guy. It's not Gojo versus Guy, but Guy can never touch Gojo, so it doesn't matter. Guy can't touch Gojo. Sukuna has so much advantage with domain expansion. Yeah! He's like the one JJ... Well, okay, Kenjaku as well, but Gojo's like one of the few JJK characters that, like, just doesn't even care about verse equalization. Law versus Obito is an interesting matchup. I don't think it is. I think that, like... Okay. I can't find an argument for Law hitting Obito, since Obito's body is essentially being teleported into Kamui every single time, and I would assume that would also include his soul. So I don't know if Shock Vila is going to work on Obito. Unless there's, like, wildlife somewhere near them, then I could see Law without, Obito being able to react, with Law swapping Obito's body with, like, a frog. Granted, if you go by the idea that, like, Obito's Kamui is instantaneous, at that point you'd have to argue that, like, or that, like, it activates on its own. At that point, you'd have to somehow argue whether or not, like, Obito's Kamui is somehow able to react to Law, which just massively outspeeds Obito. I'd say that, like... Actually, a friend claimed this. I want to ask you this. He said, end of series, Sakura beats Kaido. I disagree. What do you think? How does Sakura hurt Kaido? That's just the first thing. How does Sakura hurt Kaido? Soul Hunter. You can let me know in the comments, or you can, like, comment a little bit afterwards. Oh, does it involve the Hokages in any way? It involves one Hokage. But the fight, I'll say that, it just involves at least one Hokage. The fight does involve at least one Hokage. Yeah, I mean, you can, like, give me the rest of your friend's argument, but yeah, Sakura cannot beat Kaido. She can't even hurt him. As far as I can tell, she can't even hurt Kaido. I never noticed what. Are Sukuna's slashes strong enough to destroy the orb? I mean, think about it like this. If the dismantles themselves you don't think are strong enough to cut through the orb, world-cutting dismantle will. And also, the orb is getting constantly attacked. You know what I mean? Let me look up that chapter real quick. Where is, I have to actually look up the chapters real quick. Let me look up the chapters real quick. What chapter does Naruto and Killer Bee fight? So, like, what, 5010? 510? Okay, so it's definitely after this. So what is it, like 520? It's gotta be like 520, right? Let's go to 540. Oh, look, it's this bitch. Ew, get her off my screen. Okay. Let me just cook real quick. Okay. So when they fired it, the orb was... Listen, I'm not going to say that, like, you need exactly this amount of firepower, though I would say let's just say, like, you need at least this amount of firepower bare minimum. To be fair, the orb was already being covered with a bunch of rubble, and if Sukuna, again, is within its range, and he just uses domain expansion, that rubble is just not going to exist. You know what I mean? I feel like part of it was also, like, they needed to blast straight through the rubble in order to get to the orb. I've been speaking way too much Spanish lately. It's been getting, like, really hard to talk English. Speaking of, one of these days, Luffy about to use Gomu Gomu no Supernova. That would be so cool. When Seri masters instant Zetsu, this beast will be even more hard to kill than a Logia. You want some lemonade? My mom made. I would love some mom-made lemonade. Granted, I'm not the biggest fan of lemonade, but I would love. I love glazing Sukuna. I will glaze Sukuna till the day I fucking die. That man, Sasuke one-tap Sukuna. He does one-tap Sukuna, I won't lie. Amaterasu Sukuna will just rip the body part off and use RCT. True! True! His arm catches on fire, just cuts it off. Cool. Grows back arm. I've been saying this for a minute. JJK characters have better healing factor than Naruto characters. I'm sorry. RCT is just better mitotic regeneration seal. Does the verse battle involve a Kage? It involves at least one Kage, yes. Yeah, that's true. Kurapika has his eyes on Seri, and he's not a player, so it's hard to say. Oh, okay, you guys are talking about that. I have no idea. Depends if Night Guy bending space is enough to get through infinity. The thing is that, like, bending space, he would still have to bend an infinite amount of space. You know what I mean? Like, essentially, a series of infinity is basically being created between him and his opponent, and even bending that space, I don't know if you could argue that, like, how do I explain it? It's not just like an infinite series of space. It's like he's essentially slowing you down by halves until you cannot touch Gojo. You know what I mean? You're basically, your fist has slowed down to the point where, like, it seems like it's stopped. For that to work, you'd have to somehow argue that he can bend all of the limitless surrounding Gojo in order to do it. And I don't know if you could actually, you know, get through it. Would Apu's sound abilities be able to hit Obito or Gojo? Obito and Gojo, probably both. I think that, like, Jogo was able to tag Gojo, but I don't think it actually dealt any damage. Or I think Gojo, like, blitzed the sound waves. It's like, hope the second fight between Hisoka and Chrollo happens on a dark continent. Hope they don't die. I did see something about, like, Hisoka versus... Is it the Five Kage versus Gojo? Bing, 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 bing. Yes! Next video, hopefully up by next week, is going to be the Five Kage versus Satoru Gojo. I'd like to see what you guys think about the fight, honestly. I think it's kind of interesting. I think it's honestly, like, one of my favorite fights to, like, discuss, because it really brings up... There's 3 ways of arguing. At least I have, like, 3 different methods for, like, arguing, and all 3 just sort of always end up with Gojo winning. I don't think the Five Kage have anything that can touch Gojo. Kaido has mad durability. Yeah, it's like, wouldn't 8-Gate Guy be able to hit Gojo since he bends space? That depends if you think he can bend, like, an infinite series of space. Sakura hate forced. Yeah, I did kind of force that Sakura hate, I'm not gonna lie. As someone mentioned, I was like, oh, let me just add a little bit of fuel to the fire. Yeah. Fair, WCS should do it. I don't know. I mean, if you think that, like, Guy bending space could touch Gojo, I don't see why not. I'm just saying, like, bending space, I don't know if that would be enough for me to see it, because it, like, bending the space would still mean that the space is there. He still have to, like, touch Gojo somehow. You know what I mean? Obito gets destroyed by Law. The thing is that, like, it's just a speed difference. It's just a massive speed difference for the most part. Naruto fans lost it. They think the average shinobi is multi-continental because some stupid calc says 100 shinobi can destroy a moon. Yeah, no, but that's the weapon. That's the weapon that destroys... Obito ain't a random shinobi. He's not a random shinobi. Does space even have mass? Space itself, probably. I mean, if you think matter has mass, then I guess. Obito and Law isn't remotely close. Obito slams? I mean, I don't know how Obito ever hits Law. Like, for as much as you could argue that, like, Law has no way of bypassing Kamui, and he does because of the outright speed difference. The outright speed difference is greater than, like, Obito and Minato. You know what I mean? Like, whatever you think the speed difference was between, like, instant teleportation Minato and, like, Kid Obito, it's that with, like, Obito versus Law. Law is just that much faster than Obito. The only thing is that, like, if Obito ever tries to hit Law at all, and Law figures out that, like, to touch me, to make contact with me, he has to be tangible, then he just blitzes Obito every time. I don't know how you do it, though. Sukuna versus MUI Goku, who you got? Is it stats equalized? Because Goku is 100% blitzing. He's blitzing Sukuna, like, negative, no concept of difficulty in base. MUI is just crazy. I think it absolutely got a point to see Julian MUI Goku's full powers. So, I don't know. I'm sure I've answered before, but just to get a word, would Luffy be able to beat Naruto or no? Luffy stomps out Naruto not because of outright being stronger, but because he's too fast. Naruto can't hit him. Remember that rant I went on about like Naruto and light speed? It's still a thing. Like, okay, put it like this. Let's say Naruto is star level, right? Let me just give Naruto like at least like the average midway points for like most of his scaling. Let's just say adult Hokage Naruto is star level. Let's just say for a second he's stronger than Kaguya. He can blow up a star. He can shoot a tailed beast bomb at the ground and just blow up, has enough power to blow up a star. It's never touching Luffy. I don't care what scenario you can make up. I don't care if you say he can make a million shadow clones. They can all fire a barrage of tailed beast bombs. They can't touch Luffy. It's too fast. The speed difference, it's like you can get Naruto consistently to light speed even in base, but how much is it KCM? How much is a KCM upgrade in terms of speed? How much is KCM in terms of like an actual speed buff, right? Because even if you were to say that like, okay, well, base Naruto is light speed because of like the data book state, well, because of like not a data book, a light novel statement, not base Naruto's light speed. It's like that's cute. That's honestly very cute for Naruto. I think that's genuinely a cute little feat that his base is light speed cute. You know who also has a bare minimum base light speed? Post time skip Luffy. Not Fishman Island Luffy. Not Punk Hazard Luffy. No. Right off the bat, post time skip Luffy is as fast as base Naruto. At that point, you have to ask, how big of an amp is 6-path Sage Mode? I don't know. I can't tell you. There's nothing to go off of. I couldn't tell you how much faster Sage 6-path mode turns and makes Naruto. I can't tell you how fast or strong Baryon mode makes Naruto. I can't tell you at all. You know why? There's nothing to go off of. There's nothing that I can use to even remotely get like a scaling chain going for me to say this transformation gives him this amount of a speed amp. And I can get Luffy at a low ball only using Dressrosa and Gear 4. I can get Wano Luffy before Advanced Conqueror's Haki. I can get him to 900 times light speed. While Naruto, I have no clue how fucking fast he is. But the fact is, if I can get Luffy to that much faster, and if you stack on Advanced Conqueror's Haki to his Gear 4, again, not even Egghead Luffy, not Elbaf Luffy, just Wano Luffy, if I can get him to 2,700 times faster than light before Gear 5, there's nothing Naruto could ever do. He can make a billion shadow clones. He's just getting blitzed every time. Future Sight is so stupid. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid, like the speed difference between these two verses. It's not even funny, man. I don't know, like, what else to say. Honestly, like, every single instance, like once I make the Naruto versus Luffy video, every single instance of the fight will like I think, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's only going to be close as far as I can tell. It's only going to be close up until we reach like the pre-time skip. Basically, I'm going about 5 rounds. Only the first 2 rounds are going to be kind of close. Every other round afterwards is just a complete shit stomp for Luffy because he basically blitzes Naruto before the neurons in his brains, his synapses even fire and comprehend that his head's been ripped off of his body. I'm sorry. Like, it's just that big of a stupid fucking speed difference. Okay, so you guys were saying something about, like, okay, they seal him? Number one is me, they can't seal Gojo. They have nothing to seal Gojo. It's not like Gojo can hurt the Kage. Can't hurt the Kage or keep up with them. Might have bring onto attention Julian, Goku versus Sukunite's full powers. Okay, no, that's already fine. The moon cannon is weird to scale. It's the cannon itself that's going to blow it up. It's not their chakra. Their chakra is just like a fuel source. You know what I mean? It's like you get the fuel, you fill it up, you charge it up, and then you shoot, but the cannon itself is doing the thing. It's not the fucking energy. It's the fucking cannon. I wonder if Rodoki could destroy a domain from within with dust release. Probably. Beyond infinitely no concept of diff. Void not even hacks. Toji from JJK versus Granola from Dragon Ball Super. I think you could argue he bypasses Gojo's Infinity with Curse Sword. He has no cursed energy. Then okay, sure. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, so I'll just leave you guys to that. I was thinking that Luffy attack on Kizaru, where he kind of sniped him out of the air from range. He's fast enough to hit a guy with that kind of speed and perception from real far. That's what I'm saying. Luffy is on his back laughing, and he stretches out his arm. His arm even made a little loop-de-loop. He just lost time by making that little loop-de-loop, and he snipes Kizaru off the air as he's trying to kill Kuma and Bonnie at light speed. What am I supposed to tell you? From a distance, bro, on his back while laughing. What the fuck is Naruto gonna do? Will you make shadow clones? Future sight! He knows everything Naruto will ever do before Naruto even gets the idea of doing it. It's not even close. I'm sorry. Can you paint me a picture? Okay, so here's how fast Luffy is. I can paint you a picture. He dodges like, okay, I'll paint you a better picture. I'll actually show you images. Okay, so Soul Hunter, if you could just get your eyes glued to the screen just for a tad bit, right? Okay, so I'm not gonna go with like any wild scaling, but just to give you an idea for starters. Where is it? The more he left, thousands of miles away. Sai can split a continent. Where the fuck did I put that? There was a NL. Let me look up something real quick. NL. There is a statement somewhere around here. Oh, okay. Okay. This actually has to go in... This has to go in like statements. So from an SBS, Oda says, what should you do? What should one do if NL shot down lightning bolts? First, Oda responds, first, guard yourself by ducking at light speed, then give him a golden right with a bit of rotation. So which means... Okay, even if you don't want to go with that scaling, that would, based on that scaling alone, that would already put the Straw Hats specifically, Luffy, Nami, and Usopp at light speed. If we want to just use that statement for starters, that puts them at light speed. Easy peasy lemon fucking squeezy. Real quick, right here. Why would Nami be light speed? Because she has her staff up, and Elle shoots a beam of lightning, and Nami puts her hand out, then swings it back, and she diverts the flow of one of Enel's thunderbolts. Cool. Well, that's not a light speed feat, Eon. That's only the speed of lightning. He says you have to duck it at light speed. Well, right here, Usopp walks out the door, just blasts his way out the door, dodges another lightning bolt. Nami and Usopp dodge another lightning bolt. Nami again dodges another lightning bolt. Usopp makes a front flip through a lightning bolt. Cool. Well, let's just say that's just lightning timers, right? Let's just say they're lightning timers, they're not light speed. Why would anyone be so stupid as to believe in SBS, right? Fair. You know what? You got it. That is 100% fair. Let's go to the Foxy Pirates for a second. Uses the slow beam, right? Foxy, this guy, this fucking goober right here. Nothing mysterious, just slowpoke photons. What did you do to Nami and the others? Slowpoke photons? And as yet undiscovered particle, whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all of its other properties but lose velocity. Slowpoke photons slow down anything they touch. I ate the slow fruit, so I can emit these photons from my body. That's rat scaling there, Eon. No, it's fair. You know what? We don't have to use that scaling. It's fine. So, okay, let's just say for a moment. That's not light speed. Let's say just for a moment that this attack, which is also called photons and a beam and light, isn't made out of light. Let's just say it's not light. Let's just say none of these attacks are light speed, right? Other than the fact that they also, reflect off of, again, mirrors, and Luffy dodges a bunch of them. But, okay, let's say none of that is light speed. Then let's just mosey on down. Let's mosey all the way on down. Again, class, this will be on the test. Let's mosey on down and talk about right here. Pacifista pulls out his hand. You see that? You see how he's like charging up a beam of light? Luffy dodges it. Luffy is on the ground. Dodges a beam of light. It's a beam! That wasn't a shockwave. It's a beam of light. From his hands and his mouth. Damn. Wait 1 second. I told you it's a beam. When you say beam, you mean a ray of light? A weapon like that is something out of a fairy tale. Pretend I'm dead. Mind you, again, this is pre-time skip. There's another beam of light being shot. That was Kizaru's laser. Vegapunk, in addition to Bartholomew Kuma's body, he reproduced Kizaru's ability. You know who Kizaru is? The guy who's quite literally made out of light. I had no idea the Pacifista had been developed this far. Let's continue. 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, let's go again. Well, what else? What else can we get for, like, beams of light? Well, actually, a prior arc to this, let's just go back quite a bit. Actually, the arc right before this one. Let's talk about the pawpaw fruit. Let's talk about the pawpaw fruit for just a second. I'm a paw man. Look at him with his little paws. Could he be repelling the air itself? A normal cannon shouldn't have any effect on Frankie. This is called the pad cannon. Air is repelled at light speed, creating shockwaves that penetrate anything. Swift pad cannon. Look at that. He shoots a barrage at Zoro, and then Zoro dodges through multiple light speed projectiles. Okay. So then let's just go straight into the post-time skip era. You know what? I think I've shown enough for the pre-time skip. I'll show enough. Let's not do any rat scaling. Let's just go into the post-time skip. Okay, so post-time skip, right? Post-time skip. Right here, a pacifista targets Luffy while he has his back turned. Luffy's walking, his back is turned, pacifista shoots at him. And from behind, Luffy does a backflip, or a front flip, I guess you could say in this case, and dodges a beam of light. Cool, what was that for? Oh, it's the real Monkey D. Luffy. I could bring up the anime right here, dodges a beam of light. By the way, you guys can do this for yourselves. When I was doing some editing, the pacifista is the same height as Bartholomew Kuma. They're like about 6-ish meters tall. 6 to 7-ish meters tall. They basically... No, sorry. They're like 5 meters tall. They're somewhere around like 15 feet tall. Something like that. I did some math. Basically, I took a square image that I made as close as possible to this pacifista's shape, going, I'd say about this down this line, then I turned it sideways and basically pointed it directly at Luffy. The distance between this guy and Luffy is about 1 3/4 of this guy, which means that this distance, I looked up Kuma's height, the pacifista should be about the same, it's about 30 feet. Luffy from 30 feet away dodged a beam of light casually, said it was too slow, then gave himself a 10 times amp with second gear and blitzed and one-shot the pacifista. We can just go through this over and over and over again, but you basically just keep upscaling Luffy from there on out. I can get Luffy to 900 times light speed by Wano before Gear 4, bare minimum, because Gear 4 is a 30 times amp bare minimum. No, I'm not going to debate it. No, if you tell me anything else, I am going to just say I do not agree with you. Luffy is bare minimum 30 times stronger. Actually, I think it's 300 times, but we could just go with 30 times. Again, as a low ball, because it says right here, how dare that ball boy. He's only made of rubber. He's hardening his skin with armament hockey and using the tensile force to raise his power several times beyond its limits. Several at bare minimum means 3 to 4 times because it's more than 2. And this isn't including a possible multiplier for armament hockey, which Luffy's body is covered in. I'm just going off of... By the way, it says several times beyond its limits. If you want, I can show it to you, but I don't feel like doing it. There is a statement from Rob Lucci, quite literally, that says he's essentially pushing his body to its limits. He's essentially surpassing his limits with his body by using second gear. So beyond its limits, several times beyond its limits would mean several times beyond second gear, which again, at least 3 times 10. A second gear is stated to be a 10 times amp per the One Piece Yellow Data book, so that would be at least 30 times. Luffy surpasses every single Gear 4 version, including the one from Whole Cake Island, which should be stronger, but I'm ignoring that. So just saying that, like, let's say if Luffy in his base didn't get any stronger throughout any of his fights in all of pre-time skip, and his only light speed in base, by the time he fights Doflamingo, he is at least 30 times faster than light with Gear 4. He is stronger in Wano in base with than his Gear 4 version from Dressrosa, which means base Gear Luffy, the one that fights Kaido on the rooftop, has to be at the lowest ball possible, 30 times faster than light. He stacks on Gear 4 onto that, 30 times 30, 900. He's 900 times faster than light. There goes my TED Talk. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk on One Piece speed scaling. Naruto gets blitzed every single fucking time. Sorry. Proving Buggy Solo Sukuna. True. Buggy D-Clown. Hey, Abidur, can you retype your comment? I'm sorry, you can like copy and paste it. That's a lot. Eon, Naruto is faster than One Piece because I like it more. See? That's what I'm saying. Brown Pants is right. It's faster because he likes it more, and I have no argument against that. If you like it more, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, 100%. Naruto's faster. If Eon uses SBS and the others it's wrong if Naruto does it, right? Yeah, it's wrong if I use an SBS, which is an actual, it's actual statements from the author that's answering, XYZ from the characters, but I guess that's answering direct questions from, the fans, but I guess data book statements are fine. You know what I mean? I guess Tamari can blow away the universe depending on how you choose to interpret it. Anyway, yeah. Sideline, we were a little sidetracked real quick. Well, would you read the new Kagura Bachi chapter live? I would. But anyway. Okay, so yeah, guys, the fight's gonna be Gojo versus the Five Kage. I'd like to see any arguments right now for the Five Kage, but I'm basically at like the position right now that like there's no way the Five Kage can win this fight. I tried, I've looked at it, I don't know how they win. I really don't. Particle style is like the one win condition. I'm legitimately looking for something to like. Okay, Gojo versus Five Kage. Who do you guys have? It's gonna be the next video. If there's anything anyone can bring up here that like I haven't thought of yet, you guys are more. Oh wait, I put a Q&A. No, it's not Q&A. Why do the Five Kage slam then? If you guys can answer me that, then you guys can tell me why the Five Kage slam. But I just generally don't think the Five Kage can do anything. Like, they quite literally have nothing they can do to touch Gojo. Particle Style can't solo because Particle Style has to travel. Particle Style has to cross a distance. It cannot touch Gojo, especially if we're talking about, like, the Particle Style, like the beam, that can't touch Gojo. The Particle Style, the one where, like, the Particle Dismantling Jutsu, the one that, like, creates, like, the square, the cube with the circle in the center, it only destroys things on the inside of it, and it can't reach Gojo. No matter how I look at it, it cannot reach Gojo. There's no reason for me to believe that it touches Gojo. Like, let me... Do I have to, like, bring up... I mean, I could, like, YouTube it to show it to you guys, but essentially, whenever the Particle Style, like, whenever Inoki does, like, any of the Particle Dismantling Jutsus, you see the little box have to travel and get within a certain distance of the opponent and for it to then expand. The way that Gojo's, curse technique works, or at least the way that Limitless works, is by mass, speed, cursed energy, and the shape of whatever is trying to invade his domain. The issue then there lies that actually, what chat? I don't think I have those downloaded. You could argue Noki could bypass his infinity, considering infinity doesn't block light particles. Particle Style is not light. Particle Style is not made out of light. There's nothing even remotely implies that Particle Style in of itself is light. You know what I mean? Like, I tried looking at it. There's nothing that says Particle Style is a light-based jutsu. It's not light. It has an actual shape, mass, and speed to it. So I don't know. Can't stop Particle Style. It doesn't have any mass. Why does it need to have mass to stop it? Why does it need to have mass? Actually, you can't argue it doesn't have any mass. You actually can't argue, since we know chakra and jutsu do have mass to them. You can't argue, unless there's a legitimate statement that says it doesn't have mass, you can't really argue that it doesn't. I, like, tried looking into it. Is not by Particle Style is such a random, stupidly broken jutsu, like, before Naruto got all DBZ ripoff. But the thing is that, like, what exactly is it stated that, like, Particle Style has no mass? If you guys could, like, give me an actual source that says it, I would love it. It would definitely change my entire outlook on the fight. But until I can get a canon statement from something in the series that states particle style has no mass, I have no reason to believe Gojo can't stop it. And you know what's crazy? The giant particle style that like give me a second actually. I need to grab some. I need to do something real quick. Let me get some napkins. Yeah, like there is just absolutely, what's the speed difference between them? Well, I'm glad you asked, because if you go by certain scaling, you can get Gojo to light speed, and let me just show you guys. Okay, so funny enough, and I've said this before. Gojo has, sorry, not Gojo. Sukuna has a better light speed, quote unquote, relativistic dodging feat than even Madara does, because Madara never dodges any like light speed attacks, as far as I can tell. I feel like if it did have mass, then Inoki would use lightning jutsu on it and make it faster, but it doesn't, so. I mean, why would he? Okay, that doesn't necessarily make sense, because Inoki can't use the lightweight boulder jutsu or the heavyweight boulder jutsu. He can't use it in conjunction with particle style, or else he could have just shot particle style attacks at Madara while on the Raikage's back. He can't do both at the same time, so that's not necessarily an argument. Oh yeah, Julian's also still in chat. Julian, there is one bit of contention. There's a bit of a contentious point that I have that I might need to bring up with you, because of this statement right here, and how Kinjaku survived it. Curse technique reversal? No, the gravity until now was curse technique reversal. The curse technique anti-gravity system was engraved in Kaori Itadori. Through lapse, I was able to avoid restrictions on unstable output and activation timing by using my own body as a domain. That was a frightening. I don't think he dodged the black hole on his own. The way the Five Kage wins is Gojo's uses infinite void. The Kage dodge it. Gojo's techniques will go on cooldown. Gojo doesn't need to actually void. That's entirely not true. I don't use verse equalization, so Gojo wouldn't be able to use domain expansion on them in the first place. If Gojo never uses domain expansion, he doesn't ever get a burnt out technique. They can't stop him. Oh, have a good night, Abidor. Have a good night. Yeah. So I don't think the whole like scaling for Kinjaku being able to move at 20% the speed of light, I don't think it applies, since at least here it implies that he used the anti-gravity system to remove it. You could have blown up the whole world, but your barrier and her will suppress it. So I have you to thank for it, which makes it a lot more. It makes it a lot more contentious. I can't really use the statement of Kinjaku, but yeah, the basic gist is this. Even if you think the speed difference is massive between the Five Kage and Gojo, they cannot bypass infinity. I've talked with this already on Discord. Again, if you guys would like to join the Discord, have some debates with me, or not even debates, but just have a conversation about, how verse battles would go, or join in a real-time voice chats where I just go over some of my videos beforehand with chat. You guys are more than welcome to do so. Again, it's only $2. The link is in the description below. How does Gojo beat the Five Kage? War of attrition, baby! He can't run out of energy, but they can. Okay, so to put it simply, let me make it clear. I'll just bring up some. I'll just bring up a flick of the Five Kage. Five Kage. Okay, so in character, wouldn't Gojo at least try using his domain? Well, he would notice in terms of a location where in terms of a superposition where they are fighting with no verse equalization. The Kage, none of them are sensory types, but they wouldn't be able to sense Gojo's chakra since he doesn't have any. Gojo would, with the six eyes, would be able to tell and see the difference between. Let me just show you real quick. I'm gonna use the wiki just for this because I don't feel like looking up actual chapters, but Gojo, Satoru Gojo, Six Eyes. Let me just resume browsing right here. We'll just Google search it. Essentially right here, and before I get any comments saying why are you using the wiki and shit like that, I've mentioned this already in my Discord voice chat. The wiki usually has a couple of footnotes that tell you where to find certain information, so I'm just using it for that, just to give you guys an overall I'm just giving you guys the spark notes of it. But essentially, the Six Eyes can see the flow of cursed energy, empowering the bearer with the ability to read an individual's curse technique in use and determine its function. They can even differentiate between different types of cursed energy and help the user identify a person based on it. Gojo would automatically see that none of the Five Kage have cursed energy. As soon as the fight starts, they would not have any cursed energy. Gojo would not be able to discern any of their abilities through the Six Eyes. The Six Eyes are only being useful for using Limitless itself. That would mean Gojo would know for a fact that he cannot use domain expansion against them because they have no cursed energy, so the domain can't target them. Could the water chick just bypass Infinity with her mist attack like it didn't Gojo struggle to defend against poisons or something? No, because Gojo, let me see right here. 1 second. 140. Was it chapter 140? No, chapter 140 was when Yuta brought up that Gojo can't run out of energy. Does anybody know the chapter where Gojo's going over his things with what's his face? 1 second. Let me just okay, right here. But Sensei has the 6 eyes. He loses almost no energy when he activates a curse technique. Of course, Sensei is the best after the 1 second, guys. I have to go on mute. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Discord link, it's in the description, actually. It's in the description. You guys can check it out. I should have it up there, and if not, I can post a link right now. But essentially, Gojo was working, at least at the time where he figured out, at least as of the time where like he figured out reverse curse technique after the whole situation with Toji. Gojo essentially said that he's trying to allocate it to poisons at the time, but he said that he hadn't quite figured it out yet. It's stated in Shonen foreign energy can bypass infinity if you're not using verse equalization in the Kage Slam. Where is it stated that foreign energy can bypass? Where is it stated? Because again, that would change the entire outlook of the fight. In character, this is before, so we'd actually have to go a little bit farther in before that. Let's go to 82. No, so we still have to go farther back. Can you give me a chapter void, please? Okay, so we'll just move up like 4 chapters, I think. Miguel used the whip with a foreign energy. The whip was specifically designed to negate curse techniques. It's not the same thing. Well, now Kenjaku wasn't using anti-gravity from the start as in the first panel. He's pretty surprised and throws his arm up and says black hole, meaning he hadn't used anti-gravity till then. Okay, that's fair. But I mean, that still makes the thing about it, Julian, is that it still makes the feat actually... What do you think would win between Luffy and Ichigo? From my opinion, as someone who, again, doesn't scale Bleach, but most people seem to say it's somewhere between, like, Universal or Multi-Galaxy or whatever the fuck you think it is, I'd say Ichigo wins. I don't know if I can argue that Ichigo's as fast as Luffy. Does Gojo drop Infinity to poach someone? No, he doesn't. He doesn't need to drop Infinity at all. Okay. So, right, let me show you guys. Let me just actually save these images real quick. 76, P8... Gojo tests out Limitless. All right. What was that? An automatic targeting option for Jujutsu techniques? Yep. What I'd been doing manually, I can now do automatically. It's not just the intensity of cursed energy, but its mass, speed, and shape. I can use them all to distinguish the danger of the object. It would be nice to eventually distinguish poisonous objects as well, but that'll take time. Right now, I can almost always keep Limitless active at all times while using minimal resources. You're gonna fry your brain. I also have reverse curse technique running around the clock to preserve myself. A fresh brain at all times. I finally perfected minimizing the necessary hand signs, simultaneously activating multiple reds and blues, respectively, is coming along as well. Other than that, I have to do work on my domain and long distance teleportation techniques. I'll calculate the speed for the first panel. At that point, Kinjaku was visibly surprised, meaning he hadn't activated anti-gravity, meaning he had to have moved at relativistic speed. Okay. I have to go. We'll be back in a bit. The stream's still up. Okay. But, okay, so essentially my argument is this. even without going into like the speed argument first, before you go, Void, this is the essentially the argument. The Kage cannot touch Gojo. None of the Kage have any jutsu that can reach Gojo. I'm not kidding. I've looked into it. You can look at the Kage's jutsu list. The only thing Mei can do is perform the still mist jutsu, whatever the fuck it was called, to essentially remove Gojo's line of sight. But Gojo can remove that through lapse by simply converting all of the mist, by simply absorbing all of the mist into a giant blue lapse. Inoki, I'll go into him last. Gaara cannot seal away Gojo. The sand is what carries the sealing jutsu. The sealing jutsu cannot touch Gojo. Even if you argue that he creates a giant pyramid around Gojo, he either hollow purples right out of it, since again, it's not touching him and can't restrain his movements, or he slaps his hands together and teleports right out of there. We don't know what the exact... have you started reading Dandadan, or are you anime only for now? I'm only anime only until the first season finishes. Once the first season finishes, I'll read it, and then I can start once the first season finishes, I will look into it, watch it, and depending on how much I like it, I'll start reading the manga. Okay, 1 second. So, Gaara can't seal Gojo. Now, there was a statement from Genjaku Tami that Gojo needs to meet specific conditions to teleport. I cannot tell any of you what the specific conditions are because it's never elaborated on. However, he did mention that he can do long distance teleportation. I still don't know what it is yet, but I can tell you that if the Kage were to somehow seal away Gojo in a giant pyramid, he either blasts his way out with hollow purple, probably blasts his way out with red, unless you think that red isn't strong enough. I don't know. I'm not going to argue it. And he can either also teleport his way out. So that's the first thing. Raikage and Tsunade cannot touch Gojo. Even if you want to argue the Raikage is faster, he cannot hit Gojo. She cannot hit Gojo. She's playing healing. The best he's doing is running around with Inoki on his back. Inoki. I can probably bring up a video or two, but just to show you guys real quick. Also, does anybody know what chapter... Actually, can somebody please do me the favor of looking up like what chapter Inoki fights? What's his face? What the fuck is that? I don't care. Can somebody please look up the chapter where Inoki fights with Mu with the second Tsuchikage? I would really love to see that. There is a statement from that I do need to get. Essentially, Tsuchikage particle style. Okay. Let's look this up real quick. We'll just keep it... No, we don't care about the noise, we don't care about the sound. Okay, so let's just move on ahead. Okay. So he makes the orb, and then has to throw it at them, basically. You see that? Let me slow it down again. The orb has to cross a distance, guys. Let's do playback at 0.25 speed. Let's just go back like 1 second. Right here. Okay. So, pay attention right here. You see how the orb has to, like, walk up to Gojo first? To be fair, I'm pretty sure Gojo's teleportation is just him using blue to move so fast it only appears as teleporting. It's stated to be actual teleportation, and Kusakabe says that Gojo works by compressing coordinates. So again, I can't tell you. I don't know. Like, there's not enough info on it. But for this thing to pop up in front of Gojo, it would have to expand, but it has to expanding still has to cross a distance, and again, it cannot expand on Gojo since it has to bypass Limitless. It has mass, it has speed, it has a shape to it, and especially if it's a simplistic shape like a sphere with a square around it, I cannot tell you whether or not particle style will actually hit. I have nothing to go off of other than whether or not you think particle style somehow bypasses infinity and somehow bypasses space itself. That's the basic gist of my argument. I think there's more, at least there's such a lack of evidence for either one of these two abilities working one another, since there's nothing in Naruto that works like Limitless, and there's nothing in JJK that works like particle style. So it makes it really annoying to have to debate in the first place. However, you still have to argue that it could expand on top of Gojo, which again, to expand, it has to cross space, and it can't cross space and invade Gojo's domain because of Limitless. Therefore, I don't think it can do it. Not to mention, and the reason why I asked before if anyone can look up when the Tsuchikage fights Mu is because there is a statement where the Tsuchikage says that he's using up his chakra, or that he's wasting a lot of chakra doing particle style. The basic gist of my argument is this. Let's say, for whatever reason, you think, okay, well, Gojo is nowhere near fast enough to keep up with any of the Kage, including the Raikage, especially the Raikage. Let's say they're so much faster than he is, even though they're all massively slower than the Raikage. So, let's just say, for a second, the Raikage, he can't even, like, he can barely tell where the hell the Raikage's moving, and the other Kage are, like, faster than he can at least move, right? That's all fine, because the only thing, again, she can do is obscure his vision, which he can stop with lapse. The only thing he can do is keep the Five Kage off of his own range with sand, since he can't touch Gojo, he can't grab Gojo, he can't displace Gojo, he can't seal Gojo. She cannot touch Gojo, she cannot hit Gojo ever, she cannot do anything whatsoever to even remotely hit Gojo. He also can't do jack shit. Tsunade can possibly heal the Five Kage, but if any of the Five Kage get hit with Hollow Purple, they are fucked. They are fucked. They cannot do anything. If he can't, the outcome is pretty easy. I feel like you guys are just talking about like Bleach and One Piece at this point. Nobody's listening to me. I'm just yapping to myself. Anyway. So the reason why I want to bring this up is because Gojo uses up an infinitesimally small amount of fucking cursed energy. Chapter 140, page 16. Where is it? Fuck. Let me actually take these images first. Gojo's... How can you catch him off guard? Limitless is always up. You can't catch Gojo off guard. Limitless is quite literally always active. It's like, oh, he teleported behind me. Oh, she appeared to my left. Well, I mean, I'm safe. Gojo could just stand there and there's nothing they could do about it. I'm not kidding. There's quite literally nothing they can do about it as far as I can tell. Yeah, Gojo can also just choose exactly what it is that, like, bypasses his thing, so... And here's the thing, and one second, guys. Gojo's Limitless. I'm just going to call it Limitless, yeah. One second. Now, before somebody says, well, Onoki's particle dismantle jutsu literally destroys something at a molecular level. Well, because of the six eyes, Gojo can manipulate cursed energy at the atomic level. So you can't even argue some BS about like, oh, well, the particles would be too small for Gojo to ever stop, because he can, again, manipulate cursed energy at an even smaller level than molecules. He works at atomic level. Discord link. You can catch him off guard with sound attacks. Which one of them have sound attacks? Last time I checked, none of the Kage have a single sound-based attack. Gojo became the strongest. I'll send the Discord, the Ko-Fi link in a second, guys. 10... Gojo is the strongest. Okay. Mario versus Luigi, who wins? I think Luigi has like more potential in Naruto than Mario as a whole. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, Gojo Six Eyes work at the atomic level, so you also can't say some shenanigans about like molecular BS with Onoki. I got you right now. What do you think wins in a clash between Purple and Particle Style? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know how that would go out. Maybe just a massive explosion. Was gonna get on, so you guys got off. Turns back on PS5. Pulls up tomorrow. I was joking and never got back on, but Jose's offspring might bless us today on this very Tuesday. Wavy. Sorry, I'm reading a message. I'll post the Discord, the Ko-Fi link in a second, guys. 1 second. Ko-Fi right here. I'm gonna have to mute this motherfucker real quick though. Okay, so my page. I'll do it. Share your link. Copy. There we go. I'll post it from my phone. It'll just be easier for me to like look it up and everything rather than open up more pages. Live. Hey, we got 24 people in. I wasn't even paying attention how many people were in. I hope everybody's been having a good day so far. I hope everybody has a good rest of their afternoon, if anything. Today is Tuesday only. Alright, I have to go to the gym tomorrow then. I also have to mute my friend because yeah, I don't want you guys hearing Tom and Jerry yells. There's the Ko-Fi link just in case and everything, and I'm gonna pin it just in case. Again, it's only like $2. You only have to subscribe once, and you're basically in the Discord. And I am gonna be promoting more like video posts within the Discord itself. You know, like voice chat only with me in chat. Fuck this man, I'm asking. Mario versus Luigi, who wins? I'm gonna say Mario for now because I don't think Luigi would. I think there's like, isn't there like statements, there's like a statement or something from like a game saying that like Luigi has like higher potential than Mario. I guess you could probably give it to Luigi, but I mean like Mario would just have a more. Wouldn't Mario have a more decked out arsenal? If anything, it would be Luigi, right? Unless is there like any amps that Mario can have on his own that Luigi can't use? I don't know. It's weird. Which is funny because then Apu negs Gojo and the Five Kage can't. Yeah, Apu can probably neg Gojo if Gojo can't stop sound. Before I head out, I'm just curious. Have you read God of High School? I've seen the anime. It was okay. It like got to a point, at least within like the first season, where I just thought, what the fuck is happening? I'm not understanding what the power system is supposed to be. And then I just didn't care. Did you know Osama? No, I did not know Osama. What if Gojo can't be caught off guard? How did he get trapped in the box? He got trapped in the box because he saw his dead friend alive, walking and talking, and he said, "No, that can't be Geto." Especially since he very much killed his own friend. So what Kabuto used in part 1 to extend her chakra still has to bypass a space. The chakra would still have to go beyond her hand, and even if she tried to like punch Gojo, it's not like the chakra itself is gonna like flow in. You know what I mean? That is true. Mario did technically. It was Mario. I mean, Mario could have been the cause, but he didn't destroy it himself, did he? They cut out a lot in the anime. You're lying. You probably are Osama under a fake alias. That's crazy. You can stop sound. He can filter it. It's shown in the series. He can usually filter sounds. I mean, if he can, that just makes it all the better. But the Kage don't have it. Listen, let me just put it like this. I can put up the Naruto Wikia right now. I can bring it up because it has all of the Kage's known jutsu. I can literally list off every single jutsu that wouldn't work against Gojo, and the Kage have nothing. Now, they have nothing. Quite literally, they have nothing that hits Gojo. So, he can hear shit, so he's got caught off guard in the series by it. So, and anyway, none of them use sound-based ninjutsu, so it doesn't genuinely matter. But, put it like this. The Kage all have chakra. They all will run out of chakra. Gojo, on the other hand, you can't really argue he will run out of chakra because he uses chakra cursed energy to such a tiny degree that he's the only character in all of JJK that even surpasses Sukuna in terms of efficiency. Gojo has such good efficient control that he basically uses up the closest percentage possible to zero in terms of cursed energy, and he can just replenish his cursed energy easily by imbuing it himself with more negative emotions, which he can just use as explained with Yuji. So then the issue basically comes up here. Let's just say the war, and I'm just saying this is a war of attrition. I'm not even going to go with the speed argument for now. I'm going to bring up a speed argument, but essentially put it like this. If any of the Five Kage at any point in an exhausted state get hit by Hollow Purple, they are dead. There is nothing they can do to stop the attack. It's basically like a particle style dismantle jutsu. It blasts right through everything that they can possibly use for defense. Maybe you can make some weird argument for the Raikage, that's fine, but I hope you have a good night. Have a good night, Julian. It basically boils down to this. Can the Kage hit Gojo? No. Can Gojo hit the Kage? Yes, but even if you want to argue that like the speed difference is massive, eventually they're going to get tired. The Kage, if we're like fighting in like, let's say like in an enclosed space, and I don't mean like literally enclosed space, I mean like if there is a finite border to whatever dimension or whatever you want to put these guys in, Eventually they will get cornered. Eventually they will slow down. At some point they have to use chakra to dodge Gojo, whether it's to amplify their leg movements, etc., use any kind of jutsu. They have a finite resource, whereas Gojo has a resource that no matter how much he uses it, will never run out. Domain expansion is not even an argument because he would know that they don't have cursed energy, so it's out of talks. It's out of the discussion. He's never going to be in a burnt out state. He can use blue laps to pull in the Kage. He can use blue laps to displace the Kage, throw them around, do whatever the fuck he wants, displace Inoki on the Raikage's back if that's the case. Even if you think that red wouldn't do much to hurt them, again, I've said this before. Naruto characters do not have as insane durability as people seem to think that they do. They really just don't. Even if you want to argue that blue and red can't hurt the Kage, and I don't know how they would survive getting crushed. Let me show you guys the image. Actually, why the fuck am I even switching it up? I'll just bring it up here. No, we don't need this one. He did it with Agito also. Almost forgot. But what do you think of Bonnie joining the Straw Hats? I think she's the final member to join the Straw Hats. I don't know anybody else that should join. Maybe make the argument for Yamato, but I don't... I mean, Yamato would be fine. Yamato's still a powerhouse, so I'm cool with Yamato. It has to be either be Yamato or Bonnie. And in a perfect world, both. But it's between it's between the two of them or Vivi. And honestly, I'm cool with, like, anyone joining up the Straw Hats. I'm cool with, like, any of the three of them joining up the Straw Hats. Mostly just because, like, I think it's just more interesting than having another dude show up. For no reason other than I feel like they need a bit more, like, female characters in the Straw Hats. I feel like only Nami and Robin... I think it's like just too little of like a ratio, and I don't mean it for any other reason other than like, you know, we've got all of this kind of diversity, but only two girls. I don't know, like, I feel like they should get at least one more. I like Vivi as an option because she could be a diplomat for the Straw Hats. I like Yamato because she's a powerhouse, and I like Bonnie just because she could be like the apprentice pirate, kind of like how Buggy and what's his face were. Shanks, that guy, yeah, that fucking fraud. Okay, somewhere here. Okay. By the way, Perfect World, Vivi, and Yamato. Perfect World, Vivi, Yamato, and fucking Bonnie. Gojo is multi-continental, by the way, yep. I think Vivi's going to be part of the story, important. Yeah, is a YouTuber who makes videos like superpowers, useless in real life, stuff like that, and disproves a lot of anime takes in his videos, but maybe he asks if you've heard of him because you disprove a... I disprove a what? I never heard of Osalama. I could probably check out one of his videos, though. It's not one of those videos today. It's not one of those like streams today. I'm not looking up anything with you guys. I'm just doing this. But essentially, one second. Where is it? Okay, Agito. Like, what's stopping him from doing this to one of the Kage? I'm sorry. Like, if he catches one of the Kages in a blue laps, he's crushing them. And before anyone says, but Tsunade can heal the Kage, hollow purple, what are they gonna do? What, she gonna heal? What, she's gonna, like, they're gonna stop him? What exactly are the Kage gonna do to, like, stop Gojo from just targeting Tsunade and anybody that she's healing, right? They can't heal while moving. Well, I guess you could say Gaara, grabs them with some sand clouds, throws them up into the air, and then they can heal from up top, but then Gojo just compresses coordinates, teleports up top, and then just shoots him with a hollow purple again. It's just not even close. I mean, you can maybe say that the Kage, like, outstat Gojo, but it's like they can't touch him. I think that, like, no matter how I look at this fight, it's like you have to basically make a really weird argument for particle style. You have to make a really weird argument for particle style. I'm going to be honest with you. There's no argument for sealing technique since the sealing jutsu can't touch Gojo. Gojo can't run out of energy, he can spam attacks. Meanwhile, the Kage have to essentially reserve their chakra reserves. Even if you argue that Tsunade can heal them, she can't heal them losing limbs. I'm just saying this right now. If on the byproduct that, like, let's say Tsunade, for example, gets hit by a hollow purple, she's not regenerating. The Tsunade has never shown the capacity to regenerate limbs, and I can literally show you an image right now of Gojo regrowing an entire arm. I'm gonna be honest, strength of 100 healings is just straight up worse than RCT. If a character in JJK has RCT, they are automatically a better self-healer than Tsunade. Now, Tsunade can heal characters better than, like, RCT would work against... Tsunade can heal other characters better than, like, let's say foreign RCT can handle. But because it's biased, but put it like this, Eon. There's no way to argue that these guys, they acting crazy and slow at the same time. I wouldn't say they're acting slow. You go and stream the finals tonight. That's always a lit time. I could stream the finals tonight. Our boy Brandon should probably be getting on. But the thing is, I don't want to stream the finals tonight. Is partially because I might not play for too long. Brandon is my friend Brandon, who might be getting on tonight, is the one guy that I watch One Piece with. I might watch with another friend, but like I need to catch. We're like 5 episodes. We're like a month and a half behind on One Piece, almost 2 months behind on One Piece, and that's because this motherfucker's just busy with work, which is fine, and I'm not upset by it. I know what happens. I read the manga. More so, I need my fix, and I'm not getting it, and it sucks. Kakashi needs DMS to beat Gojo. Yeah, Kakashi, I know, I think he doesn't need DMS, he just needs Kamui. I think they can dodge purple for a while. Since it's not an attack, he can just unleash in an instant. That is true, but the thing is that, like, again, if they ever get hit by purple, that's just whatever body part that got hit by purple, that part's just gone. If the Tsuchikage, for example, loses a hand to hollow purple, I don't know if you can argue, you can do, well, maybe you can do it with one hand, though I think he has to form the shape with both hands. Guys don't understand that the fourth grade ninja work. Obito actually gave Kakashi 2 manga gears. I don't know. Yeah, Kakashi may need Kamui to beat Gojo, but he can still beat him. Kakashi beats Obito. Kakashi does, not Obito. Kakashi does beat Gojo, but strictly because of Kamui. If he looks at Gojo's head, it's not like Limitless is something that Kakashi can see. And, excuse me, and the focus point of Kamui is whatever Kakashi's eye is focusing on. It bypasses Limitless because Limitless, it's not like it's an actual wall in front of Gojo. It's just empty space. Kamui spawns right on top of whatever Kakashi is looking at, which means it would spawn directly on Gojo's head. Therefore, he would snipe Gojo's head right clean off. My thing is, but I'm not arguing Kakashi, I'm arguing the Five Kage. Tsunade can't hit him. She's basically relegated to only healing. The Raikage is basically relegated to moving people out of the way. Mei, the best she's doing is wasting chakra, creating mists that Gojo could, again, remove with blue laps. And mind you, and I'm just going to say this, guys, real quick, right here. How the fuck are they dodging this? How the fuck are they dodging impromptu hollow purple? Like, somebody actually answer this for me. How do they just dodge the impromptu hollow purple? Like, if he just uses blue laps on them, pulls them all in, and then shoots a red at it, that's impromptu hollow purple right there. It doesn't... Because here's the thing. Hollow purple will hit Gojo if he doesn't, like... If he doesn't restrict hollow purple, it hits him too. But he'll always suffer less damage anyway. What's the earliest version of Naruto that Gojo can defeat? Sorry for repeat. Oh, no, you're good. If I didn't see it, that's just on me. Earliest version of Naruto? Well, the earliest version of Naruto that Gojo can defeat is Baby Naruto. If you mean the latest version of Naruto, probably Sage Mode. I don't know if Gojo can exactly stop... I don't know if Gojo can exactly stop nature energy from invading his domain. Actually, he probably can't stop nature energy from invading his domain, since that I can't tell you whether or not it has a mass to it, but it definitely is. So he probably loses to Rasen Shuriken, like Kakuzu Naruto back. I think he beats any version of Naruto that's Kakuzu back. Because Four Tails Naruto, again, doesn't matter how heavy the Chakra Blast is, he can always either teleport himself out or probably just clash a Hollow Purple with a Tailed Beast Bomb. The resulting explosion would probably get him, I don't know, but again, Limitless stops the explosion from actually touching him. Isn't instant though, right? Maybe Gojo could dodge it. That's if Gojo has an idea of what Kamui is, but if Gojo's head starts to like get spun into like the Kamui dimension, and Kamui can react to the Susanoo arrows, which Kakashi says he couldn't have dodged it otherwise. I don't know if Gojo can dodge it himself. You know what I mean? Kamui almost seems to be it's not instantaneous, but it feels like it's instantaneous considering the speed tier. I mean, he could be stronger than Luffy, though I wouldn't see how he could beat Luffy. I don't care about whether or not a character is stronger. I only really care if like we're talking about whether or not they can win in a fight, at least within the context of the fight. I'm fine with any character being stronger than any other character. You know what I mean? Like, let's bring up for example one of you guys earlier said, so, your friend thinks that Sakura can beat Kaido. Let's just go off of the basis that like Sakura didn't catch. Let's just go off of the basis that like, okay, hypothetical, Sakura is could hurt an on-guard Kaguya. Let's go off of the idea that Sakura with a punch could hurt a Kaguya that is on guard, and like let's say she dodged some of Kaguya's attacks, got in front of her, and then punched her. Let's say it was a blitz and shit, right? I would argue at that point Sakura is probably stronger than Kaido. Probably. Again, I don't know. I don't think Kaguya... Well, Kaguya depends... She scales like Haxes or whatever. I don't know. But the point is, let's just say, like, Kaguya's star level, and she has... Hypothetically, she has star level durability, and Sakura could punch her in the face on guard, dodges her attacks and punches her in the face. I'm fine with saying, yeah, Sakura is stronger than Kaido if that were the hypothetical scenario. I hate the character, I don't respect the character, and I will take any chance I can to like disrespect her and call her a C-word, but she's stronger than Kaido. What do you want me to tell you? Now, whether or not she wins in a fight, that's a bit different, but we were talking about too many hypotheticals at that point. Couldn't outspeed Hollow Purple? It's not so much whether... Well, that's the thing. That's where the speed argument comes in. Because, hear me out. As Julian brought up earlier, they left, but they brought this up earlier. Let me just go back real quick. I'll go into like the speed argument in just a second, Mr. Pillow. Just give me one chance. Why does someone keep repeating the Naruto will lose to Gojo? It doesn't matter which version. I'm still getting... I mean, CJ, you need to relax. Like... If someone says something and we're just talking about opinions and stuff, stop saying that I mean, you don't, well, you can get upset by it. You're allowed to get upset by it. I'm not going to tell you to stop, but, I mean, try not to spread that negativity into the chat. You know what I mean? Also, like, what's stopping Gojo from just doing this to the Five Kage and just pulling them in and just punching them? Like, even Hikari and like Yuta say, like, have any of you ever taken an actual full force punch from Gojo? They're like, no, it's like getting hit with a counter punch. And I'll get into this in a second. I also think Gojo's punches can hurt. The Kage. I really do. Maybe not but they can definitely hurt the Five Kage. Let me see if I can find the statement, though. One second, guys. Where is the statement for the counterpunch thing? Whatever. I don't really care about that right now. Asteroid. I don't know if she should be stronger than her War Arc self. That's fine. I don't know if you can argue she's stronger than any One Piece character. Well, decent One Piece characters at least. Mid to top tiers. Like, here's the thing. I don't think Sakura scratches content. I think Sakura at best in terms of AP scratches continental, and that's me being very like... And that's me really giving her something. That's me, like, genuinely trying to give her... Hey, what's up, Carlos? I got something for the Kage to win yet? No, nobody's, like, giving me anything even remotely close for the Kage. If you want a basic gist of it, though, Void, essentially what I said is... the only thing Mei is doing is probably obscuring Gojo's line of sight, but he can just remove it with Mist, but he can just remove it with Blue Lapse. Anoki, again, particle style arguments are weird. It's a 50-50. Like, I'll say this. It's a 50-50 on whether or not you think particle style works. It really is. Gaara can't seal him. Tsunade can only heal. She's not doing anything else. And ultimately, they will run out of chakra. If Tsunade uses the mitotic regeneration seal, she is going to run out of chakra. So is the Raikage. So is Anoki. Especially if Anoki is, like, spamming particle style jutsu and they just can't land a hit on him. I just don't see how the Five Kage have anything in their arsenals that exactly wins them the fight. Mostly just because, like, what hits Gojo? You know what I mean? It's like, and if nothing can hit Gojo, they're just wasting chakra at that point. They're just wasting energy essentially trying to hit this man, which He won't run out of energy, and eventually, at some point, if he catches any of them with a hollow purple, whatever limb of their body got hit by hollow purple, it's done. It's out. It's lost. Tsunade is not out healing a gone arm. Tsunade doesn't even have any feats for herself of regrowing entire limbs. You know what I mean? So it's like, how can I even make an argument that like she has better recovery than RCT? You know what I mean? They can dodge purple. How are they dodging purple if Gojo does an impromptu hollow purple? Shoots a blue, they get pulled in by blue. Shoots a red, boom, impromptu hollow purple, giant explosion, they all die. I don't know. Like, at any point in the fight, here's what I'm saying. If the fight lasts 3 days, they're still running on fumes, he's running fine. At any point that they run out of energy, or they run out of chakra, or they start to slow down, blue, red, hollow purple, impromptu, big explosion, they die. It's that simple. I have a joke. How can you scale anyone in Naruto to multi-continental? There's only one continent in Naruto, Earth, and nothing ever comes close to destroying it. You could probably say the Ten Tails, but that's basically it. That's fine, but damaging Kaguya would make her physically stronger than Kaido. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know about harming Kaguya would make her physically stronger than Kaido. That's definitely not true. Kaguya was caught off guard. I mean, in the hypothetical I brought up, sure, that's fine. But Kaguya was caught off guard, and Kaguya's also weak to, not weak, but she's also has no defenses against, she doesn't have like exactly enhanced defenses against taijutsu. Kaguya is 100% still vulnerable to taijutsu. So, speed argument, right? Isn't existence erasure? It doesn't have to be existence erasure. It literally rips the body part right off of you. I could show you the image with Toji, who it has a natural resistance against cursed energy, and he got his entire arm blown off. If Tsunade loses an arm, she's not growing it back. She doesn't have a single feat that she could do it. You know what I mean? No, Sakura is not stronger than... Okay, again, yeah, okay. Hollow purple isn't causing major damage to the Kage. Sukuna tanked that shit. Sukuna has cursed energy reinforcement. He can reinforce his limbs with cursed energy. Tsunade and Sakura break their own hands from their own punches. Makes you wonder how Sukuna survived it. Sukuna has, again, cursed energy reinforcement. He reinforced his body with cursed energy. That's a lot more than you can do than, like, let's say the Kage. Tsunade's out here with the mitotic regeneration seal, covering her entire body in chakra, constantly healing herself, and Madara's swords are still piercing her. I'm not gonna sit here and hear some bullshit about how Madara's non-perfect Susanoo blades are somehow have more AP than Gojo's hollow purple. At least I don't believe that they do. Okay, so Julian's not here anymore, but he basically brought up some speed scaling for me for these characters where Kenjaku survives, and I brought this point up, but essentially Kenjaku survives, no, here's the thing, Kaiokrim. The Raikage is the only one out of them that I think can survive a hollow purple. The Raikage has a tougher physique, as stated by his father. They have a much tougher physique than most ninja. They are durable as fuck. What I'm saying is Inoki, Mei, Gaara, and Tsunade are not surviving hollow purple. Is the Discord link in the Ko-Fi? I will send it to you personally. Let me just do that right now, Chasen. My apologies. Let me do that right now for you. I send it personally so that way I can know who is and isn't in the Ko-Fi. 1 second, guys. Why am I always missing streams? You're fine, Six. Julian, Calx brought this up earlier. But I should probably let the chat in Discord know that I'm streaming. I just completely forgot. Okay, so old man, how do I do this again? 1 second, guys, please. Okay, so view detail. Oh, write a message. There we go. Send a private message. There we go. And then let me get the Discord link for you right here. Welcome and rules. Invite, edit, never, one use, save, copy link. There we go. All right, Jason, I got you right now. Here is the Discord link. You can just join whenever you want. Onoki tanked the meteor from Madara, and a meteor is not hollow purple. A meteor is not hollow purple. Tanking a meteor is not the same as tanking hollow purple. Enel versus Five Kage, Enel gets destroyed. If the Five Kage hit him with water, yeah, Enel gets destroyed. The Raikage should be too fast unless you think that Enel's light speed. Anoki tanking a meteor from Madara is what's going to do. Is that going to do against put it like this. The meteor is a physical attack that the weight of it is just falling on Anoki's head. Yes, he survived that, but he almost died from it. Remember that. He was essentially, they essentially had to like immediately put him under medical ninjutsu to start healing this man. He did not tank the attack. He survived it. That is different. You know what I mean? He was down and out from that attack alone. His head was basically crushed. Well, not crushed, but his head was basically bleeding. This man was not okay. So that's not exactly tanked. He also lightened the second meteor, so he only had like the weight of one meteor on his head. Let's say like a weight of a meteor and a half. I don't know. So that's for starters. Second, it's not an energy-based attack. Like, it's like a false equivalence type of thing where you say that like, oh, well, this character survived, I don't know, getting crushed. They would survive a Kamehameha. Well, a Kamehameha doesn't crush you. It blasts you with energy. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a weird argument to make. Yeah, no, I would say that like Tsunade and A are like island level. I wouldn't say they're multi-continental. Because like multi-continental is like where you can get it's like where you can get what's his face, Hashirama. It's not simply a meteor, it's a chakra amped meteor. It's a chakra amped meteor? How do you know it's chakra amped? What is it about it that says it's chakra amped? At best, you could say he pulled it in from the atmosphere. It's not chakra amped. I don't even know what the exact circumstances behind Heaven's Concealed is. He probably pulled it in from outer space, which again is fine, but or he probably also just summoned it. You know what I mean? Like, he either pulls it in from space or summons it, but he clearly didn't pull it in from space because then it would reach terminal velocity and would ignite itself on fire. Which it wasn't. So, it's weird. Sakura versus Sukuna, who wins? Domain expansion kills Sakura every time. She can't out-heal it. I don't think she can out-heal it. Strength of 100's healing it's not better than RCT, and Gojo needed full RCT while that was happening. I'm being honest here. She cannot win. So which stronger, Particle Style or Hollow Purple? I don't know which is stronger, but here's the thing. Particle Style can't hit Gojo. Hollow Purple can't hit the Kage. Creates the martyr with his chakra. Can you prove that? I don't know if you can prove that. I mean, just because it's made out of chakra does not mean it's chakra amped. Like, it doesn't mean that the attack itself... It's like, okay, let me rephrase it. That made no sense. My bad. That was stupid. That makes no sense. Let me look up Heaven's Concealed real quick. Let me look up this fucking jutsu real quick. Heaven Concealed. Heaven Concealed. Naruto. Tengai Shinsei. Yeah, there we go. There anything? Okay, so 3 simultaneously between themselves and their Susanoo in order to draw in a massive meteor from the upper atmosphere down towards a specific location on the ground. Okay, so no, they're bringing it in. He's not creating the meteor, he's bringing it in. The databooks say Madara just pulled the meteor from outer space. Yes, okay, so he pulled in the meteor from outer space, so it's not chakra amped, he just pulled it in. But what do I want me to say? And we see scaling above A and AP. That is true, she does scale above A. Gaara and Oki also had worked together to stop the first meteor. That is also true. Kermit the Frog over Sukuna. See, Kermit the Frog, though, like, depending on the version of Kermit the Frog we're talking about, he might just not even be targeted by, like, domain extension. It might just be too fast. Like, I don't know if Sukuna can land a guaranteed hit on Kermit the Frog. That's the issue. I don't know if Yuki's exact... I think, like, the Tailed Beasts have been at least interpreted to be, like, island level. Don't get me wrong, if it's like Madara versus Gojo, then Madara can drop a meteor on Gojo. I don't think Limitless stops that, but like, Madara also takes the full brunt of it, unless you want to say he's Edo Tensei, and at that point, that's just unfair. Well, the only difference I can really say between Fujitora's meteor and Madara's meteor is that, like, Fujitora's have fire on them and Madara's doesn't. So, you know, do with that whatever you will. I'm not going to tell you which one's stronger. I honestly can't tell you. Before you bring up the black hole anti-feat for Yuki, remember the black hole was heavily suppressed by Yuki herself and Tengai's berry. So Kenny's only getting a third of the credit. So, okay, Mr. Pillow. So right. So the thing I wanted to bring up was specifically this. Kinjaku did use the anti-gravity system and use the lapse version of anti-gravity to essentially stop himself from getting pulled in towards the So essentially stop himself from getting pulled towards the black hole. However, from the sheer surprise that he seemed to have, what Julian is essentially arguing, or at least what Julian essentially brought up, is that he had to be able to react to a black hole which light cannot escape, which means he has to have at least somewhat relativistic which means he has to have at least somewhat relativistic like speed in order to like react and like move slightly away from a black hole. That's the only thing that like necessarily is arguing here. Though the problem is I don't know at what point he starts performing the anti-gravity CT. We can't tell at what point he starts the CT. So depending on what point you think Kenjaku gets pulled in by the gravity, which again is around like let's say this point, means that depending again on whether or not you think he used it at either some point here or some point here, you can maybe get like Kenjaku to like relativistic 20% the speed of light from like what Julian explained to me. Does that make sense? Essentially, to have the energy to try and withstand a black hole, you have to be somewhat relativistic towards light itself. For Kenjaku to move at least somewhat away from the gravity, from the black hole, for Kenjaku to move away somewhat from the black hole without us being able to tell when exactly he used his the lapsed version of a CT would mean that is there an argument for the meteor going through limitless mass, size, and speed? Maybe it doesn't have the greatest speed, but it has a lot of mass and a lot of size, and limitless is... And at that point, you're arguing the no limits fallacy for limitless, which, because we never see limitless, anything actually bypass limitless through speed, mass, cursed energy output without it being cursed energy amplification specifically, or shape, because we never see like those factors really matter in like something stopping Gojo, there's actually no real argument you can make for what exactly is big enough, fast enough, or has enough of a weird shape for it to bypass Gojo's limitless, which is the annoying part. So in one end, I'm technically also arguing the no limits fallacy. Granted, I don't know if like, again, Gojo can fight Sukuna, who can dodge a... Let me just bring it up to piss some of you off. And again, listen, unless you can somehow prove to me, and this the only way, by the way, the only thing that is even remotely changing my mind on this specific feat is the anime itself. The only thing that will even remotely change my mind on this feat is the anime itself. This feat right here. If this is an electromagnetic wave, Sukuna has relativistic reaction time. All I have to argue is Gojo, by fighting Sukuna, has relativistic reaction time as well. If Gojo has relativistic reaction time, he should be fast enough to interpret, keep up with the Raikage in terms of reaction time, and the other 5 Kage there are just cake and eat it too. Hell, hey y'all. We debating JJK versus Naruto. I'm debating the 5 Kage versus Gojo, DJ Retro. But yeah, essentially, you're right. Or are we focusing on... And his body survived another separate meteor. Plus, Anoki did stop a country-sized meteor. I don't think the size... No, I don't think the meteor's the size of a country. I don't think the meteor's the size of a country. I feel like Fujitori's meteor makes intentionally smaller to avoid unnecessary collateral damage, so theoretically he could probably pull a moon or bigger. I mean, considering how large the One Piece world is, I could see him pulling in like an entire satellite. I know you think Sukuna beats EMS Madara. Can you explain? My basic line of logic is this. I don't think Sukuna beats Perfect Susanoo, but I don't think the fight ever gets to Perfect Susanoo. Madara, in personality, will never utilize Perfect Susanoo on somebody unless they force him to. And I don't think Madara is surviving domain expansion. There's 2 lines of logic that you can go, and they are either Sukuna activates domain expansion, Madara puts up a armored Susanoo, not an armored Susanoo, a ribcage to like defend himself and against the instant hit effect, but the instant hit effect attacks all things within the barrier, and all things would include Madara. And I don't think that you can necessarily argue that the ribcage itself would protect Madara's entire body, especially since we've seen how the sand can literally bypass Madara Susanoo and just pull him right out of it. You know what I mean? So Susanoo is not gonna block Malevolent Shrine from just cutting Madara's body into pieces. Madara does not have the durability feats to withstand an instant, constant, endless amount of slashes that are targeting his body, and he has no way of healing himself. So I don't think he wins. I don't think Madara wins that. However, if Madara were to start off the fight using Perfect Susanoo, the only thing I have for that is like world-cutting Dismantle, and even then, you'd have to argue Sukuna can shoot it at whatever the distance or however tall you think the Susanoo is, which I don't know. I can't answer that. I think if Madara pulls out Perfect Susanoo, he wins, but I think the fight ends way before that. There's also, as far as I'm aware, no statements in the entirety of Naruto that can support the idea that the Sharingan can sense that the Sharingan can see changes in air pressure atmosphere, which means even then, Sukuna or doesn't even have to flex his wrist. He's literally shown the capacity to send out slashes without moving a muscle. Sukuna can have both of his arms folded, and essentially Madara gets his head cut off as soon as the fight starts. He has no way of dodging it. I don't think Madara ever sees a slash coming. I am glazing the fuck out of Sukuna. I love Sukuna. Such a good villain. Such a good fucking villain. But anyway, so the reason why I say this, and so basically in character, Sukuna and Bloodlusted goes to Madara. 100%. 100%. If Madara pulls out Perfect Susanoo, which he never does it unless he's fighting Hashirama or the Five Kage, but they force him to use his full power, I don't care who you are. I don't care what you say. The Five Kage forced Madara to use his full power. He says it himself. I will respond and with my own full power. Unless you think Sukuna is not pulling out domain expansion as soon as the fight starts, which I don't think would be the case. In personality, he does it all the time. Madara's Susanoo is roughly 120 meters tall. I mean, it could be that tall, sure. That's still shorter than Sukuna's domain expansion size. And here's the crazy part. I don't think, even inside the Perfect Susanoo, Madara survives Malevolent Shrine. Again, if you go off of the basis that he would still be targeted inside of his Susanoo. It's not like the Susanoo itself like encases Madara around it, but the domain expansion itself targets everything inside of it. So again, it all depends on whether or not you think Dismantle specifically can crack a Susanoo, which I don't think it could. I think he has to use world-cutting Dismantle for that, but at that point we're just arguing bullshit. Sparking Zero ranked stream 1. I don't play ranked, bro. I've never played ranked in any game. I'm a massive sore loser. What's stopping him from using Substitution and then using Perfect Susanoo? Substitution is entirely irrelevant, and it can't speed blitz an instant hitting attack. It can't speed blitz an instant hitting attack. It's basically what I'm getting. Like, again, Malevolent Shrine, 200 meters, bigger than the Perfect Susanoo. It targets him inside, it kills him. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's... Here's my Neko and Inu scaling. Yeah, that's basically it. I'd pay Eon to go into that domain. I would walk out of that domain without even a scratch on my pinky toe. Sukuna's domain can't hurt me, bro. I'm telling you right now. Kinamo is 100 exatons lowballed in AP, and both Inu Arashi and Neko Mamushi should have at least twice the multiplier, making them 400 exatons, putting them at high-end moon level. Reacts to King of Lightning, but the Monster Trio, I think, would be triggered. I'm not reacting to any videos today, guys. I'm just trying to, like, get this thing done. I think I've got most of what I need to do. The only thing I really need to look up is just, like, Anoki fighting Mu, which should be the only thing I have to look through next. Does anybody know what chapter Anoki fights the second Tsuchikage? Can anybody please give me, like, that chapter number? I don't want to look it up. Where do you hope Emu scales as of endgame? One Piece big bad? I don't know, man. We're like I'm already calling characters planetary. I'm already thinking like these characters are planetary at this point. I don't know. I genuinely can't tell you that. Probably star level. I'm hoping at least star level, so I can at least argue star level Luffy versus star level Naruto. But that's just me. That's just the power scaler in me. Let me get them to like unquantifiable reality warping through Luffy's Hagoromo or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Don Freese. My guy has been chilling on the Dark Continent for more than 200 years. Can't wait to see that monster that other monsters are afraid of. Probably. Yeah, he fought Hashirama, but you possibly probably tank some slashes and then substitute. My thing is this. Madara versus Hashirama. Let me just bring that up real quick. Let me just pull that up real quick. Madara versus Hashirama. Let me just open up a third thing for Naruto. Okay, so oh fuck, I don't have it here. Damn, what chapter do we see Madara versus Hashirama? Wait, do I have it somewhere here? I should have it somewhere here, right? Yeah. Me. All right. Naruto versus the Wood Dragons. Boring, boring. Six-tailed, boring, I don't care, I don't care. Okay, right here. Let's just compare Madara versus Hashirama real quick. So, you see how, like, Hashirama and Madara, like, at this point in the fight, like, they're just slightly scratched up from each other. They probably took some, like, leftover hits or whatever. Like, maybe, like, the impact of their hits are, like, hurting them or whatever. They got some dirt roughed up on them and everything. Not too much damage. Look at Madara real quick for me. He has less damage on him than Hashirama does. He has less damage on him than Hashirama. You going into sparking ranked? Oh, sparking ranked that domain. I would probably. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't played like at all, so I'd probably get like. I'd probably get curb stomped. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, does anyone else sometimes punch the wall thinking of what Naruto could have been? Yes, I am constantly upset about what Naruto could have been. But anyway, so look at Madara real quick. An entire fight with Hashirama. Hashirama's arm is damaged. He's basically like lost part of his armor. Hashirama is like quite literally in a worse position than Madara is. And Madara here, the only thing you can really say is that he's got like a couple of like rough marks around his body and he lost his armor, right? Remember, Madara has no healing factor, which means Hashirama was taking more hits from Madara than Madara was taking from Hashirama. That's how it had to go. There's no other interpretation that makes any sense to me. Hashirama was landing less hits on Madara, at least conversely, than Madara was landing on Hashirama. Especially since, again, Hashirama has a healing factor. Right. So, again, what can you really argue for Madara's durability? He put up a Susanoo for most of the attacks that he tanks throughout the entirety of the war, and that's including a Susanoo. When he gets punched by Tsunade, and even if you want to say, well, that's an Edo Tensei body, she literally blasted through half of his body. And I'm here arguing that... Okay, 1 second. Let me just pull up the chapter real quick. Excuse me. What was it, like right here? When is Sukuna take over Megumi's body? Can anyone please do me that like kindness and tell me like what chapter both Tsuchikage's fight? Give me 1 segundo. I'll try to join you soon. Come and join me in S ranks. I'll try to join you. I'll join you, but we're gonna need to have like a long training session. We're gonna need to have a massive training session for that. Okay. Right here. So you see this right here? Like, here's the thing. This is a 15-finger Sukuna, and look at what he did to Yuji off of a single punch. Look at the shockwave, look at Yuji getting blasted through, and Yuji lands in another fucking... Actually, no. Yuji lands multiple stories away, multiple buildings away. Look at the way he fucking left him. Okay? I'm not saying Sukuna punches harder than Tsunade, but this is 15-finger Sukuna, and you expect me to believe that Gojo, who hits hard enough to not only hurt this Sukuna, but also amplifies his punches with blue laps, and it's stated that it's not like you're just taking a punch reinforced with cursed energy, you're taking a punch reinforced with cursed energy and blue laps, and it feels like a counter punch. And for those of you that may not know, a counter punch is when you take the force of your opponent's attack and use that to amplify the hit of your own attack. Why the fuck? I believe Yuji's durability is not on Madara's level. Madara's durability is not on Yuji's level. Fuck you, man. I have yet to see Madara withstand an attack that is this fucking strong. I'm gonna be honest with you. I guess you could say Tsunade's kick, but then this is only a 15-finger Sukuna, and we're talking about 4 more fingers plus a head that he said he can make up for. And this motherfucker's still throwing punches with Yuji. Like, I don't know, man. Gojo over Five Kage is crazy. I'm not saying Gojo is over the Five Kage. I'm just saying he beats them in a fight. Even if you don't want to go with the speed, even if you don't want to take the punching if you don't want to take like the punch, that's fine. I don't care, because the basis of my argument is entirely revolved around the idea that the Five Kage are eventually going to run out of chakra. I don't care if it's 5 days. I don't care if it's a week. I don't care if it's 30 fucking days. The Five Kage will run out of chakra before Gojo ever runs out of cursed energy. And the moment that one of them slows down, hollow purple, dead. Hollow purple, dead. Hollow purple, dead. Hollow purple, dead. And then when it comes to the Raikage, we'll fucking blast him with a fuck ton of hollow purples until he dies. Which Madara are we talking about? I'm only talking about EMS. I'm only talking about EMS. I'm only talking about EMS. Hey, what's up, Halo Jeff? Can do that on a much higher caliber. But then show it to me, because last time I checked, I haven't seen any destructive capacity feats for Tsunade besides her breaking the ground. Like, I don't, like, I mean, let me look up, okay, let me look up, does anybody know what chapter Tsunade versus, does anybody know what chapter Tsunade versus Orochimaru is? I need like 2 chapter numbers from you guys. Tsunade versus Orochimaru, and then Tsunade versus, what's his face? Like, what is Tsunade's actual attack potency? I don't know. It should be greater than the fucking Raikage. The A can tank, I mean, Killer B can tank a... The A-Tails can tank its own tailed beast bomb, which is anywhere between like island level to country to continental, as some people say. Tsunade should scale above the Raikage in terms of punches, so let's just put her around that same tier of strength. Again, remember, that's an explosion versus a punch, though. We're comparing explosions versus a super counter vanishes. Hashirama said that Madara was regaining his former strength when Obito used the Rinne Rebirth. Yeah, he said Madara was regaining his former strength, but Madara was also stronger because he had fucking Sage Mode. Madara also ended up just getting Sage Mode, though, which would make him actually stronger than he was. Realistically, how are they hitting him? That's what I'm saying! They can't hit him! It's just a war of attrition. They cannot hit Gojo. Like, okay, put it like this. The Tsuchikage runs out of chakra extremely fast if he's constantly spamming particle-style jutsus that are just never going to touch Gojo. If he does the giant sweeping one, it stops the Gojo's left or right. If he does the little particle dismantling jutsu, it cannot grow on Gojo because it cannot bypass infinity size. I don't know if it, like, only part of it would expand and it would stay like a little circle. Scales over 15-figure full-powered Sukuna, and Madara was tanking his attacks. Madara was not tanking his attacks. If you mean by tanking, you mean he was like using a Susanoo? That's fine. I never said that his Susanoo wasn't tough. I'm saying Madara himself does not have that many impressive durability feats on his own. Separate the Susanoo from Madara, he does not have any crazy durability feats. There are times when somebody's making stupid arguments, and that's why I have to call him out. Either debate sometimes. I mean, you just don't have to call them out. Onogi can only use it a couple of times. That's what I'm saying. And like Tsunade, again, Tsunade has to stay still with Inoki. They can't be running around. Also, Inoki has a bad back. At any point, like within a week, his bad back's gonna fuck him over. And if he loses, if he dies, the fight's over. They have no win condition. It's just a matter of time before Gojo wins. It quite literally is just a matter of time before Gojo wins. He does not run out of energy. He constantly refreshes his brain. He cannot be touched. They run, even if you think they outstat him, he wins this just because he outlasts them. If you want to ignore Sukuna punching Yuji through multiple buildings, if you want to ignore Sukuna, the whole Kinjaku probably being like 20% light speed and Sukuna dodging an EM wave and Gojo being able to land consistent hits on Sukuna, even though he should have light speed reaction time, they still can't beat him. It's like, I'm looking for something that the Kage can do. I'm looking for something that Kage can do. But if you ask me, particle style, just saying, particle style has no mass and either way, why does it have to have mass for it? Why would it not need to have mass for it to still bypass infinity? Why is that all of a sudden like a prerequisite? You know what I mean? It's like, I'm just saying, like Halo Jeff said, this is just a fight that happened that, at least in my opinion, ends up this way because Limitless is fucking stupid and Naruto characters are not as broken as people seem to think they are. They really not. Gojo hits harder than Sukuna, so he can send him a very far distance. I mean, you could argue that Gojo probably punches harder than Sukuna. Probably. I mean, I don't know. What if the Five Kage fused into one being like OG? Can they still win? Do they get a new jutsu that can bypass infinity? No. They eventually run out of chakra and lose, or they defuse. When you vanish behind them, it's extra square. Use an expo. Okay, because. I mean, I don't know. Like, let's be honest. Madara did this well against Hashirama, all things considered. But like, if he did not have the Nine Tails, he would have been fucked, dude. Is the only one that says the JJ. I am not saying that they scale to like the Six Paths characters. Again, I am saying, like, put it like this: do I think Naruto can beat Gojo? Does Naruto have a way of bypassing Limitless? No. He outlasts Gojo at some point. At some point, him and Kurama are going to run out of chakra. At some point, he's going to get weakened. I would say Naruto's stronger, faster, more durable than Gojo, 100%. I just don't know if he beats Gojo. Unless you think that, like, Kurama's full force... By the way, I'm talking about, like, KCM2 Sage Mode Naruto. Unless you think that, like... Well, actually, no. Sage Mode... KCM2 Sage Mode Naruto would win, but that's because he could hit Gojo with nature energy. Okay, no. Let me stop that. I just think anybody above, like, the high tiers that aren't Six Paths characters, anybody but them. And by the way, the high tiers are EMS Madara, Hashirama, Minato, KCM2 Naruto, Sasuke. Those guys, for example, I'm fine with them being above everybody in JJK. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not saying that JJK scales to an equivalent level of to Naruto overall. I don't think so. I think Naruto scales way higher than JJK. But what I'm saying is that like 90% of the Naruto verse does not scale that much crazier than JJK. At least in my opinion, they do not scale that much crazier than JJK. Like, the difference should not be that insane. Can you dodge attacks inside domains with future sight? No, it's instant hit. It's always guaranteed to hit unless you can like kill the person before they hit. But that's only if you're like considering verse equalization. If we're talking like a hockey user versus a domain, any domain expansion, and there's no verse equalization, they just walk out the domain to never even get hit. Gojo's strong, they do wank him on some Goku shit, but there's also like things that he just can't do. And all I'm saying is, out of the things that Gojo can't do, those things do not apply in this fight. I'm glad some people think the Naruto verse isn't as strong as the fan base says. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't think the Naruto verse is universal. I don't think Naruto is exactly star level. Or at least I don't think he has any attack that can blow up a star. I think he can blow up a planet. Kishimoto said it, so I have no reason to deny that. But, like, do I think any JJK could blow up a planet? Well, Yuki Tsukumo could blow up a planet. I mean, destroy the planet, I don't know. Can, like, Sukuna erase all life on the planet? If he won and the merger just doesn't happen, he just, like, decides to fuck around, I'm pretty sure over, like, a couple of years, Sukuna can, like, life wipe the planet if he really wants to. Does that mean Sukuna's planetary? No. I think he can life wipe if he wanted to. If he crossed over the planet over a series of times, they'd probably have to drop a nuke on him or something, though. That's if he can tank nukes, though. Not gonna lie, Sanji can send some humans across literal countries with his kicks. Hokage Kakashi versus Sukuna is more interesting. How does Kakashi beat the Malevolent Shrine? I guess you can argue maybe... Is Hokage Kakashi Lightspeed? Is Hokage Kakashi Lightspeed? That's really just the only thing I have to argue. Like, I mean, can Solo, since there's ways to deal with infinity in One Piece verse? Probably. What's with the... Like, here's the thing. Do I think that, like, let's say, post-time skip Luffy, who should be way too fast for Gojo to even react to. Do I think that, like, post-time skip Luffy's elephant gun, not even elephant gun, Red Rock, can, like, hit Gojo through Limitless? Probably not. Do I think Bajirang gun based on size, mass, and speed can bypass Limitless? Probably. I think that can probably bypass Limitless. Can Sukuna win against Madara in point-blank taijutsu? I don't see why he wouldn't. He's got 2 arms on Madara plus extra eyes. Also, can he still use cleave? If he can use cleave, then... Like, put it like this. Answer me this honestly. Does Madara have any durability feats? I'm talking about his physical body. His physical body. No Amps from Sage Mode. No Ten Tails. Nothing. Just an alive Madara with nothing crazy. No Susanoo armor. Can he, if Sukuna puts his hand on Madara's, let's say, torso and just cleaves right through it, is Madara surviving that? No, he's not. I'm sorry. He's not surviving that. Yeah, Gojo's getting blitzed to high heaven. I'm not about to start yapping over it. I just don't think that shit makes any sense. Is there a character in One Piece that can bypass infinity? Trafalgar Law? Uta's taught Musica? I mean, Uta in general can, like, bypass infinity. I would argue Bajirang gun, considering size, speed, and mass, could probably bypass it. I think probably an elephant gun could, but I'm not gonna go into that. There's a couple. There's a few. If Sugar makes... No, Sugar can't bypass it. Do you guys think Doflamingo's bird cage can bypass Gojo's infinity? Gojo is weak as hell. I don't think that Gojo's weak as hell. I mean, if relatively speaking to other anime characters, sure. I mean, but so is Naruto, so is Luffy, so is Goku. Goku's a weak as hell, depending on, like, what version you're talking about him and, like, who you're comparing him to. You know what I mean? And then they're all just weaker than me, so it doesn't even matter. Rio cannot get through it because it still has to cross a distance. Can't sleep, that sucks. Read the latest JJK chapter of JJK. You meant One Punch Man? I don't read One Punch Man. I don't like One Punch Man. I don't want to read it. Somebody did ask me though. Oh wait, someone asked a question. The only feat some people can use for speed of light Kakashi is the water bullet, but the water bullet has a wind-up time and he activates a water wall before the jutsu actually fires. That, and also, I mean, it's just a mass of water that's coming near Gojo. Why is that gonna bypass Limitless? You know what I mean? Plus, Red Hawk and Advanced Conqueror's Haki bypass Infinity with ease, but why would it? Gojo is so weak, Limitless carries. I don't think Gojo is so weak that, like, Limitless just straight up carries him. Although in this fight, I'd say it kind of does. Do you think the natural elements of Logias can bypass truth-seeking orbs? Man, truth-seeking orbs are so fucking... Alright, let me look up truth-seeking orbs real quick. I hate truth-seeking orbs. TSO. Okay, so, chat, let me ask you a question. By the way, did everybody vote on Gojo versus... 44 votes, god damn. You know what? Let me, I don't care for art though. Like, art is important to me, but I don't care for One Punch Man. It's such a corny story to me. Nobody matters but Saitama. Why should I care about a story where I should only care about Saitama? Genos is, like, for example, Genos, as cool as he is design-wise and abilities and all this shit, it's like Genos does not matter at all. He always gets fucking curb stomped. Nobody actually fucking matters in One Punch Man. It's so fucking corny. And hearing that, like, he beats Goku and shit, like, I don't know. I'm one of those people that, like, I got turned off from One Punch Man because of One Punch Man fans. It's not. Truth-seeking orb, what is it? I'm gonna just make a video called I Hate Truth-Seeking Orbs. For cross-verse battles. What does this say? Let me end this poll. Let me put up a second poll. Do you guys think... Are TSO existence erasure? TSO are, like, so annoying to, like, have to talk about, man. I hate them so much. You should do a vote on your YouTube channel. This technically is. A vote for what? I mean, Blast is doing stuff now. Does Kizaru bypass because he's light? I guess you could argue Kizaru... I mean, if Gojo's Limitless can't stop literal light from bypassing it, then I guess Kizaru does bypass. Although, you could also argue that, like, Kizaru, again, is too fast for, like, Limitless to register him. Survive Hashirama's Buddha statue when it got through his Susanoo. It doesn't ever get through his Susanoo. The thing doesn't ever actually get through his Susanoo, though. Where is it? If you're talking about like the that's crazy. All right, let's look it up. Hashirama, 1,000 arms, 1,000 hands. Let me look this up real quick. Okay, so they punch. Oh, it's still at like really slow speed. Let's put it at normal speed. Okay, so they hit. Madara doesn't have a lick of. Okay, so Madara does not have like a lick of damage on him, so it broke through the armor. Is a fun story. I don't think it's fun. To me, I don't know. Like the whole gag thing of like let's it. To me, Saitama is like Superman, where it's like we have to find a way to write this guy so that he's not part of the main story, so that way when he comes around to fight the villain, it's just a curb. I don't know. I don't like it. The art style is not enough for me. I just constantly read it and I'm just like I hate characters that are just strong for the sake of being strong. Like, oh, I'm stronger now. Like I want a reason behind them getting stronger. I want a reason and I want a progressive increase in skill and strength. I don't care for a character, I'm just gonna be stronger now. Oh, I guess I'm just gonna go slightly more all out now. I don't like that. That to me is just boring and I don't have any reason to like wanna even remotely succumb myself to it. Okay. Yeah, no, Madara never takes any of these attacks. Explosion happens, it's partially ripped off. Madara doesn't have a lick of damage on him. Probably, if you can argue that like it has enough mass and speed and damage to pass through Limitless, but I can't tell you what does and doesn't break through Limitless. I'm not saying it's a no. I'm not trying to go with a no limits fallacy. I'm just saying it could be this. It could be a Bajrangan. It could be a meteor drop. I don't fucking know. I'd say something that big would probably bypass Limitless. I'd say something like that would work. Is so anti-Naruto. I'm not anti-Naruto. I just don't think Naruto characters are crazy as people think they are. Naruto characters are just okay. Like, they're just okay in terms of, like, actual scaling. Like, the series really, like, in terms of, like, high-end, high-ceiling scaling, Naruto characters are hard carried by, like, the last two-thirds of the story. Not two-thirds, the last, like, quarter of the story. Everything from, like, War Arc onward just shoots up Naruto power scaling by like a massive amount. It's not as impressive as people think it is for like most of it. Yeah, but everyone else that shows up in One Punch Man is ass, and I don't want to see a story. It's my same issue what I have with like Bleach. I don't want to see a story where like everyone else gets shit on. Where everyone else gets shit on just for sides I'm gonna pull up at the end. I don't like that stuff. I don't think they're existence erasures. Do you guys think it's existence erasures? Do you think I don't think it's existence erasure. I don't know what to think. Okay, so let's look up the truth seeking orb. I brought up the thing right here. Okay. Intro, Kaguya, I don't give a fuck about all that shit. Okay, what does the statement actually say? Truth seeking orb, Naruto Uzumaki, Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha. Let me just move this down a little bit. The one who carries the truth-seeking orbs will be granted the truth of all things. Those who blossom the six-path Senjutsu can wear these black orbs that compromise all five chakra natures as well as yin and yang release. Floating behind the user form behind the user in the form of a circle. Each of the orbs can be manipulated at will. Although each is the size of a fist, hidden inside those orbs is a power to easily obliterate an entire forest. Okay, so they can obliterate an entire forest. So, cool. With the power of all things in creation, simply put, the black orbs can be freely altered in shape, and the several natures inside can be combined to reveal a variety of effects in either offense or defense. This is a power that easily exceeds both Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Mora. The multifarious truth-seeking balls. Although the truth-seeking balls are usually orbs, their form can be freely changed into what the user desires. At times, they can grab enemies far away in the form of hands. Other times, they can be thrown in the form of fast projectiles. Because of the high density chakra in its condensed state, it can be pulled and stretched into smooth and flat consistencies, as well as freely manipulated into other shapes. I mean, I don't know how the TSO are bypassing infinity again. I don't know how they're bypassing it, but cool. Um, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's not even like a time thing, because like to be honest, my time isn't like as kept up as like some of you might think. It's mostly just wake up, breakfast, work on videos, download images, try to figure out to see like how I can interpret these things best, and then probably go to the gym. Just like most of that time though, like any like basically put it like this: from like 7 p.m. every single night to like 11 p.m. when it's usually around the time where I'm just like lying in bed. If my boys aren't online to like play some games, I got maybe like an hour, 2 hours to like fuck around and do stuff. And most of the time, I'm just relaxing. I don't even really watch anime. I really don't. I don't have like the energy to like sit down and watch something unless I'm like fully invested into it. Okay, so let's talk about the truth seeking orbs for a second. Okay, let me ask you guys a second poll then. Most of you seem to think it's not existence erasure. Okay, let me ask you guys a second question. Do TSO erase the soul? But what does something being weightless have to bypass in limitless? You know what I mean? Like, what is the argument? Is there something in JJK that specifically states that I might just be missing it, but is there something in JJK that specifically states Gojo's infinity doesn't stop things without mass? Power nullification for the verse, sure, but I mean so the TSO do negate ninjutsu. They negate ninjutsu. And here's the thing: the whole like destruction erasure thing that like TSO can perform, that is an ability that has to be activated. If I touch a TSO, even as a human in Naruto, if I touch a TSO, if they're not being activated, if like the destruction application of them, let's just call it the destruction application. If the destruction application, didn't Tobirama grab one barehanded? Yeah, I don't recall him personally grabbing it barehanded, but if a TSO is grabbed, if the person doesn't trigger it to like destroy your hand, it won't be destroyed. You know what I mean? Sakura had one stuck through her fucking chest, and this person did not instantly die. So it's clearly, and don't tell me, oh well, she out healed it. She was not. No, she did not have the mitotic regeneration seal active. She was not. Let's not try to go into some bullshit. Madara chose not to kill her, but anyway. It's annoying because it's like, do they see? It's even like a 50-50 in chat. Do they destroy the soul, grabbed it in hand, and then handed it back to Obito? Right. So you have to choose whether or not you want the TSO to destroy, to like basically destroy whatever it's touching. He literally grabbed the TSO barehanded. It's kind of yes and no depending on how you look at it. I'm gonna be driving, so I'll be right back. Yeah, be safe, IMAX. Isn't stated that they erase space. They don't erase space unless you can like find that for me. It doesn't state anywhere that like they erase space itself. Forest level Naruto confirmed. I mean, they have the power to destroy a forest, but like the explosion to destroy a forest could be like maybe the that could also be interpreted to be like destructive capacity. Let me be fair here. I'm not gonna say they're like forest level only. You could have like a destructive capacity. AP is not reliant on destructive capacity, but destructive capacity is reliant on AP. It's at least strong enough to like bare minimum destroy a forest in terms of like mass, in terms of like size. You know, like Naruto forests are rather large, but I don't think you can necessarily argue like that's the furthest extent of their power. So the reason why I ask if it can destroy the soul is because of this motherfucker right here. Where the fuck is it? God, I should really stop saying motherfucker. I've been seeing so many motherfuckers talk about motherfucker, and it's just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Okay. Oh, look, it's Kaguya, the worst villain introduced in Naruto because she felt like an asspull. I don't think she's the worst villain in Naruto. I just, She's just like, oh, look at me, I showed up. Tachi Solo's a One Piece verse. That's fair. If you think so, that's fair. Five Kage win because you said so. See, this is what I'm saying. Okay, so this motherfucker right here. He is the only person that got tagged with a truth-seeking orb, bro. It's so goddamn annoying because it's like, did a human being, did a living, sentient human being get hit by a truth-seeking orb? No. Did an Edo Tensei get hit by a truth-seeking orb? No, but he did. A Five Kage win because of particle style? I mean, Void, let me put it like this. I'm not look, I know it comes across that I am a Naruto hater, and I'm 100% going to state in the video as well. Now, the fight is 50-50 depending on whether or not you think particle style can bypass limitless. I'm of the opinion that no, it doesn't, because it has to bypass, it has to touch space, it has to go across space, it has to grow, it has to do all these things, it has to touch Gojo, and there is nothing for me to believe that it just bypasses infinity. If you go by the molecular statement that it destroys everything on a molecular level, Gojo's limitless works on an atomic level, so you cannot argue it there. Well, what about its size and shape and speed? Well, it is a simple shape, so I think Gojo could attune his limitless to it. Well, what about mass? Unless you show me a statement that it has no mass, and unless you can show me a statement that says objects without mass can bypass limitless, again, I have no reason to believe it. But if you choose to believe that it can for whatever fucking reason, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to say, I mean, you think so, and that's fine. But yeah, it's a 50-50 on whether or not you think it does. Okay, so the reason why I wanted to bring up Minato is because of this, right here. So many people seem to say that the reason why this motherfucker, that the reason why Minato's arms don't come back is because the jutsu was dispelled. I think his soul was destroyed. I do think truth-seeking orbs can destroy the soul. My reasoning for this is that whenever any of the Edo Tensei, I need a flick of like this guy losing his arms. When does Minato, does anybody know like a chapter when like Minato loses his arms? God, I don't know what chapter like Minato gets his arm ripped off. Let's go to 680. No, that's still too soon. That's Madara already transformed. Naruto and Sasuke are just starting up the fight, right? Okay, no, 680 is when Kaguya is already up. So we have to go actually a little bit farther back. So 670 is when Kaguya gets resurrected? No. 663. Okay, this asshole's still there. Blah, 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 blah. Transforms. Ew, get her off of my screen. Okay. Okay, so Minato's arm. This one wasn't destroyed, so actually I can't use this one as an example. The reason why I say it, it's because, like, if you want to argue that, like, oh, well, it dispelled it doesn't destroy the soul, then you can use this example right here. Okay, so let me just go by the two lines of logic. If you don't think that it destroyed Minato's soul, then basically Minato's arm somehow still went up into the heavens after the Edo Tensei got released. So you can maybe make the argument that, like, this arm right here does, like, break apart, and then you see the soul of the arm like flying to the heavens. There's no example for this. You don't see it anywhere because it's not on screen. So I'm just that's basically my headcanon, right? The arm isn't anywhere. It never got destroyed. It's just lying there, but it still houses Minato's quote unquote arm soul. So you can maybe argue that like the truth-seeking orb like severed the connection between Minato's arm's soul and Minato's body's soul. I don't know. Just, yeah. Let's keep moving. Also, Mahito unironically solos like a bunch of Mahito unironically might just solo most Naruto characters. If they can't perceive the actual boundaries of the soul, he kind of just solos them. Because it's like, it's not so much that you have to be aware of the soul, you have to understand the boundary of the soul. And I don't know if you can really argue that for them. So this is before Obito became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, so you have to keep going back. Go back up. God, what chapter does fucking Minato lose his arm? He still has it here. Oh wait, no. He still does. Yes, he still does. He just still does. Uh, Actually, he never destroys Minato's arm. That severed Minato's arm off. Okay, so I'll say this much. I'll say this much. It can sever the soul. I think the fairest interpretation is like it can sever the soul. No, he can't grab infinity unless he's aware of it. I don't know if he can grab infinity unless he's like aware of it. Could Gear 5 get through infinity? I think it can if he makes the Bajirang gun, but I'm only arguing based on like again, size, mass, speed. How would Mahito beat Brook and Big Mom? Not Brook and Big Mom. I meant like in Naruto. I don't know. They can just destroy Mahito over and over again, having him heal himself until he's cursed energy. Okay, but who is they? You know what I mean? Like, does Tsunade punch Mahito? Does he just like touch her and then she dies? I don't know. I mean, they're definitely. Would they even see Mahito? Oh, let me not go with that. I hate those arguments. Okay, no, no, no. They could see Mahito. At least in a fight, I would say they could see Mahito. I mean, they would have to be aware that they have to hit the boundary of his soul. That's why. They were cut off. Okay, okay. No, no, no. You're right, Dia. You're 100% right. Does Mahito recover from particle style? It destroys, like, so we know that cursed energy at least works on an atomic level, so it does exist, but I think Mahito would still have to have his body there, so I think particle style does kill Mahito. Let me take back what I said. I think a lot of Naruto character actually just shit stomp Mahito. Let me take that back. It's not even close. Yeah, they stomp Mahito. Based on last episode SBS, I think Luffy does Gear 5 doesn't have limits. It does have limits. It's just a time limit. What do you think Madara's MS abilities are? Do you believe the God of Time theory? I don't think I don't know. If you want to go with like the whole time reversal thing, why didn't he ever use it in the manga? You know what I mean? Like manga, like okay, let's talk about this. I love Madara. He's probably my second favorite villain of all time. Besides the fact that he's just an incomplete villain because he never loses to the actual protagonist in a fight. He feels unfinished to me, but I still like the character. I don't know what to think of him because it's like you're in a war, you're trying to get the Nine Tails, you're trying to do all this shit, but you don't use your MS ability once? Like, bro, even Sasuke was still using Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. Did Madara just not have a fucking EMS ability, man? It's so annoying. Was so good. I think this chapter shows the direction of the story really well. It's Denji finding happiness and Genji and Asa getting together. Oh, fuck it. All right. Somebody asked me before to read Kagurabachi, so let's take a break right now and read some Kagurabachi and some fucking thing. I'm not gonna keep up the stream for too much longer because I do need to get some food. I might start up a stream later, but I'm not sure yet. If Luffy just pulled Ace out of his imagination hair, would it still be Ace though? That's my question. Would it still be Ace? It'd be a representation of Ace. I don't think it would be Ace. I'd leave One Piece if that happened. I don't know if I'd leave One Piece, but I don't know how I feel about it. My GOAT! This guy, I keep forgetting his name. He's my GOAT, though. This guy right here, my fucking GOAT. This guy solos the Naruto verse. Let me stop. Oh, wait, no, I did read this. I fucking read this already. God damn it. Wait, no, I didn't. The fuck? Wait. The fuck? I can't allow you to go back in. Oh, man. Actually, I didn't read all of this. Uruha, what the? Forgive me, Mr. Samura. He won't relent. I can guide him with my bloodlust. There's no time to hesitate. Thank you. Hey, wait! I'm going back in. No, I can't allow it. We're taking Hakuri and going downhill, down the cliff. It's about to get dark and we can escape into the darkness. It's the only victory they can reap in exchange for their lives. Did you really think they were just throwing their lives away as tools, Mr. Samurai? You've never allowed us to exert ourselves for you. You refuse to let us sacrifice our lives for you. That's how you are. All the more reason. We're ninja. We don't need your empathy. We refuse to let you die. They're fighting desperately to prevent the enemy from reaching us. Unfortunately, the best way you can honor them is by surviving. You better survive this or we'll curse you. As bearers of the enchanted blade, our lives are gravely consequential. Oh, shut up. I don't need your lecturing. What I need is... Ooh. My boy is Hobimune. Crow. Hey, What's happening? Someone's attacking. I don't know. What is this? Ooh. Oh, he gave him back his enchanted blade. That's so crazy! Who's your glorious king? Base gear for Luffy attacks. I love it. It's cool. I don't see Snake Man attacks in base. Oh, I want to see. Yeah, I want to see some Snake Man attacks in base too. That'd be so cool. Snake Man attacks in base would look weird as hell. I like it. Makes a lot of sense. This is a realistic power progression for Luffy. You know who else solos? My mom. Bro reads Kagu Michi, but not One Punch Man. I'd never read Kagurabachi, so I don't if it's good. Should I pick it up? I think it's good. I think it's nice. It's very grounded. Some of the scaling's already kind of crazy for it. They're already like lightning speed in some senses. It's nice. I like it. Yeah, it'd look weird. I just imagine how it would look though. I mean, Luffy has an inflated arm. It'd probably still be smaller than like his Bounce Man arm. All right, let's check out Chainsaw Man. It's been like a good bit since I read any of the recent chapters. Well, that was a thing. Let's go back to like what 180. When was the last time? Let me look up the app on my phone. Let me look up the app on my phone, and I will. Oh, happy birthday, my guy. Okay, there we go. Do that. Fuck all these messages. I got too many memes. You guys ever get so many memes from your friends and you end up just not checking any of them out? 176. I have to go through 100. Oh, man. To read all these chapters? That fucking blows. You guys want me to sit here and watch me read fucking One Punch Man? Not One Punch Man. Chainsaw Man? Are you sure about that? Let me, 640, page 115, page 15. Minato loses arm to TSO. I'm also starving. I haven't had lunch. Oh my god, I forgot to take my medication. Guys, give me a couple of seconds. I need to go get some water. I need to go get some stuff. My bad, guys. 1 second, please. Ooh. Oh my god. Damn, I'm gonna take this shit late now. Crazy. And the meat's there too. Is there any fucking food here? I'm gonna have to cook. You guys. Okay, so. Be back in a second, guys. I will say this. The worst part about being an adult is that if you don't have any food ready and you haven't prepared anything like earlier in the week, I like to do meal prepping sometimes. If you don't do that, it's gonna suck when like you're in the middle of doing something important and you realize, oh shit, I have to eat, and then you realize, oh man, I'm gonna have to actually like, I'm gonna have to like actually fucking cook. I might just order out. I'm not gonna lie. Read Den to Den. Never. Maybe afterwards. I want to see how the first season ends. You guys keep asking me. There's a whole Den to Den scans chat in Discord, guys. Just talk about it there. Kagurabachi is a good read. You should try it. Yeah, I agree with Void. I haven't read the chapter. Don't want to get spoiled, so I'll go read it quick. The only reason people think existence erases is because of how the souls went into the light at the end of the war, and they're missing the limbs that was part of the reanimation. Yeah, you know what the thing is, though? Like, so remember that whole bullshit I was going about earlier? That whole spiel about how... I mean, you could technically argue that, like, maybe Minato's arm comes back through, like, the truth-seeking orbs. Or, like, maybe his arms, like, also got dispelled and they went back up into the sky, too. I feel like they at least help sever the soul. The truth-seeking orbs can at least attack the soul. I think they can at least attack the soul. Undiagnosed with Alzheimer's. Y'all get too comfortable with that bullshit, to be honest. Okay, so I did read this chapter, Soap Blade, a sort of soap. When I turned my apartment into a weapon, I could do it without saying a name. We can turn things into weapons without naming or touching them. It probably still isn't enough to beat Chainsaw Man, though. As well, that news of another pseudo Chainsaw Man killing someone. Whenever I've feared, Chainsaw Man continues to be feared at the same time. What if you buried the hatchet? Defeating Denji won't make you happy anyway. Everyone remembers wars, terrors, just like you wanted. Can't you just say you've already achieved your goal? There's something I want to reclaim from Chainsaw Man. My comrades were eaten by them. If I can just make him vomit them back up. Do you really have a way to beat Chainsaw Man? 2. There are 2 weapons I could make, just 2 that would be far more powerful and fearsome than yours. Then why didn't you make them in the first place? I gave up even my home and college fund to make weapons. Don't compare them to such trifling things. I think I already read this chapter. Turning those 2 into weapons would run counter to saving my comrades. Then just stop. But I want to beat Chainsaw Man. I want to beat him. I want to prove that I'm the more fearsome devil. I'd give anything for that. For that. Would I even turn my own children into weapons? Well, I guess I would. Come to mother. Tank. Gun. The Gulf of Mexico containment facility. Oh, just blasted right through. Holy fuck. Mount Elburz Soviet Union. Ooh, just blasted through as well. Ooh, that's right. Asa Mitaka got her fucking guns. Left tank gauntlet. Right gun gauntlet. True, that is true. You have to accept my... I don't have to accept jack shit from you guys. You guys are just chat. It says, when does a streamer respect chat? Can't wait for the One Piece full spoilers. I can't wait for the chapter just to come out. I've been hearing good things. Mouth restored. Bang. Ooh, okay. So... blasts him straight through wall buildings, okay. Tank Devil, Gun Devil, both were created out of war. They fought for me, and as my kin, as symbols of my horrors. Killing the Black Chainsaw Man will help grant Denji's wish, right? That's what Famine said. Are you really okay with this, Yoru? With turning your friends, the devils born from you, into weapons? Children are their parents' property, no? Damn. Okay, so he ran up. Chainsaw Man, remember me? Did the pain remind you? Did it make you tremble? Did your stomach rumble with the desire to eat me? It seems I made you pretty mad, so fight me, Chainsaw Man. By the way, I don't like this whole like flesh thing that Denji's got going around his neck. Does anybody remember what the fuck this is? I don't remember. I don't remember what exactly like this thing around his neck is. Oh, show yourself, Chainsaw Man. Blood drive. Give blood to save a life. Blood draw. Damn. Yeah. Give blood. Vam vaga vagyaga. Oh man. Vam ya. That's funny. Ouch. Approximately 40,000 of the National Pistol Association of America's 3.5 million members lose their index fingers. The fuck? Statue of Liberty? The fuck? The fuck is happening? Okay, she breaks it down. What the fuck? What the fuck? She just turned the Statue of Liberty. The fuck is happening with the Statue of Liberty? Bang. Did that shit just go all the way across from fucking United States all the way to goddamn Japan? That's crazy. Makima stands above all. Also, when I said you beat Gogeta 4 with base Kaba, you lucky you're safe from my agenda, Ball Z. Bro, Kaba beats Gogeta. Monument Mythos panel, for real. Ooh, this destruction's crazy. Okay, see, she, I think, could beat most of JJK. God damn. You see this right. God damn. That's a lot of explosions. I will say this one thing about Chainsaw Man. It definitely gave the idea that, like, okay, they're not crazy, but I can definitely fear these guys based on like what they could do. She just shot straight through everything across the like halfway through the planet. How could I forget? You're a devil. Ha 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 ha. Damn, she's really losing her shit. She really just blasted through all those people. Sparking Zero right now on Kami. IMAX, I cannot get on Sparking Zero right now. I can get on like later. Let me think. If I hop off stream at 5, I have lunch, shower, eat. I can get on Sparking Zero. Would you guys be okay with doing like a Sparking Zero stream from like 7 ish to like maybe 8? Play some Sparking Zero with you guys. Try to learn a bit. God damn! Look at what she did to fucking Chainsaw Man. I'll save you. Oh, who the fuck was this again? What devil was this? Eat my legs, then my arms, my lower half, my upper half, my organs. Save my head for last. Of course it should, Texas. My contract dictates that children will die with each bite you take of me. Isn't it romantic? Don't you understand? You understand, don't you, Chainsaw Man? Now eat up. Oh, so if he eats her, then he eats the children. Aging devil. Okay, so he's ramping himself back up again. Okay. Is your head completely empty? That devil's trying to steal my glory. Chainsaw Man's on his last legs. Isn't that enough to say you beat him? Let's stop, okay? Silence. Let me concentrate. No, he still isn't mine. But at this rate, I'm going to claim Chainsaw Man as my weapon. If Chainsaw Man becomes my weapon, Denji can return to being an ordinary human. Both our wishes will be granted, like Famine said. Do you really believe it'll work out like that? I do. Ugh. Idiot, give me back my body. Stop fearing me. No. Asa. Fine, I'll back off for now. You're afraid of me, Asa. That hurts. Bang. Okay. She just shot a giant finger at this motherfucker. What the fuck? You gotta do ranked to be funny. I'm not doing ranked. My rank, whatever like my ranked status is gonna stay like that till the game fucking dies, bro. I don't play ranked. You're doing a bit? I appreciate it. Bro got cooked. Yeah, bro really got cooked. My favorite transformation, so I'm biased towards J. That's fair. I'm gonna go read the latest chapter of Chainsaw Man. Might be my fave too. If you want Void, you could just wait a couple more pages, and like you can get to the next chapter relatively quickly. War Devil. I see this attack was aimed at me. I can't believe she thinks she can kill me with this. Neither Chainsaw Man nor War Level are mature enough to talk to me. Time to have them grow up. Oh, she just turned into fucking sand. Bang. What the fuck? Oh, it's the same dream again. A dream? When did I go to sleep? Where am I? Denji? Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Damn, not working. Hello? Welcome. This is the world the aging devil created. Okay. So, what am I, like, one chapter behind now? I used to be a double hunter. I was good at it, too. My friends respected me. I had no complaints. But one day, when I passed a mirror, my laugh lines have deepened. Man, I don't want to age. If there were such a thing as an aging devil, I'd make a contract with it. As soon as those words left my mouth, I find myself here. Where's the exit, right? So, I haven't found one yet. How long have you been here? It's been 82 years since I arrived. I'm the youngest one here. Oh, Shiteru Gojo. I don't get hungry or even thirsty. I've attempted suicide several times, but I guess you can't die in here. There are other humans deeper in, but they've lost their minds. Better to keep away from them. Isn't there any way out? Well, supposedly there was a human who can escape this place a long time ago. How? Oh, it's almost time. I'm gonna lose it, so you can disappear now. Huh? You're a hallucination I've dreamed up, aren't you, Ritsuko? Mree. Mree, Mree, Mree. Don't panic. We can totally figure this out. I'm totally fine. Hasn't this happened before? The same as the time with the Eternity Devil. I know how to escape. All I need to do is perceive the space as mine. We can return to normal life if I turn the space into a weapon. Bang. What the heck? How are you doing? Let's use the Gun Devil's power twice now. Twig Sword. This is different from the time the Eternity Devil. Devil powers don't work in this world, so what now? My strength is no match for aging devils. What's the plan? Damn it. Ow. What the? What the? Yeah! Huff, 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 huff. Oof. Okay. I take it you saw the tree person. Welcome back, Sanai. If you live here for 1,000 years, we can turn into a tree like them. 1,000 years sucks, though. Then, when the tree rots away into soil, your mind and body have fully become one with nature. You can return to your body in the real world. That blows. This is all your fault. This is your fault, Chainsaw Man. Wake up, damn you. I'm stuck here because of you. You always get tangled up with weird devils. Every single person who gets involved with me winds up miserable. I'm so freaking sorry. I'm gonna stay right here and reflect on my mistakes until I turn into a big-ass tree. That'll be my punishment. My punishment for being a horny, empty-headed idiot. Oh, don't say that. Stop crying, half-wit. I'll hit you. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, cool. Crying won't get us out of here. Help me come up with an escape plan. Why'd you kiss me just now? 'Cause you're cute when you cry. Play mouthwashing? Sure. You think I can reach Z rank without losing my sanity? I think you can do whatever you put your mind to, IMAX. Mouthwashing. Is it like a game? Oh. Well, how about this? I don't know what the fuck this thumbnail is, but I hate it and I'm not watching it anymore. Not gonna lie, don't play it on stream. I'm not going to, and I'm not going to try anymore. That shit just blew minds. That fucking thumbnail with like the 3 eyes just blew minds. Stop. Why do you keep coming on to me? It's like my life alternates between sexy and terrible. It's driving me crazy. When somebody sexes me up, suddenly sex is all I can think about. I can't reflect on my mistakes for craps like that. I'm hopeless. I felt hopeless too. Like you, I lost people who were like family to me. But I got over it. If I can get over it, you can too. So, okay. A long time ago, my mom and I were running from a devil. I tripped and she saved me. My mom got eaten by a devil because of me. I still think about it every day and what would have happened if I hadn't tripped at that moment. If I had been faster, if I could turn back time with some amazing devil's powers. How'd you get over it? There's no way I could get over that. It's just not possible. But Chainsaw Man taught me something. You taught me that I still have something to live for, something I look forward to so much that I'm willing to eat a crap burger. What the fuck? Who's he spilling out now? This is snow. Wait! Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare! I am... We done scaling? We're not done scaling. I just needed to read through this real quick. Alright. I might throw Chainsaw Man back into my repertoire. I might have to throw Chainsaw Man back into my repertoire. Oh my god. Alright. All fucking right. Okay. Yeah, we're rereading through Chainsaw Man. I'm keeping up with Chainsaw Man Weekly again. Fuck it. Okay. So can anybody bring up like an argument for me for like Gojo versus the Five Kage. I'm genuinely like looking for maybe like a counter argument for this, but I'm kind of just. It's like okay, you can get Gojo. So let me just give you guys like my three arguments, right? Let me just give you guys like my three arguments for starters. Okay. Sukuna dodges an EM wave attack. This attack should. This is definitely a relativistic feat. This is 100% a relativistic feat. This is as close to light speed as you can fucking get in JJK. And no, I'm not taking any bullshit aim dodge bullshit. I'm not listening to any. He dodged beforehand. No, he didn't. This both happens at the same time, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, you did it. You did it, Six. You got me back into this bullshit. The reason why I want to bring up some speed scaling is because this attack right here. You see this attack that Kashimo's charging up? If Fugimoto better not be playing with that final page, I'm going to be mad. If the writer of Chainsaw Man, I'm letting you guys know this right now. Chainsaw Man right now is on a very volatile state because if this is bullshit, if this is a memory, if this is not really them, at this point, I'm fully invested. If it is not Power, and it is not what's-his-face, I forgot his name, he hasn't been around for like a year at this point, 2 years. If it isn't them alive and healthy or some bullshit, or Denji's not going to talk to them, I am going to go to Japan, find where this man lives, and take a shit in his cereal bowl. I am shitting in his cereal. And or his coffee, depending on which one he prefers to drink. Electromagnetic feat was speed of light. Well, EM waves, electromagnetic waves, are in an atmosphere light speed, or at least as negligibly close to light speed as possible. Like, the difference is Aki. There we go, Aki. Oh, yeah, I knew it was like something with an E. It is. I will actually go to Japan economy class because we're not built like that. I'm only making so much on YouTube off of YouTube so far, so please join the Ko-Fi. I'd really appreciate it. $2 can help possibly get me to a economy plus aisle seat. But anyway, if they don't, I will serve up a cup of coffee for them and then take a massive fucking turn in it and watch them drink it. I'm not kidding. This is too crazy. Anyway, so this attack right here that Kashimo's charging up and shoots. If this attack is compromised of electromagnetic waves, again, there's a lot of ifs going on with this versus battle. I can't tell you if it is or isn't. Maybe the anime will make a better job at it. If this is EM waves, this attack right here for Sukuna is light speed. This is the World Kindness Mantle is automatically like a light speed attack. Wait, Rizy might come back then. I don't know, man. I'm about to start a Fugimoto when I find you movement. That's what I'm saying, bro. He cannot. I love Power. Power is best, girl. I don't care. Oh, they don't get through infinity. They have nothing to get through infinity as far as I'm aware. Particle style is like the best argument you can get. And like I mentioned earlier, unless you can prove the particle style has no mass, and unless you can somehow prove that having no mass somehow allows you to bypass infinity, it doesn't do it. Particle style is not made out of light. It is not made out of light. Just because it looks like it is bright and everything does not mean it's made out of light. Particle style has a simplistic shape, size, and size. Again, you can't quantify the mass for it. It's not so fast that Gojo shouldn't be able to at least react to it, especially if we're going off of Sukuna having at least light speed reaction time. Gojo can land consistent hits on Sukuna, who should have light speed reaction time. And before anyone says, well, that's that's true body Sukuna, he should be faster than Megumi Sukuna. It was Megumi Sukuna that dodged the electromagnetic wave attack. So again, it's very iffy. There's an idea for the hollow purple scaling. Let me get to it right now. If Gojo can perform a here's where like the scaling gets a lot more iffy. And here's the thing, anybody who wants to counter this, I have no issues with it. Also, I'm not arguing in the slightest bit that Gojo has light speed, movement speed. I'm not saying he could run around. I'm not saying he could punch at light speed. I'm just saying he can keep up with a Sukuna who has light speed reaction time, so the Raikage shouldn't be able to blitz Sukuna. Either way. Well, he shouldn't be able to blitz Gojo. Hollow Purple could potentially be light speed. Hollow Purple can potentially be light speed. Going off of the 200% Hollow Purple that he fires at Sukuna, which Sukuna could not dodge and loses his arms to. Power was my favorite character. I love Power. What about May Acid Released? May Acid Release wouldn't work. Well, how is it again touching Suku? How is it touching Gojo? As for like the actual air stuff, Infinity again stops air from well, not air itself, but it would stop the acid mist from touching Gojo. Also, Gojo can just use blue laps to like basically like vacuum away the air. Or at least the mist. I don't know why he wouldn't be able to. Dust Release, again, Dust Release is one of those things that, and I showed it before, Halo Jep, I think this was before you joined up, so you'd have to like look it up on your own time, but just look up, Tsuchikage or Anoki particle style on YouTube. You can look up the feats where he fights against Sasuke, against Madara, you can look them all up. Particle style, he has to charge up a lot of chakra into it. The more chakra he charges into it, the larger and bigger it can get. But again, I can't tell you whether or not a bigger one would, again, bypass infinity, since, again, shape and size, shape and speed wouldn't necessarily change. They still have to cross space itself, and they cannot bypass an infinite series of space like the one that Gojo brings into reality. Wait, what if it's like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse? All the past people from part 1 helped Denji. That would be so dope. I would love that. I would like to see that. I would like to see them at least get Denji and her out. If they're like inside this death world where like, where like Power and Aki are both like inside of it and they can like talk to Denji, but like only while he's inside there, that would be fine as well. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But you cannot you cannot just give me Power and give me Aki and then take them away from me. You cannot just do that, because then I'll be upset. This is exactly what I was hating about JJK. You cannot make me love characters like Megumi. You cannot make me love characters like Nobara. You cannot make me love characters like Nanami and then take them away from me. This is why I love JJK so much, because like he took them away, but then he gave me back Nobara and Megumi's back and fine. But Nanami's still dead, damn it! Nanami can't be dead, man. Nanami can't be dead, bro. Alright. So, that little rant aside. That's so crazy. Rant aside. This chapter makes me want to reread Chainsaw Man. I'm not going to reread through Chainsaw Man, just because that sounds absolutely awful and I don't feel like it, but why would you make me fall in love and then take them away from me? That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Fujimoto the GOAT. I said this before. I can see why people say that like Chainsaw Man is the GOAT series, its peak and everything, at least up until like the start of part 2. Most of part 2 is still a massive turd sandwich. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of like the second half of Chainsaw Man, hey, what's up, Beam Master, is just sucks, man. A lot of Chainsaw Man part 2 just sucks. I've actually watched the Kame Got Kill. The guy with like the strings and shit, the strings, whatever the fuck, sacred tool. I liked him a lot. I also like the girl with like the giant gun. She really needed to kill the bitch with the dog. I'm sorry. This is the one time where I will say bitch with a dog, because goddamn that I feel some actual fear from her. I fear that girl more than I fear some jobber like Doctor Doom or Darth Vader, just because like they look stupid, and she didn't even look stupid, she just looks scary. The lady with the dog, she scared the fuck out of me when I saw her, because it's like she's actually insane. She actually has problems, and she actually looks like she would cause bodily harm and would laugh it off, bro. Yeah, Yuki's still dead. God damn it! Stop reminding me Yuki's dead. I just read through that earlier too. Lubbock and Mine. Yeah, Lubbock and Mine. They were goated. I hated the fact that like whatever the fuck his name was, the main character dude, or I guess the main character is Akame. I hated the fact that Akame beat Esdeath because it was so stupid. Because of a fucking whatchamacallit. She said like, oh, she froze time, but like the frozen time somehow caught the after image. That's so stupid. How is an after image still visible in frozen time? No, the after image is just an optical illusion. You can't just like literally leave behind a fucking after image. That was bullshit. I will say that was bullshit. I heard that everybody dies in a Kame Got Kill in the manga though. Like the manga was different. I will them to the day I die. They're fucking jobbers. They would get shit stomped by pre-training Nobara. I fear pre-training Nobara more than I fear Doctor Doom and fucking what's his face. That's stupid. I agree. Yeah. Yuki baby shakes Yuta. Takumi is the MC. Okay, Takumi, yeah, I remember him. He was cool. I also remember, like, what was it? Like, the gay guy that gave him, like, his armor. He was cool as well. I was sad when he went. I was sad when a lot of them went. Kami got killed. There were very few survivors. Yeah, there were. I hated the fact that, like, Leona or Leonis or whatever the fuck her name is, she died. I really liked her, too. I will say, like, Akame Got Kill had a lot of really good, like, female characters. I love the one that came with, like, the lollipop, like, halfway through the story, and, Susano, or whatever the fuck his name was. I like them, and the boss lady, too. Those were really well-written female characters, I will say. I love me a well-written female character. They don't have to, like, do anything crazy. You just have to, like, have a personality that's likable, feel like you are actually promoting something within the story for at least whatever portion of the story you're a part of, and if you die, as long as I've grown attached to you in such a way, like, it's not that hard to make a character that I'll like. I just need specific things to not happen. Balat. Oh yeah. Balat. Yeah. That guy. He was cool. It was formed of Esdet's bloodlust. It's what she wanted to see in the best interpretation of that scene. Bro, I don't need some bullshit mental gymnastics as to why Esdet did that. Unless, like, that's actually stated. I mean, I guess you're right. But either way, it was still bullshit. It didn't stop it from being bullshit. Luffy can survive a Kame Got Kill, instant death, poison sword. I don't know if he could. Leah and Esdet are my top 2 girls in a Kame Got Kill. I don't like Esdet. I'll say this. Let me just bring her up real quick. Oh yeah, we forgot. We totally, like, just ignored the TSO. Go vote, guys. Go vote. Vota, as Google would say. Esdeath. Esdeath is one of those characters that, like, I could see why people like her. She gave off too much of a crazy... Here's the thing. I'm not a fan of, like, sadistic characters. I'm not a fan of, like, sadistic characters. And I'm not gonna lie, the fit was not helping. For some reason... And I mean this from specifically character design was a complete turnoff. This hat for me was just like, okay, I don't like any of this at all, but I definitely don't like the hat. The outfit reminded me too much of, like, you know, a certain Austrian painter's, regime, and I did not care for it. I don't care for, like, this type of outfit for characters, male or female. The hat, though, completely just took her off of me. I did not care. I did not care for her. Like, Esdeath is a good villain. I think she's a good character. I just think, like, aesthetically speaking, I did not care for her. Dr. Doom gonna haunt Eon. Eon gonna have nightmares of the Great Doom. The Great Doom! Oh, look at me. I named myself Dr. Doom. But then I only refer to myself as Doom. Like, ooh, I'm supposed to be afraid of that asshole. Let's look up Dr. Doom real quick. Let me look up. Why is Akame in a fucking bikini? Dr. Doom. Let's look him up. Look at this fucking... What a fucking jobber. This guy actually just gets paid to look like a fucking idiot. Am I supposed to really be afraid of a guy that wears a metal suit and then just wears a hood over it? That's not peak, bro. That looks stupid to me. Like, why are you wearing a skirt? The cloak itself could have been badass. You could have made your armor, and why is it all just fucking silver? You could have added some green accent to it to at least give it a bit of, like, distinguishing features. Like, I'm really supposed to be afraid of this guy? Ew. Just ew. Just take away the skirt. Yeah, I'm fine with the cloak, I guess. Just take away the stupid-ass skirt. Like, let me look at this. Let me look at this. See, look at that. Why should I be afraid of this guy? He wears a belt on his fucking skirt, bro. He's wearing a dress. Your goat is wearing a fucking dress, man. A kilt, as some would say. I'd be Esdet's pet. See, that's the difference between you and me. Bro, Doom is literally his name. What? Doofenshmirtz or some bullshit? What is it? Doomstein? What the fuck is his actual name? Victor Von Doom. Who the fuck names himself Von Doom? What an absolute jobber. That is such a dumb name. Why is Dr. Doom evil? He was born in... he's already born in them funny talking parts. Mastery of sorcery. Knowledge of the dark arts began with his... I don't care. See, I'm already bored. See, look at that. Let's look at Darth Vader real quick. Darth Vader quite literally looks like he has a bob haircut. Look at that. What am I supposed to be afraid of this asshole? This does not invoke fear in me. This invokes a fucking asthmatic who can't even run. He looks like an asthmatic who can't even fucking run. He needs that... What's your top 3 female characters? Nami, Robin, Yamato. Let me stop. That's a good question. Top three female characters. Let me look through some of my series. I like Noelle. I like Noelle. I like Noelle from Black Clover. I like Melio Leona. She's really dope. I like Sarada. Despite how dog shit, I still think Sarada. All I'm saying is, how can you have the child of the strongest Uchiha alive and she somehow has fucking glasses? That just could not have been a smart idea, Kishimoto. Fuck is wrong with you? Fuck is actually wrong with you? I like Maki. I really like Maki. I really like Nobara. I really like Maki from Fire Force. I like Tsunade. Believe it or not, I really do like Tsunade as a character. Kushina as well. I like Bulma. I think Bulma's really dope as a character just because she doesn't have to be a fighter, but she basically just, through her philanthropic and, massive bag, just fuels the entirety of the fucking Z Fighters shenanigans. She can just build a time machine because she's so smart. I think Bulma is high-key underrated. I mean, I said I like Sarada as a character. Liking a character does not have to go past anything crazy. I like the secretary. Now, if we want to talk about, appearance-wise, I do like the secretary lady from Kengan Asura and Kengan Omega. She's dope. But I also think, she's useful for, secretary business and what have you, assistant businesses and what have you. Chill on Darth Vader. Darth Vader looks like a fucking simp. This man looks like a simp to me. Like, look at this. I'm supposed to be afraid of this? Oh, he's walking up to me and I'm hearing dung, 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 dung. This motherfucker has quite literally a what does this button do on his fucking chest. I would walk up to him, press the red button, and watch his body just explode in a cartoonish fashion. Has on his fucking outfit. What a loser. And he can't even run. I heard Darth Vader actually can't even run. Bro, me and Spike Spiegel got the same taste for real. Mine is Momo Ayase, Noelle, Yamato, and Bonnie. What about Bonnie or Yamato's Eon? In terms of characters, in terms of just like straight up character, I think Bonnie bring an interesting dynamic to like the Straw Hats. I think that's why I would like her to be the Straw Hat, for the most part. Though I would say like as a character, I find just the idea that like, I find the concept of Bonnie interesting. That like she's this kid that essentially she is her father and mother's daughter. You know what I mean? Like, she's one of the most impressive characters in all of One Piece, just coupled with just due to the fact that she is a 12-year-old girl who has a busted devil fruit ability, got into Mary Joie, escaped, which is not easy. I mean, that's a Sabo level feat, let's be honest. That's a Revolutionary Army feat. She's the only girl to like reach the fucking New World and make it very deep into the New World, let's be honest, while also being impressive in terms of hockey. And then just like with all of her feats and shit, she essentially has a Nika form. How can you not love Bonnie? And then Yamato is Kaido's son and everything. Yamato was very likable. I find Yamato interesting as a character. The fact that she views herself as Odin since she was basically put in a position where like, I had to survive because others saved me. I want to go out to sea like Odin did, and Odin is essentially my hero. I want to be Odin. I want to fight for Wano. I want to be everything that my father is not. I think that Yamato is an extremely interesting character. And for what it's worth, even as far as One Piece characters go, she does have an interesting level of depth into her. I don't know who I'd choose between the two of them in terms of like who I prefer more as a character. If I had to I think the only thing at that point that takes over is like, bonk horny. At that point, 100% Yamato. Wait, who the fuck made white people in a lab? Sarada a bitch. She is not a bitch. Sarada's cool people. I like all the girls in prison school. I remember watching Prison School while I was like nearing the end of high school. And I remember reading through it like a while back because I was like, I wonder how that shit ever ended. They never got a second season, right? So I remember like reading through Prison School and I was like off put by a lot of it. I stopped reading. Like at some point, I think I stopped reading like in the last 100 chapters. I don't remember. It was like last 100 chapters. When the fuck was the last time I read Prison School? I think it's in the tab. Wow, I only needed like less than 20 chapters to finish Prison School. I probably should finish it at some point. I mean, the characters in Prison School were all right. I just feel like they were very harsh on the guys for no reason. It was very what's the word? Misinterest? Uh, I thought it was. I think like what really got me into Prison School is just the fact that like one of the guys actually shit himself in order to get a fucking figurine. That is the most Sigma mentality type shit. He really said, "Yo, I will risk never having a girlfriend in high school to get this fucking figurine," and then the lady fucking destroys the figurine, bro. Whatever the fuck the white haired dominatrix was. Yeah, that was crazy. Though I will say it was that. Have you read Usagi Drop? It's really wholesome. Is that the series? Let me look that up real quick. Usagi Drop. Is that the series with the girl that has like the shirt, the white haired girl with like the blue shirt or whatever? Blue gray shirt. Usagi Drop. This shirt. I don't know why you saying that this is wholesome and then seeing this guy with the I don't know. I'm probably not gonna watch this. Balza, in my honest opinion, the best female character in fiction, and I can back up this claim. Hey, just not me. I'd love to see the claim. I don't know who the fuck she is though. Isn't Yamato a dude? No, she just identifies as Odin. Okay, what the fuck? I need a synopsis of the series. What the fuck? Trials of 30-year-old Daikichi Kawachi caring for a 6-year-old. Okay. Okay, what's the plot about? This shit is not. There's no way this plot's even remotely wholesome. I did want to read. I did want to watch a series though. It was like two daddies something. It was like two friends. One of them like adopted a girl, and then like they're both supposed to be raising her together. I thought that I saw like a clip from like the anime. I thought it was cute. Okay, so what the fuck is this about? Synopsis: while attending his grandfather's funeral, 30-year-old bachelor Daikichi surprised to discover that his grandfather had an illegitimate child with an unknown mother. The rest of his family, fearing the obligation and embarrassment, want nothing to do with the silent little girl. Sent abandonment and outraged by his complacent family members, Daikichi decides to adopt her himself. So he's like her older brother, technically. Yet he may be underestimating the difficulty of balancing his work and love life with his role as her guardian. Okay, that seems wholesome. Okay, that doesn't seem bad. Stepping up to be the pops. Okay, well, who the fuck is Masako then? Who the fuck was she? Biological mother and works as a mangaka. Okay. Well, sure. I guess it looks wholesome, I guess. Doom is him. But she has a sweet side. She kinda motherly in some other characters show on Darth Vader. Reiju, Momo, Ayase, and Rezi. What the fuck is Rezi? Ooh, I know a female character I really liked. I liked Eve from Stellar Blade. And not for the reasons you guys might think. I actually found Eve's... Who the fuck is she from? Chainsaw Man. Oh, Bomb Girl. I liked Eve also partially because, like... I like the idea that like she form her own opinion as the game progresses, as you find all this information about what the All Mother or whatever the fuck it was. I like the idea that like she is there for a mission. She doesn't view herself as an actual angel, more so just a diver that went there doing her job, keeping the people in peace, and then realizing that like there's a lot more to this. I like stories like that, where it's like there's a lot more to this, and I like the idea of like free will inside my story. I like the idea of like enforcing free will. Do you know Balsa Yonsa from... Okay, let me look that up. Balsa. Yonsa? Balsa Wood. No, I don't. Moribito, a wandering spear wielder and one of the main characters of the Moribito story. She looks cool. She seems interesting. Noelle Deltarune, okay. Nobara, Pearl, and Marina, Splatoon. And then Clementine, The Walking Dead, okay. Seinen manga recommendations? Wait. No, I've only watched the anime. The manga has a bad ending. Don't get baited, he's lying. I recommended reading the first half and watching the anime. It's really wholesome, but don't read after the time skip. Her killing 15 mafia members by herself, save her husband, and make sick Millie is awesome. First half is wholesome, second half is yikes. What the fuck is the second half of What the fuck is the second half of Usagi drop? Can somebody tell me? Like, you don't have to like say anything explicit, just, you know, redo healer. What's redo healer? I was thinking about maybe getting into Freyrin, whatever the fuck it's called. Redo of healer wiki. Oh, let's step the fuck back. Haha. If it has, like, realistically, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If it has too much, like, you know, fan service and stuff, I'm not for that at this point. I kind of want like substance in my show, other than like, you know, it being, you know, carried by yeah. Check out Meiruko-chan. Meiruko-chan. You guys better not be asking me to look up anything fucking weird. This, all right. This whole thing right here is already, I don't know why, but that, all right, whatever. What's this about? Plot. Let's look up plot. Are you guys gonna start just showing me the wildest fucking anime series? A girl named Miko Yotsuya who can see monsters and dead people but chooses to ignore them. The plot is suddenly getting the ability to see grotesque monsters and the dead, but no one else can. She tries to keep a poker face and ignore the supernatural occurrence. Okay, that's not bad. It's a horror? Okay, that's not bad. It'll probably put me to sleep, I'm not gonna lie. He's trolling. Don't watch redo of Healer. Weirdest anime of all time. Should have guts. Minus the trauma and luck. Okay. She might be cool then. I need to hear the meeting room for that anime. Yeah, boy, Prison School ending was literally a troll pull. I want to get Stellar Blade, but I didn't enjoy the demo that much for a day one. But there's other things I'm looking forward to. I'll say this about Stellar Blade as someone who kind of like got the true ending and just sort of played through it like on his first go. By the way, do as many like side quests and everything as possible. I did basically like everything I could as far as the game would allow me that weren't like side quests that were only like New Game Plus. I'll say this. The game really does push. The game is fun. The game is fine. I would say I wish travel speed was a lot, like the faster travel speeds. I wish they were a lot easier to obtain at a much quicker pace, and I wish that you could run around a lot faster. The game is rather short. It's only like 30 hours long, so if you ever see it on sale, I would recommend it. It's not bad. It's very skill based. It's definitely a game that like, especially when you get to like the final boss, which I fought again, like the true final boss. Once you get to like that point, it's a lot about timing, and you really have to get good into parrying. I got good in parrying mostly through like, mostly just from playing, what's his face, what's that Souls like, Lies of. But to be fair, when it came to like Lies of P, I also used like the Phantom or whatever that you can summon in the middle of fights. It's not a bad game. It's definitely challenging, and it will, you know, and it will give you an idea of like, okay, XYZ, yada yada yada. Like, you'll get the mechanics right off the bat. You also already have like a kind of impressive combo system, considering that like any combination of square and triangle in any order will yield you a different kind of combo. And it's interesting, though. It's not, for as flashy as it could be, it's not as flashy as I'd like to be, and the guns kind of do feel weak at times since you also have such a limited amount of ammo, though you can restock on it pretty easily. I would recommend Stellar Blade is there if you want to play a game with a hot chick that has a bunch of drip. She has drip, and I don't mean just like, you know, like the more skimpy outfits. I think Eve has an extremely impressive set of like outfits and hairstyles, and I wish they would have added more. I'm not gonna lie. I do like to give her more cute outfits, you know, stuff like that. Granted, you know, she's hot, so you can't really go wrong with her. I would like to see a Stellar Blade 2. Granted, my biggest gripes with the thing were just the pace of it felt like it felt like I wasn't going anywhere a lot of the times, and more so anywhere in the sense that like a lot of the biomes and stuff, I mean, it's a post-apocalyptic world, so there's not only so much that you can do with it, but my biggest gripe is that like a lot of the location was just sand here, sand there, sand everywhere. I don't like sand-related locations. Desert-related stuff, I don't like it. It's one of my least favorite things about any games. Even like if I were playing Mario Kart, like I hate the sand tracks just because it's like, this is boring. There's nothing you can do with them. You can get a bit of a challenge from it, and I did grind quite a bit to like get advanced shit. The fishing can get a bit annoying at times, but it's overall it's an overall decent package. I'd give it like a 7 out of 10. If on like a low end, just with all the stuff that like gives me gripes, I would say that like the Devil Trigger mode, just to like give you an idea, if you play Devil May Cry, the Devil Trigger mode, it's okay. I don't think you can take damage while in it, but again, it's not flashy enough. It doesn't make me want to like access the mode that often, unless like I just need like a get me out of jail free button, and even then, it's all right. So I would recommend it. I would recommend it. It's okay. I'm pretty good. Okay, so if you're good at parrying, then no, it has a good parrying system. 100% recommend it for a parrying system. And I also recommend it if you like dodging. The dodge is not as crazy as like in other games, like let's say the Souls-like and stuff, but you do get quite a bit of like iframes. You can do some crazy stuff with an iframe. So I would recommend it for that. I'm not saying, you know what? I've actually thought about like making like short reviews just on like what I think about games for that stuff. And if you guys smacked, I remember playing that game off the wazoo, so it was usually fun. So it's not bad. You should watch ReZero. It's really good. Isn't ReZero like the plotline of the guy trying to stop the people that he loves from dying constantly? It's like Groundhog's Day, right? Do you really hate the English dub? Was it really that bad? Are you actually into Monster Hunter, or was it an one of? I played World. I hated World because it wasn't what I had originally thought of that it would. It wasn't originally the kind of game that I thought it would be. To give you an idea, the closest thing to Monster Hunter that I played prior to World was Ragnarok Odyssey Ace and Ragnarok Odyssey. And mind you, I played those on like the PlayStation Vita. Vita's goated. I'm not hearing otherwise. It just never had any first part. Compared to Ragnarok Odyssey Ace, Monster Hunter was slow and very methodical, and it definitely, especially World, which just did not obviously leave a lot of room. You had to learn the monsters, obviously, and at the time, at least when I played Ragnarok Odyssey Ace, I was like 15, so I was still on like my whole thing that like, if I can't play a game and be well at it at the time, then I probably shouldn't play it, but I eventually just started going into like online games, and like I would find people that help me like finish through games. Anyway, so that's just like a bit of an idea to give you guys like where I was at. The thing I hate about Monster Hunter is just the fact that it's slow, it's cumbersome. I hate the fact that the characters, if like the ground shakes, you would fall to the ground and you would end up and you would like couldn't get back up. I don't remember who the fuck I was fighting. I think it was like Rathalos or Raytheon or something, or like it was the Anjanath, and like it stomped on the ground and my character was like already like on low health, and they like start tripping over themselves, and I got blasted by the Anjanath, and I'm just sitting there raging at my friend saying, this game is absolute fucking dog shit. Why the fuck doesn't my character get up? I don't care how realistic a game is. It's not fun if my character stops doing the thing I needed to fucking do and I get caught in a weird ass combo when I can't do anything to get out of it. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like a grab with one of the monsters. I mean character falls over, doesn't get back up. It's like, if it were me, bro, I don't care if I'm in a fucking 9th scale earthquake, bro. If a monster is on top of me and I'm tripping over myself, I'm getting up and I'm getting the fuck out of there. But anyway, I hated the fact that Monster Hunter was slow. Don't get me wrong, I beat the game. I didn't care for the game. Fuck the handler. That bitch can go to hell. Fuck her. Fuck everything about the handler. Fuck her stupid turtleneck. Why the fuck are you wearing a turtleneck in the middle of a goddamn volcanic location? I don't know. Stupid character. Useless by all hells. I would talk to anybody if it meant not having to talk to this stupid bitch. I'm sorry. I hate the handler. I would not even buy cosmetics to change her design. I hate that bitch so much. I'm so glad that like they actually gave whatever the handler is supposed to be in Monster Hunter Wilds an actual name, appearance. They actually made her look like someone I'd actually want to talk to. But the short end of it, because like, why the fuck is my Palico running towards her when I'm the one that's going through all the fucking trauma? This bitch is sitting there in a goddamn tent, having the time of her life, watching me die, and she ain't doing jack shit. Fuck you, handler. You don't deserve to be there. You can go to hell. You and everyone that designed you can go to hell. Yuki was wasted potential. I don't know. Some people were defending the handler. Fuck that bitch. I hear some people saying, oh, but the handler, she writes down all the monsters and yada. Anyone could do that job. Fuck you. Anyone could do it. Anyway, so one more thing I really hated about World was how big the fucking the fucking hub world was huge. I know I'm just like spewing things that other people are saying, but like I didn't really look at a Monster Hunter review until like last year, where I was watching what's his face? I have this guy's something rad, super rad, or I think is his name. He's goated. I love their videos. Especially like their retrospectives on the entire Monster Hunter series. But to give you guys a better idea, I went back to World after I got Iceborne. Again, I was not having fun with it. Again, it's slow, it's cumbersome. I did went in there with like a different mentality and like different weapon. I didn't like look up any tutorials and stuff when I was playing World, so I didn't know how to fuck to use any of the weapons. I was just picking with stuff that I thought was cool. I remember trying out the long katana because I'm a fucking weeb and I have to use a katana if it's in a fucking game. But the long sword was just not for me. I just didn't understand what the spirit levels are and how to properly utilize it. And counters in these games, the counter timing in these games are so weird to me that even in Rise, which was the Monster Hunter game that I basically soloed, that game I didn't even try the fucking... I tried the longsword, I just cannot land the fucking... I just cannot get my timing down on any of the counters. I will forever be one of those motherfuckers that say, if I'm playing Longsword and for any reason I'm playing with like chat when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, I can play Longsword with you guys, I'm not landing any of the fucking counters. And if I do, I'm recording that shit, I am uploading that shit to YouTube, just saying proof that I can land my counters, and if out of like a 1 out of like 20 tries. Monster Hunter World is just not that fun to me. It just whatever the fuck Monster Hunter was beforehand. I did play Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate on the Switch. I never beat it. It's a game that, like, you have to grind for it a lot, and I don't care for that level of grinding. I will say that the things that World did in terms of adding a ease of use and just quality of life changes to the Monster Hunter story are 100% welcomed, especially when I thought they were so dog shit already. But the fact that you had to like actually get pickaxes and you had like a limited amount of pickaxes and you had a limited amount of whetstones and stuff like that, how the fuck yuck could anyone ever tell me that that shit was fun in previous Monster Hunter games? Or the fact that you have to do a goddamn paintball, or the fact that you don't go in there with a map. If these maps are already well known, why the fuck don't I just have an entire map for these characters? It just feels so stupid. I will never understand what people say is interesting about anything from Monster Hunter from generations 1 through 4, where it's like you have to paint the monster, you have to like figure out the hunt before the monster. Fuck that, I just want to fight the monster. Let me just fight the monster. Like, goddamn, do I have to go through all this shit? I understand eating beforehand. I understand taking your juices. Your drinks and stuff, your cool and hot drinks. I understand all of that. That shit's fine. I understand figuring out what weapon you're going to use for the monster. You know, swapping out weapons for like different affinities and element types and all that stuff. That's all fine. But don't sit there and tell me that I now also have to figure out how many goddamn pickaxes and paintballs and all this extra shit I have to go in there with. That's not fun. If Monster Hunter for you is all the shit before the game, then just go play a goddamn RPG and start menuing somewhere else, bro. Fuck you. Although I don't mean that to like offend anyone in chat if you do enjoy that. And no offense, I'm just saying that because out of my own frustrations. Monster Hunter like World is like the last bit of dog shit before Rise came out, and then Rise came out, and oh my god, wallahi, they fix everything. Every issue I had with Monster Hunter was fixed. No more do I have to look for the monster and follow these dog shit fireflies that take me across the fucking map and constantly switch positions on me, having me make an entire fucking U-turn on these giant ass maps so I can finally find the goddamn monster. I just shouldn't have to fight a monster 18, 20, 30, 40, 50 fucking times for me to spawn next to the monster when I go into a hunt. I should not be rewarded by just spawning next to the monster. And the fucking, like, finding the camps too, at that point just YouTube it. I'm not finding that shit on my own. But anyway, Rise fixed everything. The movesets, even if the characters themselves weren't moving faster, like running movement speed-wise or like combat speed-wise, switch arts are the greatest thing that could have ever happened to a Monster Hunter game. Oh, I don't like switch arts. They take me out of the fucking immersion of the game. I feel like I'm not fighting a Fuck you. They make the game fun. I like spinning around with a hammer and then uppercutting and then just bashing the monster with a fucking hammer in the head. I love using the Greatsword's Rage fucking slash because if I want to hit big bunk damage, I don't have to look for a funnel thing. I don't have to be skillful. Let me just stand right there, take hits from the monster, increase my damage, and then bonk the monster whenever the fuck I want. That's fun. Rage slash 360 degree turns is fun. And I know it's not going to come back, but I hope that at some point they add Rage Slash back for Greatsword. I'm a Greatsword main for life because of the goddamn Rage Slash. It was so much fun. Yeah, no, Greatsword was fucking great. The monsters were fantastic. Being able to just zip around the map is one of the greatest things ever. Because, and before again, you know, a friend of mine said, oh, I don't like Rise. I'm not going to get Rise. I'm not going to play Rise because why the fuck is like the monster popping up on the map? Why shouldn't the monster pop on the map? If you have an issue with that, turn off the fucking map. That's all I'm saying. You have an option to turn off certain parts of your UI, turn off the map if you want to look for the actual monster. But monster hunting is, but hunting the monster is actually part of the fun. No, it's not. Fighting the monster's fun. Running around for fucking 5 minutes everywhere, especially when you don't have a Palamute or a fucking switch skills or a switch bug or whatever, that is agonizingly boring, especially if we're talking about any of the larger maps in world. Fuck you. If you think, oh, well, running in between areas in the previous Monster Hunter games was fun. No, that shit was a cheese. Just go out an area, eat, drink your foods, go back, fight the monster. Oh, I took damage, run out, eat food, come back. Like, no, that shit is a fucking cheese, bro. I don't like that. Just let me fucking heal and run at the same time, and let me know where the fuck the monster is, so I'm not running around and wasting my time, especially if it's a 15-minute goddamn thing. You can help me in World. I mean, if you guys want to help me in World, I'd be fine. I haven't beaten World. I think I've beaten World's Iceborne story, but I haven't beat any of like the stronger monsters. I just stopped after I beat the story. You could say it's large. I don't know what the timing is, though. Yeah, the Monster Hunter rant is going, because I'm trying to give you guys an idea of like where my mind is with Monster Hunter. I'm down to play Worlds. I'm down to play like Rise. I remember playing, I beat all of Rise on my own. I beat Sunbreak because I just started just hopping in online since I had like Nintendo Switch Online. So I just started hopping in online and just doing it with people. That was fun. Rise Sunbreak was a lot of fun. I never beat Primordial Malzeno, but that's just because I stopped playing the game before that it came out. But I do like, you know, like Rise, Sunbreak, and all that shit. It's a great game. To me, it's the best game in the franchise. You're telling me I get to move around, not get punished by like monster attacks, and I just get to zip around the battlefield. And the monsters are also faster because of it. So now we're actually having like a real back and forth, other than me just having to like hopefully rock steady through everything by doing like the shoulder tackle with the greatsword. Yeah, no, fuck that. And yeah, Wilds was fun. I didn't get a chance to play it on stream because my little cousins wanted to play, so sorry about that if anybody wanted to see me play that. I didn't get a chance to see any of the crazier stuff, but that's just better for me whenever like Wilds does come out, because that way I get more surprised about like what the big monster's gonna do. And you never know, we're not gonna get another fucking Wilds thing. Wilds is fun. I like the fact that like, you know, you get to pick stuff up automatically. And you have a thing that like lets you run across the battlefield faster. That's all fine by me, especially if, like, it just auto trots towards the monster in question. So again, I'm fine with all of that. Just don't make the game a fucking slog to get through, and don't give me a character like the handler, and we'll be cool. Alatreon Hunt, let's go. I'm down to play Alatreon. If anybody wants to help me like play through any of these like larger monster stuff, I'm down. Just I can set up a date, and then I can do a live, and then I can do a stream with my Discord members. You guys can join up with me and stream. I can have the party up on PlayStation, so that way I can have like the whole like Discord PlayStation thing going, and we can have a fun thing. I think it would be fun. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, okay. I went on a hot Monster Hunter rant. God damn. Black Lagoon does not interest me in the slightest bit. It's not the fan service that's the problem. I actually forgot the best movie. Perona's up there. Little sidetrack, but how did Nobara come back? Mahito literally deleted her soul, where half of her brain... He didn't delete her soul, he just popped her eye. And like, they stopped the damage. Have you read Promised Neverland? No, and I heard that it's ass after like a couple of chapters or something. You don't need to watch your redo healer. Top 3 females are... I don't know what my top 3 females are. I'd have to like really sit down and think about that. As a Sekiro guy, okay, Baku no Pico get thrown around. What's that shit about? I definitely never not talking about Baku no Pico. I expect the more flashiness from Stellar Blade, but it's overall alright. Yeah, it's not as flashy as like at least the trailer would make you think. I thought there was more shit to it from the trailer, but it's like not. It's just like, oh, I got certain abilities unlocked, and that's it. Best experience for Stellar Blade is controller and lotion. Yes, it is. The Sand Mario Odyssey level was really good. I didn't mind the sand level from Mario Odyssey, but that's just because it's also like Nintendo really knows how to make specific levels. It's like if you go back to like some of their older shit, like even in Mario Galaxy, I don't remember not minding it too much. But again, it just doesn't have to be just a sand with a pyramid and that's it. At least, you know, mess around with it a little bit. I'm always down for more Eon gaming content. Appreciate that. Yeah, I can make some more stuff. I cook everyone in Naruto Storm Connections. Naruto Storm Connections is a bad game, so you know what? You can stay on that. What do you think about Nobara coming back? Mahito blew up her soul. Okay, so I don't know. I know your name. I'll call you C because I don't know your name is in Russian and I don't know how to read that. Um, this just looks like Hayeb to me, but I'm pretty sure like these also mean other things. So let me not even make something up. I'm fine with Nobara coming back. I love Nobara. She can come back. I'm fine with like the reasoning. They said she wasn't dead, but she can't promise that she's alive. She came back at like the best time possible because if Sukuna opened up that domain expansion, they Yuji would have lost. Sukuna wins if he landed that domain expansion. Nobara unironically won them that fight. Nobara unironically has bad female characters. 6, you're bugging the fuck out. Really think they have bad female characters? Maki is a bad female character. Yuki is a bad female character. Fucking Nobara is a bad female character. I don't know. I don't know if I could read that take. Maybe underutilized, I guess, if you want to say it like that. But I don't know. Characters jump off a mountain is fine, but a monster stomps one's great. Oh, heavens. That's what I'm saying, bro. They equate badass equals great writing. I'm not saying that it doesn't, that like badass doesn't equate great writing, but then like what is great writing then? You know what I mean? Like some people say that Sakura is a good female character, and I mean they're allowed to believe that. You know what I mean? It's like I guess it just depends on like what you view as a character that like is handled well. There's a video called "Why We Hate the Handler." It feels accurate to how you're describing it. I'll probably read it. Rad Bread Night. It's like super rad. Good character for me. Here's the thing: a character can be badass and still be bad. You know what I mean? What's a character that's like that? What's a character that's badass but bad? I'm not sure. Anyway, I might just order myself some food. Fuck this. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I don't know if I want to though. Have you played The Witcher 3? I've never played any of the Witcher games. I haven't even seen the story for it, so I cannot tell you what The Witcher's about. Isn't he like a witch guy? Or does he fuck witches? Does he have premarital sex with witches? Is that why you call him The Witcher? Mother Witcher? Get it? While as it stands fixes all those issues. Yep, 100%. I want to drink echidna's tea. What is wrong with you? My toxic trait is that I can solo Dark Souls games easily. Fair. That's impressive. You can solo just Dark Souls games easily. Really good. Also gonna get humbled. I hate the spirit bird mechanics and the sound effects and the graphics and Rise. That's all fine. That's all fine. I don't think Rise is a perfect game. I just think for what Monster Hunter, at least, is trying to be within the confines of that game, I think it does it extremely well. I haven't played Monster Hunter. I would recommend Rise because it's an easy way to get into the story. The only thing you have to keep in mind is that you're never going to get the movement mechanics again. You're never going to get the movement mechanics ever again. I like the movement of Rise, but it's kind of low key. That's fine. Again, like Rise is basically just faster world with more movement mechanics, and if all you're looking for is world, but again, with more movement mechanics, that's all you. Then Rise is just a perfect game. You know what I mean? And that's all I was looking for. All I was looking for was, oh man, I wish I could play this game, but with slightly more, quality of life changes. And oh look, even making food is easy. Great. And then oh look, they gave me Rise, and I'm happy. When you're getting Mario Party, I don't know when I'm getting Mario Party. Unless anybody wants to buy it for me, I have no money for Mario Party, and I no like time to play that. Well, like chat, that'd be fine. As a matter of fact, I really have to set up that Elgato to see if I can play some Jackbox Party Pack with chat. I'd love to play some Blackbox Party Pack with chat. Jackbox Party Pack. Can connect to PlayStation. Yeah. We can all be connected. Yeah, 100%. Nobara coming back in and of itself is fine, but it wasn't well executed. I disagree. I think it was well executed. I think for what it was, I think it was 100% well executed. I don't need her to show up on the battlefield. Fuck is she gonna do? Like, Nobara didn't get stronger. She didn't go through a training arc. She just woke up. She's probably been down for like a couple of months at least. It's surprising that she's even like back up and running. Standing there and shit. I think that, them saying, are you sure we should do this? Yeah, I mean, she just woke up like 30 minutes ago. It's like, yeah, I think that's fine. Gave her enough time to like shower, put on her clothes, put on an eye patch, and then say, all right, boys, say cheese for the fucking camera, and then just fucking resonances Sukuna through a binding vow and just shatters him. I mean, a hole through the head is not a hole through the brain. You know what I'm saying? A hole through the head is not a hole through the brain, and that's all that matters. As long as your brain is functioning, you should be fine. That's such an Disney ending, bringing her back at the end. That's fine. Again, I'm not saying that it isn't, that it's anything special or anything crazy. I'm just saying for what it is, I think it was well executed. I mean, how is she kind of? I mean, put it like this: how is she coming back any other way? Why does she have to show up on the battlefield? Who's getting her to the battlefield? Who's getting her to the battlefield? Why does she need to be all the way there when her ability works at long distance? Why do we need to get like some random BS about like her getting back up or what? I don't need any of that. Just show me the scene where she's up and running, slamming Sukuna, and I think that's fine enough. Oh no, Sakura is objectively not a good female character, but I also believe that any character that spends quite literally the entire first half of a 700 chapter manga doing absolutely nothing with their entire role completely being just removed and the story as a whole changing literally not one bit. I literally said this to my friend before and I even backed it up. You could remove Sakura from the entirety of Naruto and the only thing that changes is Kankuro dies, but who gives a fuck? Kankuro dies unless you're one of like the 5 Kankuro fans, no one cares. Any of the other medics that might have been on the battlefield save Naruto. And that's it. Just get any other medical ninja near Naruto. Get fucking, what is it? Ino to help Naruto. She got trained by Tsunade too, right? Or Shizune, who cares? Get her to do the fucking thing. I'm pretty sure Naruto would have survived it. His mother survived like whatever amount of time she spent without the full 9 tails off of her. I'm pretty sure Naruto could have survived. I don't know. Kingdom Hearts super bosses are harder than any Dark Soul bosses. That's crazy take. You would probably only play Mario Party on stream though, right? I would only play it on stream though. I play with my friends like at a party or something, but I'd only play it on... Came out of nowhere, it's a Deus Ex. I don't think it's a Deus Ex. They literally set it up before and said, she's not dead, I'm just saying no promises. I don't think that's a Deus Ex by any means of the term. I think a Deus Ex is like, oh, when you reveal it like right then and there, that like, oh, all the Quincy stuff, like, you know, like Yuhabak and everything. I mean, they do say there isn't a 0% chance that she'd survive, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there was always that tiny bit of hope. It's like, we just removed Nobara from the story because also, as long as Yuji doesn't know about Nobara, Sukuna doesn't take her into account for the final fight, and I think that's good writing. The fact that the characters were being very, very cautious about the fact that, especially Toto, was being very cautious about the whole resonance thing between Yuji and Sukuna, the fact that anything that Yuji learns, hears, or understands automatically becomes information for Sukuna. Like, imagine if Sukuna, like, made up some weird-ass binding vow so that he removed, like, the connection between him and his other finger. I don't know the fuck he could do that, but hey, considering how crazy binding vows are, I think it's plausible. I'm just saying, she had to stay dead, and then how do they win? If she didn't resonance Sukuna right then and there, he opens up domain expansion, beats out Yuji's domain, he wins. I mean, you thinking she's dead does not exactly take from the fact of that the author set up beforehand saying she's not dead. It's just a non-0% chance she's surviving. There's just a non-0% chance she's surviving. Like, I feel like that's enough, at least for me. All I'm saying is that giant rock that like was blocking the Akatsuki hideout could have been destroyed by like Guy or Lee. They have like 5th gates. That's all I'm saying. To get Sasuke back from the sand dimension. That is true. Obito just dies there. I don't know. They could have had literally anybody else. Yeah, fuck it. Just have Tsunade there with them. I would have probably tried to save Tsunade. Just have her there with them. She does the exact same thing Sakura does, but better. To be fair, anyone else in Sakura's position, Madara wouldn't have gotten his other Rinnegan, so then Kaguya wouldn't have come back. Put it like this. If Sakura, let's go a little bit farther back than even that moment. If Sakura's not even around, you have any other medic or any other ninja right there, basically there with Obito, and then they stab, and I'm pretty sure they would have stabbed out Obito's eye. She was gone too long. It's fine if you think she was gone too long. That's fine. But I feel like it's the perfect amount of time for Sukuna to completely ignore her. The readers to completely ignore her. Because if you're not thinking that like nobody's going to make a comeback at this point in the story, I feel like it did its job. You know what I mean? I didn't expect nobody to come back at that point in the story. As I read the chapter, I was like, no way. Let's go! Like, yeah, I was excited for Nobara coming back. Like, it's one of those things that, like, at this point in the story, we've already done multiple domain expansions. We've already done Yuji Awakening. We've already done everybody throwing everything, including the kitchen sink. Hell, fucking Yuta literally desecrated a fucking dead corpse, put his brain into Gojo's body. Nobody was thinking nobody would come back. That's why I think it's so effective. All the shit that's happening on the side, and all she needed to do was do the one thing she does best, resonance. Why did Magito didn't kill her? He had zero reasons not to kill her. He thought he did. Let's be honest. Again, he thought he did. I don't know what to tell you. Like, he just wanted to cause Yuji grief. And, you know what? She was gonna die. He just stopped the damage from improving. Is the best thing about Naruto. That's crazy. That is a wild thing to say. That's almost ban-worthy. I'm not going to lie, but I'm not going to. Her hair peak Naruto moment. That was such a peak moment because she realized that she didn't care about boys. Also then just cry about a boy that she likes running away. That is so crazy. Like, Naruto still goes after, like, the entirety of part 1, and I will stand by this. Put any character that could perform as equal, put any character, any other shinobi in Sakura's position, they perform either as good or if not better. She has nothing. There is nothing. She quite literally does not need to exist. And if she doesn't exist in part 1, then the entire rest of the story is basically written in a way where, like, everything happens the exact way it happens, just she's not there. She is quite literally inconsequential to the story. I'm not lying. Put it like this. Whatever she did in Shippuden, which was destroy Sasori's puppet, save Kankuro. What else did she do? Destroy Sasori's puppet, save Kankuro. She saved a child from a thing. One of the summonings, I guess. She saved a child from the summonings. I guess she saved a couple of people in the war arc. Cool. Summons Lady Katsuyu, but I've honestly argued this before. Naruto slapping people with the KCM cloak is objectively better than any healing she could do. Not only does the cloak heal them, it also gives them a massive amp. So Naruto's already a better healer than she is. So I'm not gonna count her healing anybody. Naruto's just a better healer than she is. I guess she saves Naruto's life. Let's give her that. Whatever. I don't care. I will say, I'll take away her saving Naruto's life because she didn't stab out Obito's eye. She hesitated, and honestly, Kaguya would never have come out if what's his face? If she just stabbed Obito in the eye. Kaguya would not have come out. So, whatever, that undoes it. And I guess she punches, she does a thing with Sasuke, I guess. She helps get Sasuke. No, Obito gets Sasuke back. She just fuels him with chakra. So that's more Obito's feat than hers. And the last thing she does, which I'm already at like 9 fingers up, she gets a what do you call it? A sucker punch in on Kaguya. So she does 10 things in all of Shippuden. She does 10 things in Shippuden. And none of it makes up for the fact that she was entirely useless in part 1 and completely useless in Shippuden for, like, everything between Sasuke retrieval to War Arc. She does nothing between, like, Sasuke retrieval to War Arc. Sorry, she does one thing in between Sasuke retrieval to War Arc. She saves a child, I guess. How powerful do you think the Bleach verse is? I don't scale Bleach, so I can tell you probably, like, some people say universal, probably planetary, probably multi-galaxy. I don't know. I mean, why popped her eye? Why not explode her? That's a good point. I don't know. What. Speaking of Sukuna, did you see the Twitter where Yuabak is setting the standard for final villains? Do you agree? I think Sukuna's better fit since it was a group activity, or Julius from Black Clover. Yuabak is not a good example of a final villain. He's not a good example of a final villain whatsoever because he's not. He is only, and I really do mean this, only ever brought up in the entire last arc of the story. You cannot bring up a final villain without any prior context or build-up for the entirety, like, what? I don't know, like 80% of the story. You cannot just bring a final villain in, then give him overpowered abilities and say this is the set standard for it. Just because Yuhabak looks cool, like he's only overpowered. That's where it ends. He has no personality. Yuhabak quite literally has no personality. I don't think there's anything about him that I could say besides him being, I guess, prideful. You know what I mean? There's no personality for the motherfucker. I got no time with him in order to think, why should I give a fuck about this motherfucker? But he killed Head Captain Yamamoto. Head Captain Yamamoto is also a dumbass who couldn't figure out he wasn't fighting the real Yuhabak and never got back his left arm. I don't know what to tell you there. You know what I mean? Wait, she hit Kaguya, biggest feat in manga. She was also there for emotional support. She was. That's like Captain America argument. She punched Thanos in the face. Like, what is Yuhabak? Like, why am I supposed to consider Yuhabak an even remotely interesting villain? You know what I mean? It's not even like a me against Bleach type of thing. It's not that. It's just like Aizen. I can see Aizen because he gets introduced within like the first big arc of all of Bleach, right? You guys, a quick question: should I order food because it is expensive? Like Uber Eats is expensive, right? But I have like a bit of chicken in the waiting out there in like the. In my kitchen, like faucet, I just have some chicken there, you know, that it was like defrosting, but it's like 5:30 in the afternoon. I'm gonna order food. I'm ordering food, and I don't care. You know what? I've convinced myself. I gotta eat something. I'm just gonna cook later. Let me order some Uber Eats right now. But I'm just saying, like, you can't. Okay, let's talk about chill on Dollar Store Goldie Roger. Yo, come on, that said Captain Marvel. I don't. You know what's funny? I've never seen the Captain Marvel movies. I don't. I know that she's supposed to be like uber busted within like the context of the story, but I don't know. Captain Marvel just does not interest me as a character. I think it was partially because like the whole like anti-men thing that was going on with like Brie Larson or whatever the fuck it was. I just know there was some controversy right there, and Captain Marvel honestly just did not look like that interesting of a movie in my opinion. But I mean. The character itself, I don't think I have an issue with. I just think that Brie Larson is... She did not make me want to care for the character. And when I did see some... Whatchamacallit? When I did see some, like, videos talking about, like, the Marvels movies and all that stuff, I was like, huh. So I really wouldn't like this movie. You know what I mean? Damn, should I order two? Let me order one right now. Let me order one set of quesadillas. Let me see if they got anything else that like I might want to get. I'm also be ordering quesadillas. I don't know, chicken, cheese. That's all kind of all I need. Anyway, so like with Yuhabak, it's like, okay, with Madara Uchiha, you at least get some build up. You at least get some build up from like the start where like Kurama says, your eyes remind me of Madara Uchiha, right? Okay, so there's already like a little bit of a build up there. You hear his name throughout it. Toby is supposed to be Madara. So there's a build up to Madara, right? Even with like Meruem, you don't really see a build up for Meruem until like the actual ant, the Chimera ant arc, or whatever the fuck it's called, from like what I remember seeing some videos about it. So like, you have to be able to build up your fucking main villain. Their final villain, you have to be able to build them up. They cannot just be someone who just shows up at the very end, or you have to at least nod to the idea of their existence, which I don't think Bleach did. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Bleach did that until like the very last fucking arc, which, okay, so that falls there. Aizen, much better final villain in my opinion, just because he appears in the... He's basically the biggest plot twist in the very first big arc of the story. I don't like Aizen because of the memes. Oh, he planned everything, yada yada yada. I think Aizen is kind of boring in some senses, but Aizen is a villain that I can see why people like him. The whole theme behind it, the Spanish music, everything about Aizen screams final villain energy, and I'm fine with it. I like Aizen overall. I don't care for Aizen a lot of the times, but I don't care for like the wank level that people seem to give him to, but I like Aizen as a character. I like Aizen as a villain. Why not? But then Yuhabak, it's like, what do you think about the conversation between Sukuna and Mahito when it's revealed that all he did was for revenge? Some people think that Sukuna's character was ruined. No, that's Mahito's interpretation. You cannot just boil it down to like what Mahito's saying and then just completely ignore what Sukuna says. Let's actually look at the last chapter just real quick. Let's look at the last chapter real quick. 271 was it? Aizen was a great villain. I do think Aizen was a fantastic villain. Okay, right here. I think your life was about revenge against everyone who scorned you as an abomination. It amounts to the same thing. So, you got here, Sukuna. You got here first, huh? Oh, you're here. Is it the third time we've talked? Because my curse technique affects the soul. This is kind of a residue of that. This place is a passageway. Ask you something. You were lying to you were lying, weren't you? To yourself and to others, just about living as befits your nature. It amounts to the same thing. This is my nature. I know no other way. No, that's wrong. I could have chosen to live. I could have chosen how to live. I had two chances. So Sukuna is a character that, as I mentioned before, he is the epitome. He is the symbol of strength of JJK. Nobody is stronger than Sukuna, and they quite literally beat him, as Urame said, because he was a reincarnated type. Granted, even he admits it doesn't matter in the end. I lost, which is the it brings up a lot of individuality in the characters where you can see the difference in mentality. To Sukuna, it's not about winning or losing. He again is just living life as it befits him. He brought it up himself. I eat when I want to eat. If it annoys me, I kill it. I toy with things around me and the people around me to pass time until I die. It's not always about revenge, because think about it like this, and think about it from this other perspective. They've considered Sukuna is the strongest in a verse because he understands what it means to be evil in a verse where the power system is innately designed around negativity. He figured out how the power system works, and if there's something about the power system that he may not have known at that point, he looks at it once, he understands it immediately. Sukuna is a genius in every single sense of the word. Now, people often fear geniuses, and in a time especially with 1,000 years ago where like we can assume that like this takes place in at least in a pseudo-realistic like world compared to ours, you can say that like people feared Sukuna because Sukuna ultimately wasn't there to care for anybody else. He was there to care for himself. He didn't compare himself to anybody. He just simply sought out the strength that he wanted to gain and the knowledge that he wanted to obtain, right? So if people see the level of strength that someone like this is gaining, where if I want to kill this person because they're annoying, I'm going to kill them, and then word of that spreads out, people are going to want to challenge Sukuna. If people are going to want to challenge Sukuna, then they're going to want to, then eventually they're going to either fear or idolize them, and in a lot of cases it was fear. So then what does that devolve to? That devolves into people wanting to kill Sukuna because they cannot have something, an unrestrained force like this that essentially has, I wouldn't even say has no morality, just a force like this that will act based on their own whims. If I want to kill this person, or if I want to kill this group of people, I'm going to kill them just because it's fun for me. If I come into this, let's say I come into like this temple, I like this temple's mine now, I'm going to live here from now on, and people have an issue with that, I'm just going to slaughter them, and people fear that. I don't think it's about revenge. You could maybe say it's about revenge for the people that wanted to kill Sukuna. Ultimately, everyone that Sukuna ever met just wanted to either compare their strength to his or kill them, but ultimately Sukuna said, I'm just living life the way I want to live. And he's right. He did have two choices. He could have gone with, he could have maybe, you know, I don't know if this person is, what's her face? Fuck, Yoru, not Yoru. Who the fuck was her name? Whatever the fuck the lady with the metal skin body is. It could have either been her or could have been this. He could have chosen to care for other people. He could have chosen to accept other people's love, and he simply chose not to. He had to vomit out the curses writhing in his entrails. But I had to vomit out the curse writhing in my entrails. I was afraid of the immolation of by my own curse. If there's a next time, maybe I'll change how I live. He simply lived life the way he thought would be best for him, and now that he lost and he saw, well, you know, I lost. Maybe the way I was living wasn't exactly the right way if it ended up in my demise, and yeah, maybe next time he'll get another thing. I think this is the perfect example of a good villain. I think it's the perfect example of a good villain. I don't expect people to read into this. There was a statement that said, the individual is smart, the masses are stupid. And I think for the most part, anyone who says like Sukuna is a poorly written villain is a fucking, I'm not going to call him a straight up idiot. But I think the masses as a whole who'd follow onto this idea, whether they watch it through TikTok or etc., I think they're fucking stupid. You're not reading into what's happening within the story. I think the masses as a whole are fucking dumb. I mean, and that's not to say like, well, they disagree with my opinion. I think that they're dumb because of it. More so, you're willing to find or think that a story is bad or an ending is bad because it's not what's already, it's not what you wanted it to be. And this isn't a story, this isn't a story that ended the way I wanted it to end. I didn't have any I didn't have like any bar for JJK to set. I started watching it with no idea what it was about. I saw memes about Yuji eating fingers and getting stronger, thought that was weird. Gave the first season a try. I was like, okay, this is cool. Watched Sukuna, watched the Shibuya incident, read through it. Saw it, well, oh, this is cool. Okay, so it's all about cooking. It wasn't even until somebody brought it up, I think it was Six that brought it up, it was like all about cooking. I was like, oh, that's actually interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not setting up any. I'm not setting up like any whatchamacallit. I'm not setting up like any standards or a bar for like the series to meet. If it simply grabs me, if it throws me, and then I see what the author's trying to do and I enjoy it, I like it. And then to me, that's peak. You know what I mean? If it can get me thinking about like what a villain could be. Let's talk about it. Things that Aizen and Madara did well. They were well, Aizen wasn't spoken about or brought up to be like this massive insane villain. He was just a plot twist villain that came out, but it was done very well. Bonus for him. Madara was talked about early on, halfway through the series, was brought up, named, a lot of expositions brought down on him. Interesting. Sukuna, he is in a story where he's basically appears in the very first chapter and then moves all the way to the very last chapter. He is talked about, hyped up, talks his shit. You can see his mentality throughout all of it. He is consistent throughout all of it. And at the end, I got what I've always wanted. I got what I didn't ask for, but I always wanted. What Aizen couldn't accomplish. What Madara couldn't accomplish. And that is a final boss fight. Not where the main character just comes in out of nowhere and stomps them out like Naruto and Sasuke did, like Ichigo did. No, I got a fight where everybody was jumping in. The difference wasn't so massive, or at least the circumstances weren't there in such a way that people that might be weaker than him could jump in. Kusakabe versus Sukuna is forever going to be one of my favorite chapters of all time. It is one of my favorite things in the entire story and one of my favorite things in the entire fucking manga. Just knowing that this guy right here, the guy that he's been running away from every single fight up until now, he can talk his shit. He just rather get out of like these insane events. He even said it. A bunch of elements are dancing around us, are fighting around a bunch of ants. And let me let you guys know right now, we're the ants. He is dealing with Sukuna, a weakened Sukuna, granted, but he's essentially holding him off until somebody can pull up. That is crazy, bro. How many other series? When have I ever seen Choji just show up in front of Madara, grab him, and like toss him away from his friends, and like for them to Madara to pull out like a Susanoo or whatever, and then like fight Choji, maybe put him down. I don't care if Choji loses. I don't care if like some of these guys end up losing as they go along. A lot of the players lost as they went along. But the point is slowly weaken them. But you can't do that with characters like Madara or Aizen, and that's fine. It's not me like judging them because they didn't do X, Y, Z, but I do judge them for what we did get, and what we did get was Madara got written off. Aizen got, I won't say Deus Ex Machina, but with no indication that Kisuke Urahara did anything to him earlier. I mean, big brain movement, I guess. It's not the most upsetting thing. I think the whole Yuhabak getting Deus Ex Machina is worse, in my opinion. But that's already 2 times that we've gotten Deus Ex Machina for fucking villains. It's like the 3rd time this stream. I'm sorry. I gotta glaze Sukuna again. Like, sorry, my bad. I really just gotta make it like clear that I don't know. He's a better written villain than all these other guys. And I didn't feel like I got cucked as a Sukuna fan at the end. You know what I mean? Yuji boxed him up. The whole verse, it was him versus the verse, and the verse won. Named Sanji Naruto. That's crazy. I mean, person Ichigo thought was Zangetsu was Yuhabak, if that counts. Yeah, but there was like no build up for that. There was I guess you could say the I am Zangetsu thing, I guess, could make sense. So you know what? I'll give him that. That 100% I can give. But I don't know. Like saying that like that's Ichigo's Quincy powers and shit. That felt a bit ass pulley. Sukuna's character until this chapter, to be honest. That's fair. Best villain out of the big 3 is Doflamingo. Fight me. Yeah. Honestly, Doflamingo's a really good villain. He is just evil for the sake of being evil, and you gotta love that. You got to love that. Wait, this motherfucker, Taco. Is there anything else I can get? I need something that's not too greasy, though. That's the one thing. Oh no, but they're just burritos, and they're tacos, and they're all these different things, and fuck it. Give me my FUD. Continue. I'm not even gonna look at the prizes. Oh, strawberry milkshake. Cool. I don't care. 35 to 55 minutes, guys. Wallahi, I am cooked in terms of my hunger. Something went wrong. My order wasn't placed. That's so crazy. Okay. Right address. Thing. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Oh, look. I got 49 cents. Had to die to learn. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You had to lie to, like, realize, okay, well, you know what? I might have been in the wrong. Jeez, guys. My bad. You know? We'll try things next time. A little differently. You feel me? Alright. I do love Dofi, but what he did is some top tier messed up. Also, it's even worse if you consider that he might have like violated Viola. If like she wasn't consenting to, relations, though I don't know exactly how hard you can. My bad. It was Yuhabuk that was setting the standard for a power of a final villain. I still disagree. Sugano was the best example. Julius from Black Clover as well. Julius is another good example where, like, enough of the clues were there where even I was thinking that, where even I was telling, not telling, but I was, like, thinking to myself, there's no way Julius is the final fucking villain, right? But I like that. You know why? Because Julius, for example, Wizard King protects the entirety of the Black Clover Kingdom, of the Clover Kingdom. Has an insane magic. You can understand why Julius is as crazy as he is, the way that he can just manipulate time magic. And then as he survives basically nearly getting killed off, reverts himself to a child. So I'm cool with that. Julius, the Wizard King, is set up in a position, right? And it was interesting. He's now set up in a position where he cannot fight because he's essentially just relegated back to his state as when he was a child. So he cannot get as strong as he was before. He has to let his magic and his body mature. But then with the whole thing with like the triple siblings and everything, and then like the alluding that, and like the whole idea that like it's been alluded that there's a fourth child and that it could have been Julius. It's nice. It's interesting. Seeing him show up into the Clover Kingdom, having this massive godlike power, absorbing his previous brethren, just making himself this honestly star level, large planetary force motherfucker that's giving other people the powers of angels and shit like that. Like we went with devils, and now these guys are still devils, but they're giving his subjects now the powers of angel, and he wants to make a happy everlasting world or whatever. Again, corny final villain. I'm not actually the villain here. At least I'm trying to do what would technically, under some warped sense of justice, be the right thing, but my way of going about it is completely wrong. Kind of like paying the Akatsuki and all that stuff. You know what it is? It's like, none of it is wrong. A lot of times people seem to think that like tropes are bad, but they're not. I like Julius as a villain. He goes and he still does a lot of tropes. It's just that he's much better written, at least in my opinion, than a lot of these other villains. Like, the only thing that could ruin Julius for me at this point is whatever the fuck his name is. The only thing that could like ruin it for me is that, again, if we get like some, oh, it was me all along type shit, and then at that point, it's all ruined. Aizen doesn't compare character-wise how much effect Doflamingo had on world building. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does and he doesn't, because he kind of affected Ichigo's entire life. So if you want to go from like a world building perspective, no. But if you want to talk about like, he kind of fucked over the main protagonist's entire life, or at least turned him into this, yeah, you could definitely argue it. Question: would you play a One Piece game where you play as like a base marine or something and rank up? Is that valid or not? It sounds valid, but it's starting to sound to me almost like that Dragon Ball The Breakers game. I don't know. Is it like, do I have to like fight against? Is it like, I don't know, like a Dynasty Warriors game where I have to like level up my character? That'd be interesting, I guess. Do I have to fight Luffy at some point? Don't make me do that. Maybe at least choose between Marine and Pirate. Broken Ronin, waffling. I don't agree with his take at all. What about Broken Ronin? I don't know. Not gonna lie, that reminds me of the one level Crook versus 50 level Moss mobile boss game. That's true. I was thinking a fan letter makes me really want to like have games or little short films about other perspectives. That'd be fun. Yeah, no. One Piece is 100% insane when you think about it like perspective wise, because like, again, and I think the fan letter actually really does a fantastic idea at bringing what I've been mentioning before with like JJK, for example, where it's like, if you have a character that's like outer versal, I'm not going to go into a rant, just letting you guys know, but if you have a character that's like outer versal, I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know exactly what destroying the universe through punches like Goku and Beerus did. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. However, a character like Sukino can essentially turn everything within 200 meters into a giant blender, I think that shit's sick, and I think that shit's scary. So, like, think about it from the perspective of Marines now. One Piece is entirely a fantasy fictional story in the sense that, like, a lot of the stuff that these characters do, because it's goofy, because it's colorful and stuff, you don't really think that, like, it's anything crazy. But think about for a second a guy that at any moment, a guy in the real world that at any moment picks his nose, flicks his booger, and just a giant bomb explosion just happens. At any point, you could be sitting next to someone who could transform into a fucking alligator or a leopard and just tear you to shreds if they want to. A world where a guy could turn into a giant awakened koala and rhinoceros and stuff and just lose their fucking minds. The Marines, the fan letter put up a wonderful perspective as to what it means to really be a human in a world full of these monsters. And I don't just mean the Logia users, I mean, like, think about it like Luffy. Remember that scene in the fan letter where, like, Luffy's, like, punching through some Marines and, like, jumps over a pacifist and you can see his body stretching around? That has gotta be crazy to see. That's gotta be crazy to see as a normal human. You're in this war. You're here hearing that, like, oh, one of the strongest pirates in the world, but I don't know why Whitebeard is so strong. And then all of a sudden, again, I'm a normal soldier with a rifle. I don't have hockey. I don't have any crazy abilities. If I get shot in the chest, if I get shot in the head hard enough, I die. And here's a guy grabbing the air itself, pulling it down, and all of a sudden I'm falling down a giant crevice because he basically tilted the fucking oceans, bro. That's crazy. Like, think about it from the perspective of a normal human being, what it would be like against a guy that could literally turn himself into sand, or someone that could, if he touches you, dries you up in an instant. Think about how crazy it is. Fuck the power scaling for a second. Just think about how crazy it is that if I were standing next to a man who with a big ass cross-shaped black blade just swings the blade once and slashes an entire mountain-sized iceberg right next to me. Like, what the fuck is happening? The Marines, if I was a Marine, I would be shitting bricks right now. I'm like, bro, I did not sign up for this. This is not what I thought I'd be fighting. I thought I'd be fighting, like, you know, pirates and ships and stuff, and we'd be going on, like, sea adventures and shooting battle boats at each other. No, One Piece is crazy. Luffy can make if you want to go with, like, the 58-kilometer sized thing for Onigashima, let's just go with that for a second. Luffy made a fist larger than a fucking small country. That shit is crazy. He could quite literally put a hole in Vatican City if he wanted to. That shit is so insane, bro. He one-shotted them all, which is boring. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh yeah, Aizen just one-shot all of them. That's cool, I guess. I mean, if you want to draw your guy to be so strong, cool. But then, what happens when everyone else gets stronger? Can they just, like, I don't know. It's stupid. I don't know. Isaac, I hate when the villain dog walks Ichigo, then a random power-up, Ichigo dog walks the... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's boring. We've seen enough of that. I don't care about these silent, angry power-ups anymore. Let me see a power-up where the main protagonist is smiling the entire time. As a matter of fact, for the story I'm writing, the main protagonist and, like, the Zuteragonist, whenever, like, they get, like, whenever, like, the more they, like, he dives into, like, let's say, like, the flow of a fight, the wider his smile gains, like, the wider his smile gets. It's like, at that point, he's only focused, like, the more inspiration he gets to, like, use his crazy gravity powers and to, like, throw his arm here and then have it pop out somewhere else, or throw a punch and through gravity and multiple wormholes open up and just constantly accelerate his fist until it goes back in time and shit like that. He smiles more and more the more creative shit he can build up. I want to see different emotions. I want to see something different. We've gotten all the cool shit already with, like, Bleach and Naruto. We've already gotten this shitty angry transformations with fucking Vastolorde or Super Saiyan. Let me see something cool. Let me see my characters show a different kind of emotion whenever they get stronger. I think Gear 5 is so interesting because Luffy's laughing. He's basically getting stronger as he laughs. How many times can you say a character can do that? Julius top tier villain. Julius is a top tier villain. I don't see Lucius and Julius as the same person. They're not the same person. I'm sorry. I keep saying Julius, guys. I just looked at the comments. Yeah, no, Lucius. Yeah, Lucius is a good villain. I don't know. Lucius is a great villain. I think so. Heard we'll be getting three Black Clover chapters. I hope we do. Did you end up looking at my Black Clover scaling in the Discord? I didn't get a chance to. I was mentioning it to like Julian as well. I didn't get a chance to like look at a lot of the scaling. Someone hit me up personally, and if you guys ever want to like see me get any like look through anything more specifically, just send it to me personally. I'm sorry about that, Six. I'll look over it in a bit. Given the new info that dropped about it, do you think we might get a One Piece movie about Rocky Port? I hope so. I want to see Rocky Port. They said they weren't going to get anything about it, at least within an anime, or at least film-wise. I don't know. I want to see a Rocky Port incident. I'd love to see what Trafalgar Law, Kobe, and Blackbeard had to team up with. Actually, fuck that. I want to see a fucking One Piece movie about God Valley. I don't need to see Luffy. If I see Luffy at the start and then Luffy at the end, I'm fine with that. But I need to see a whole movie about the events of God Valley. Fuck anything else. God Valley is the only thing I really want to see. Let me just look through these and then we can keep going down. So how far do the Black Bulls get in One Piece? I have no clue. I don't scale Black Clover. I've read it completely casually. You literally can't write a story without tropes, and a lot of concepts have already explored, so repetition isn't bad if it's done right. Exactly, see. The run through... They run through the One Piece verse? I don't know if they do. Aizen killed the Central 46. Doesn't that affect the world? I mean, I guess it does. Yeah, it does, but not on the level of Doflamingo. Let me find out if that's on the stream. Is Sukuna... No, I never said Sukuna's relative to Lucius. I wouldn't say something that wild. I know Lucius is way stronger than Sukuna. He doesn't have to have a giant impact in the world to be a good villain. He'll find a way to somehow scale Sukuna to Lucius. I will not find a way to scale... Here's the thing. I think most Naruto, mid tiers, I think most Naruto mid tiers are like JJK, or at least like relative somewhat to like JJK's like top tiers at least. I'm not saying that like Black Clover's on a completely different fucking stage. Black Clover, 100% I'm not comparing. Because here's the thing, I'm not going to compare these guys to fucking One Piece characters, because One Piece characters are stupid. I could get like Sukuna to maybe NL. We can get him to like an L. That'd be fine. Like, he can't beat him unless there's somehow like an argument that he can like tear apart lightning itself with Malevolent Shrine. He can't beat an L. You know what I mean? Then there's like... I mean, and even if you want to say an L, I think that like Rob, Lucci, and the others just straight up blitz and one-shot him. I think that Rob, Lucci, and the others quite literally blitz. It's like, I will compare him to Naruto because I think Naruto doesn't actually scale as high as people think they do. I really think that like... Kaguya is basically like the biggest outlier in terms of the Naruto story as a whole. Otsutsuki, and they're all like alien motherfuckers. That's fine. I think Naruto's like planetary. You can get him to planetary, sure, but like you could also say Yuki is planetary, if anything. Why the boys is scary? Exactly. The boys is scary because no one can stop fucking Homelander for the most part. Yeah, but you compare two writings wise, those things are gonna matter. Running into a pacifista or Kizaru in the fan letter episode is low key terrifying. I can see why they're considered country levelers. That's what I'm saying, bro. If I was one of those Marines, I would solo Mihawk, not gonna lie. Void, I would love to see that fight. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would love to see that fight. Like, unironically, if you think you could solo Mihawk, I'd love to see that fight. Just Void. Would you be a guns user? Would you be a sword user? Like what is it? Assuming you don't have like a devil fruit. It's gonna say WCS can one shot. What's WCS? World Cutting Slash. I'm not gonna say World Cutting Slash can one shot Lucius, though. Granted, if Lucius doesn't have any immortality, here's an idea to take inspo from games like Skyrim. Have them start with a nun and option of enlist as a pirate crew, become a Navy cadet, or stay unaffiliated, and your game shapes from there. But that couldn't be like an action game, though. I feel like that would have to be at least a game like that is too big for even games right now, or at least it'd have to be something like a AAA. It'd have to be like a AAA, like, first-party title. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, they would or something like Black with Wukong, where they've been working on this for years, and once we finally got it, it's something, like, insane. And even then, it probably wouldn't be that long. The more in-depth you want a world to be, the bigger you want it to be, the shorter it might have to be in terms of, like, a story, unless you want that shit to be, like, 150 gigs in terms of, like, memory. That would have happened if something that size is hitting the ground. When are we going to get a peek at your story? Whenever I have a chance to write it down. It's a really long story. I'm not going to say it's like One Piece long, but like it starts off at a very low level and it gets absolutely stupid. It gets like absolutely fucking stupid. I basically have a guy that I'm kind of like designing off of Sukuna with like multiple arms and stuff like that. I wouldn't say, I don't think I'm gonna give him multiple eyes and stuff like that, but I'm gonna give him like a Sukuna-esque thing where like he's going to be top of the verse in terms of understanding the power system, but he's gonna have an engraved technique similar to like a god of destruction, something like that. I don't know yet. I still have to work it through, but there is a scene. There is a scene where like he gets revived. There is a scene that I want to like add in where like essentially every single form, every single life form within the universe, meaning plant life, animal life, and human life, all of a sudden, as if they all instinctively came in, as if they all instinctively just went into fear, as if something happened in somewhere in the universe that just essentially put the fear of God in them. And essentially it's his revival. Like his existence essentially made everything also basically go into like survival instincts. Like everyone is just scared shitless and nobody knows why. Nobody even knows that this guy exists. And everybody's just like, I think, like they just got the fear that they're all gonna die, including plant life. Like it's sort of where I'm at right now, but he's not the main villain. Luffy is what I like to say, a light in a dark world, and how the sun is the symbol of freedom in One Piece, the warrior of liberation, the sun god of themes is coming full circle. 100% agree with that. I 100% agree. True. I'm a top tier swordsman. Ooh, you might have a good chance against Mihawk then. But you'd rather it in a movie? I don't know. Everything. I want everything to do with God Valley to be canon, manga, and anime. I would love it to be kind of canon, manga, or anime, but I mean, I don't know how long it would take. Garling soloing Whitebeard is gonna be peak. Yeah, I'd love to see how Whitebeard got his scars exactly. I want to see what exactly was the interaction that caused such an event. We don't know who they are. They're all just a bunch of old men who got killed off screen. So who knew? Yeah, it's kind of like the old heads from the JJK world. You know, like the people that decide like the old JJK rules and shit like that. No one cares. Kill them. That's fine. NL is fodder. I hate when people glaze NL. He got blitzed by Pre-Gear's Luffy, and he literally created a spear that allowed him to hurt Luffy, and he still lost. Loses to Bluno. Probably, but NL is also just natural lightning, and natural lightning hurts. Hey, what's up, John Levi? I agree, Elon. Tired of edgelord power-ups and transformations. It's time for something new. 100%. For the most part, Central 46 are like the Soul Society's government. Most of their words are law, the only way of getting around them. Lucius solos both One Piece and Naruto at the same time. I don't know if that's true. Can you get him? How fast can you get Lucius? I know Worm has a broken-ass final villain. What's Worm? That kind of love people start having for One Piece and side projects. I'd be Dante in the One Piece verse, dual pistols, and a sword the size of Rebellion Sparta. Oh, that's cool, Lord IMAX. I could see that. That'd be cool. You still have to like be using like the musket style rifles, but I could definitely see that. Time Magic and Soul Magic go stupid. They do. I definitely want to wait until like, because here's the thing, Black Clover's about to end, and I don't want to do like, I can definitely do some Black Clover and One Piece scaling. I might be one of the series that I do. What were they again? Bleach, Dandadan. I don't know if I'm going to be Dandadan. I think I'm still like between like Dandadan and Black Clover, because I want to have at least 3 metas down packed. So I'd have to like read through 3 different stories, but I wouldn't obviously all be like at once. I'd probably spend at least a good portion of like January reading through like the shorter stories before I really get through Bleach. Then you have all of that in your head. Fuck, I have like the entire outline of the story. I've slowly like told myself the story as it's been going along. I've had the story in my mind since I was a kid, I'm not gonna lie, and I've like fully started to flesh it out once I was like let's say like what, like mid-pandemics, like 2020 2021. I started like developing like the main character. So, like, essentially, the gist of the story is main character, normal kid, finds a suit. Suit has an AI and a second AI that, like, fucks around with him. Tries to take on an evil corporation. Evil corporation is almost, like, in cahoots with the world government. That's because, like, they helped, like, reestablish, like, a lot of, like, the world's resources and stuff during a big event that happened, but people don't know what the actual event was, or at least the event is hidden by the government. Everybody knows the story that the government's told them, but nobody knows what the story is. Eventually, the guy gets really pissed off that the main protagonist, the head of the corporation, gets really pissed off, and because he has basically stayed in the world government, has them send some of their special forces, let's just call it like special forces and shit like that, like specific we only send these guys when like something's very dire. One of them is basically wearing like a full, I wouldn't say biker's outfit and stuff like that, but it's basically just something to cover their entire body. They have the ability to just revert anything to zero, kind of like Gold Experience Requiem, but though it's not automatic. They can stop momentum, they can revert momentum down to zero. So if you throw like, let's say, a missile at them, the missile will just stop, will just stop, and then it'll just fall to the ground after like they've released their technique. They can even like remove temperature, or they can like remove like your line of sight. They can like reduce your visibility down to zero, so they can always appear somewhere else, at least to you. They get fucked up, whatever, yada yada yada. Eventually Protag has a conversation with his pops in a situation when he was about to die. His father, he hates his dad, hasn't seen him since he was like basically a baby. The dad, though, he's kind of like a Minato Naruto thing where, like, the dad sealed away some energy within his son. Son's energy is finally released. Son gets he basically tells his son, like, if you do this, your life is gonna be fucked. I'm letting you know that right now. Like, there's no turning back if I give you this. If I release this, and essentially the main protagonist has their powers released, and they can now utilize the power system of the verse. In this case, they can manipulate gravity, though their manipulation of gravity is very subpar at the start of the series. They realize that their family is not what they thought they were. Their family, besides the fact that most of them aren't even related, they teach them how to use the power system. They realize like there's a much bigger world out there. Like, what the fuck is going on? There's still a lot of stuff that I'm not figuring out. Circumstances happen. The person that they were with that can zero out things. Their identity gets revealed. Eventually they join the family. They're against the world government and shit like that. But a whole situation happens. Somebody comes from outer space, joins in, yada yada yada. A whole bunch of shit happens. Eventually the first main real villain of the story gets these things called truth and ideals. We'll just call them that for a bit. Truth basically is like think of it like artifacts that infuse into your eyes, kind of like the red and blue things from Bayonetta. If you have truth, you can see every single. You basically get omniscience. If you need information on something, you get it automatically. Ideals is basically you get to see every single future. It's basically the Almighty, except you can't set up traps. As time goes on, it uses up a bunch of their energy, so they can't utilize it a lot. And as time goes on, eventually the suit of armor that the protagonist had, the AI in it just says, you know what, fuck it, I trust you. And he performs an alchemical transformation where the suit itself bonds to the main protagonist. His body becomes a nanite suit. And as time progresses and as story goes by, they had to do it just because of this massive situation. As story progresses and as time goes by, he eventually realized that he's not a human anymore. He's not human by any means of the word. His body's essentially entirely biomechanical, and he can shape himself however he wants, but he's still trying to, like, understand it. One of the AIs eventually disappears. The other AI fuses with him so he can have a second AI, yada yada yada. As time goes by, big event happens. Because of them, their family's house gets destroyed, everything gets destroyed, Earth gets taken over. Not Earth gets taken over, but they're essentially put in a situation where a more massive galactic government essentially sends in some, let's call them, I don't know, whatever. They're kind of like Seraphim. They don't look like the Seraphim or anything, but let's just say they're anti-power system. They come in, yada yada yada. Protagonist and this girl that he ended up bringing into the family. No romantic feelings between them. More or less like a little sister big brother type of thing. He warps them away since he's the only one that can like get them out of there. He warps the two of them away. They get sent to another planet. That planet has the race of beings that basically only talk about strength or whatever. He learns a second power system through there. Yada yada yada. More blah 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 blah. The system gets crazy. Like, it is a massive odyssey all through. Like, I basically gave you guys like a massive synopsis of like what the entire first half of the story is up until he meets the deuteragonist. The second half of the story doesn't start up until he meets the second deuteragonist, and from there on out shit just gets tweaked. I'm not gonna lie. It's a whole thing. I have a lot of it already written out. I'm not gonna lie. I have a lot of it already written out. I've already almost got to like the end. Once they fight this, let's just call him the Sukuna of the story. Once they fight him, it's basically just take on the final villain at that point, but it's something crazy. Alright, yo, you guys pulled up a lot of fucking things. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, semi-open world, One Piece would be better, where you fast travel to each island. I would like that. Yeah, that'd be cool. God Valley was triggered by Bonnie's mom sending a signal to Roger and the Rocks Pirates. I think the instigator had something to do finding a specific One Piece fruit, maybe the Nika fruit. That's probably true. You can get Lucius over 200,000 times the speed of light. Okay. Okay. Let me see something. So let's just do. Okay, so I'm gonna go by my actual Luffy speed scaling. So 300 times 300 times 300. I can get Luffy. Luffy's still faster than. If I use my basic line speed scaling, I can still get Luffy faster than 200,000 times faster than like 6. I don't know if you answered this, but do you think the natural elements of Logia would work on TSO? I mean, TSO negate. My bad about that, IMAX. TSO negates chakra natures and chakra forms. I don't think it would innately negate the normal Logia fruits. Granted. I guess through like verse equalization, you can maybe argue that like Logia devil fruits are, if anything, nature energy. Which at that point they would work, but it's one of those things where it's like, if you think so, you think so, and if you don't, I don't know what else to tell you. Open world won't work. The whole point of One Piece is a journey, world building. Since Lucian mastery scales from Jack, who put out a slash that was 14,000 times the speed of light, and Morgan dodged it. Okay, Sparta is one of my favorite swords in the DMC series. I wouldn't say no to a DMC surrounded around Sparta himself. Sparta would be cool. The thoughts calcs through calcs, it can be crazy. I can understand that, 6. I had an idea for a story where the power system gets completely erased or rewritten from a canon event, and what happens in the middle of the story and the rest is fallout. So the basis of my story is that magic was originally supposed to be the power system of the verse, but through let's just say story related reasons, it's actually this thing called Reiki. And Reiki exists everywhere. The way you get Reiki isn't by like charging up or like getting it yourself. You have to absorb it into your body from the air, but you have to be both aware of it, and you have to be someone who can utilize it. If you can absorb Reiki into your body, depending on how much your body can handle, you can basically utilize it more and more. And Reiki's like the main power system. The main protagonist and the main protagonist and a bunch of other people that can use specific abilities like Reiki. Think Reiki like Ki from Dragon Ball, but specific characters like the main protagonist stuff. I would call them second generation Reiki users, where they have an ability engraved within their Reiki, so they can utilize a skill. They can also generate their own Reiki instead of having to absorb it from the outside. Absorbing from the outside can be. I haven't read Chojin X. Let me look up what that is. Absorbing it from the outside can be more dangerous, but most people don't know it, and the power system itself hasn't been like figured out. The power system itself has also not been figured out. Like, most people are learning how to use it in real time as well. There's no real masters, and even like his father, who became the most powerful mortal in existence, at least at the time when he was alive, didn't fully comprehend all the things that you can do with Reiki. But essentially Reiki sublimated every other power system, and the second power system that I introduced with the Deuteragonist, or I guess in this case the third power system, is it's one that is generated from oneself. Oh, Tokyo Ghoul, what the fuck? No, I haven't read this. The cool thing about Sukin is that combining the tradition and mythology, the belief of twins in JJK world, and the real conditions and anomalies of a person with 4 arms and 4 legs existed in real life. That's actually really interesting. I didn't think about that, see. Do you mind if I tell you about my own created character I'm making for my own story? Yeah, I would love that. Yo, guys, put anything you guys want. Yeah, type whatever you guys want. I'm down to read it. Hey, it's not my fave, but by any means an interesting plot point. Last time I checked it out. You can have both Skyrim and Witcher or open world and fast travel. You're still streaming? Go to sleep. It's been 5 hours. It has been 5 hours. What's Kingdom Come? Deliverance? I've seen people say that Jack is fast, but I want to see the calc for that first. It's gotten better since Tokyo stopped being lame. Okay. Okay, so that's must be between you guys. You got a degree in Yaponomics. 100% agree. Yep, I have 100% have a degree in Yaponomics. Caught you lacking on. Hey, what's up? What's up, Orion? Long time no see. Hey, appreciate you. Love you guys too. Appreciate you guys for being here and spending some time with me in my day. The main villain in my series has the ability called Paradox Immunity, with survived and revamp of my universe. The main protagonist's father, essentially has this ability called Overwhelming Rebellion. Essentially, just imagine it as like a black and red flaming like aura that he can expand, and it just essentially just it's ability negation. And what I mean is, it's just ability ignorance. In other words, you cannot adapt to him. You cannot do anything to him. You cannot do anything to him. You can still hurt him and stuff like that. Like the concepts of damage and stuff are still allowed, but that's because he allows it. You cannot evolve. You cannot adapt to him. He ignores any abilities. Like if you have like existence erasure or fiction manipulation, he just ignores it. He does not care. He is conceptually going to tag you if he wants to. His aura is that tremendous and that powerful. Oh, you evolved into a higher being. He doesn't care. Oh, you are fifth dimensional and can come out the page and are like grabbing the entire page and like crumbling into a page. He does not care. He will fucking punch you in the face. To him, you and him are basically in the exact same scale. I basically just designed an ability that says, fuck you and your abilities. This guy does not give a fuck. He's going to punch you. Though I will grant, can you draw? I cannot draw. I want to. My ideal art style would be Blue Lock's art style. The ideal builds and styles for Drying, it's ideally like that for Blue Lock. I would like to see the character somewhat designed with a Blue Lock motif in mind, though I'd have to find an artist that can do that. I can technically draw. I put up a thing. If you look at like my community tab, I technically drew Gear 5 Luffy. As a matter of fact, let me just look that up for you guys. I definitely drew like Gear 5 Luffy off of just having a picture on my phone. And that was like the first time I drew in like a decade. So probably, what the fuck? Her family found her OnlyFans. That's crazy. I really got to stop watching all these like drama channel bullshits that I be finding. I really need to stop that, but it's like a guilty pleasure of mine. To be fair though, I don't know who the fuck that was. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I technically drew Luffy for like the first time in like 5 years. I can technically draw, though I'm better at like, you know, copying an image from a photo or something and putting it on paper. I can't draw for shit on my own. Sabo glazing. We could have a glazing off. Slow down, Tito. Slow down. Sabo is a bum. You take that back. Actually, yeah, Naruto is millions of times faster than One Piece light. So Naruto being light speed means he's a million times faster than any One Piece light. True. There's a good as feat he escaped by transforming Emu and 5 elders after already getting hit with Cobra. I want a One Piece open world game exactly like The Witcher, where you can do whatever you want, whenever you want. You start off as a nobody civilian. You can just join the Marines, Revs, or Pirates. That'd be dope. Though. Again, that would be a very massive world. How many islands do you guys think a One Piece game should have? Like start to finish? Sounds like Sage Mode. True. How many do you guys think? It's kind of like Sage Mode in the sense that like you can absorb from the outside, though the absorbing too much Reiki can have negative implications on your body and can overload your body to the point where like you just go insane and just start attacking everything around you. The basis of Reiki is like energy, like basically, let's call it like 3 formations: projection, enhancements, and aura. Your aura can be used to like solidify your armor and shit like that. Basically, create like you know, defensive things. Enhancements to enhance your physical capabilities, movement speed, everything. Projection, like you can heal other people and stuff like that because you can heal yourself like RCT. Granted, it's a lot more painful and it's all at once, but it uses up a fuck ton of energy, and you can heal others. Granted, it's not even remotely as good when it comes to healing others. You can also shoot energy blasts, but you can't change like the form in the form in energy. You can't change it once you've applied it. So if you create like an explosive ball, you can't use that to like enhance yourself afterwards. Stuff like that. I made it very reminiscent of like Dragon Ball's ki system, though a lot more in depth. What I was gonna say was the continuation of joke. Shit, you got me. Wait, what did Orion said? When the Goros say being bums on Egghead, so it makes Sabo look even more so like a bum. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, Biniam? How you been? Kingdom Comes Deliverance. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Let's look that up. King Come Deliverance. What the fuck is this? Is it a story? It sounds like a game. Saw a 2 there. Nah, we chilled, bro. Oh, these are games. Cool. So to get the basis, main abilities, which are creating life and bestowing archetypes onto those created life forms. Okay, so it has 2 main abilities: creating life and bestowing archetypes on those created life forms. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I'm hearing you out. That's a good ass drawing. I can barely draw stick figures. Thank you. I'm making a story where a character has blood manipulation from one of the power systems, and the other power system is called Void Force, where near-death experience unlock it. Okay, that's cool. Minimum 20 million. You got, okay, you're saying minimum 20, and then someone's saying 20 million for islands. That's crazy. There is, damn, next person to type is gay. Ooh, Lord IMAX, that's crazy. There's no proof for this. Emu 5 others were bloodlusted, would have wanted him to escape, but that information we're trying to kill him. They took, yeah, it's true. is pretty top tier. Is it? Is it good? Let me look up some images for this game. It's like Night Simulator. Oh, bad. Oh, from 2018. Cool. You're gonna be famous, my boy. The biggest open world game I've played is called Megaton Rainfall. It's a little indie game where you can actually leave Earth, go to Mars, and something. But obviously there isn't much there. You can travel the universe, but obviously there isn't much there. But you can find black holes, blue stars, and stuff. That sounds cool. It's like an exploring space simulator. That's interesting. But yeah, essentially at some point, so to give you guys a better idea of like what the main protagonist can do, so at some point when his father essentially like sealed away his Reiki as a child, there's this thing called END. Like essentially this race of beings called Destras, they're kind of like destroyer gods. They essentially created the perfect Destra and then put it away, sealed it within the protagonist's father, since he was basically the closest thing to, like, let's say a race of beings that are all far extinct at this point. END got infused into into the main protagonist's body, eventually kind of like a Sukuna Yuji situation, except he's not his own living person. More so, he's just a projection of what of all the negativity within the main protagonist. Eventually, because the main protagonist gets that nanite body, the nanite body is absolutely insane. Like, and the things that it can do are stupid. At some point during one of the main protagonist's fights, where like he had to get the body, where he's already got the nanite body, his father calls out this thing called Shambhala. He basically releases a code word that activates the main protagonist's body and allows him to gain an instant copy ability. Because he has the truth still within him, having omniscience with the ability to copy any ability essentially means that he can do as he pleases, and that's how he stops the villain. Granted, the villain who just becomes somewhat super powerful, though his body can't withstand having Shambhala active for too long. His father seals away Shambhala away, but when the main protagonist essentially loses control of his body to END got a voice recording, basically recorded the father's Shambhala, said it himself, and reactivated his body, basically having omniscience with the power to basically copy anything. He copies an ability from the strongest overlord, a guy that his father died fighting, like when he basically ceased to exist. His father ceased to exist. He got brought back into existence from some other bullshit. Let's just say that. He essentially uses this, appears at a specific location, and then essentially uses his powers to slaughter 70% of all life in all existence. Mind you, this is an existence filled with multiple thousands of universes, just an infinite existence upon an infinite space-time. And he essentially caused every single mortal to kind of do the whole, if you guys have ever seen the Kingsman movie, spoiler alert, is basically what happened in that movie, where he basically has all natural life kill itself. Basically ravage, rage, just slaughter each and every single one of them. Then he created this condition where if he dies, the universe goes with him. To kill him, or sorry, if he dies, he will reincarnate somewhere else in the universe, regardless of whether or not they kill the main protagonist. So he's already applied his own existence, the own concept of existence into the universe itself, into existence itself. They were able to basically stop it, and eventually the protagonist is able to like get END out of his body. Eventually that becomes the Sukuna-like character that I was talking about before, but his actual reincarnation, not an actual reincarnation of the character, not just the conflict, the combination of like the main protagonist's own, like, they're technically two separate characters, but the main protagonist essentially busted because his body allows him to, and mind you, this is only one part. Shambhala is only one part of like this thing I call the Paradiso system, which are 4 sets of ability, which is a set of 4 abilities that his body can accomplish, that his father's basically got locked away under, voice activation. All 4 are activated. He's basically, put it like this, there's just no stopping the guy. Yeah, it's too much and I love it. Appreciate it. Sounds like you're making a power fantasy. I really am. It's fun. Reiki is like busted though. Reiki is like Dragon Ball's key, and that like if you had any other power system in like Dragon Ball, it would just be completely overshadowed by everything else, which is why Reiki is the main power system. Like, it just overshadows everything else. If you want to learn how to, like, fly in the air, or I guess in this case, like, use Reiki to, like, step in the air, you can essentially keep yourself afloat. And depending on, like, your mastery or whatever, you can even, like, stop yourself from, like, eating and shit. Like, Reiki is absolutely stupid. Will you be watching the Solo Leveling movie when it comes out? I haven't even started Solo Leveling. It's not interesting to me at all. I don't know. Solo Leveling has not gotten me at all. I don't know. Maybe I have to start watching like the first episode. But yeah, the whole like latter half of the story is not only the main protagonist realizing that like, oh, this was like END itself is just a formation of like his own negative emotions. People are essentially trying to kill him all the while he has insane gravity powers. He has insane gravity powers. Powers that a specific ability because of the second power that allows him control. It's what is essentially motion itself or flow itself. He basically what was it? What else can he do? He has a body that essentially allows him to like he got rid of the truth. He doesn't have the truth anymore. But he essentially wants to be killed. Most of existence knows at least of him. And everyone wants to kill END. So he's essentially like, everyone wants to kill the main protagonist. They find out who he is. They want to kill him. Essentially, anyone who actually knows him or actually wants to be like someone that wants to care about him, they're the only people that don't want him dead. And he basically can't tell anyone who he is. Like, he has to live in a world where, like, he cannot die because of specific circumstances. Not because he himself cannot die, more so, he has a very important role to fulfill, and at the same time, he cannot, and at the same time, he can't just, like, bring anybody back because he doesn't have access to those abilities anymore. So he's essentially killed everybody and he has to live with the consequences of his actions. And something interesting about the power system is that those who have Reiki, like JoJo's Bizarre characters, are drawn to one another and are destined to fight. If you have Reiki, for whatever reason, you will eventually find someone, especially if you can use it, you'll eventually find someone coming to your world that'll likely you'll have to fight. Like, they are drawn to each other, and oftentimes they try to fucking kill each other. So Reiki users often try to fucking kill each other. Check out, it's pretty good. I'll look into it. I'll have to look into it at some point, but it's got to, like, do something that, I don't know. Brings it in. Gojo's not even close to Goku in character / writing or power. I would say Gojo's a better written character than Goku, but yeah. Goku stomps negative difficulty. No concept of difficulty. Chill on Guts. But Guts saw his girlfriend get R-word. I think. I don't know. Didn't, like, Guts' best friend, what was it, Griffith? Didn't he, like, do some wild shit? Oh, they got my... Oh, fuck, they're on a bicycle. I'm gonna have to give them a tip. Damn it. Well, I'll give him a tip. Griffith did nothing wrong. You're bugging the fuck out. Griffith did everything wrong. Tanjiro over Musashi. Hey, who do you guys think would win in a fight? Tangelo? Gamopachiro, what was his name? Gamaboko Kompachiro. Yeah, Gamaboko Kompachiro. Or fucking Musashi, the greatest swordsman in fucking history. I don't know what I'm saying at this point. I don't know what I'm saying. Alright, guys, I think that's it for the stream. I'm exhausted. Now I definitely don't think I'm going to stream anything afterwards. I am tired. I probably should have ended the stream like an hour ago, gotten some food, and just showered. I'm probably gonna just stop it here. If you guys look at the pinned comment, if anyone wants to still join the Discord, I'll be doing some Discord specific content only, where I'll be talking to people about like any upcoming videos that I have. The next video is going to be Gojo versus the Five Kage, for those of you that weren't here to catch the stream. Unless somebody can figure out a way that the Five Kage can beat Gojo, I don't know what the Goku disrespect. Goku is an okay written character. I mean, he went from someone who like didn't know the concept of anything and was away from like civilization and had to like realize all these things. So I guess it's fine. But he's also been written to be a fucking idiot, and nobody likes that writing anymore. If you guys can keep me like talking or yapping, I can stay in the chat until my food gets here. But 5 hours, damn. Five Kage solo again. Until you can give me a question as to how the Five Kage solo. I don't know. It's like ignore the light speed, the possible light speed reaction feats you can give Gojo. Ignore that like maybe Hollow Purple could be light speed if it caught Sukuna off guard. I don't know, like okay, sure, Gojo is Mach 3. Fucking Hollow Purple is eventually he's gonna tag them with a Hollow Purple. He's never running out of energy. They are. I'm probably not gonna do a gaming stream now. I'm not glazing Gojo. I'm just telling you what's happening. What do they have that can touch the Five Kage? What do the Five Kage have that can touch Gojo? Realistically, what do they have? Right? Where is the Discord again? You can just hit the Ko-Fi. If you can just submit $2, I can send you the Discord thing right away. He's just naive. He is naive. You're right. Wouldn't that make him too powerful, though? I mean, does that have room for growth? It sounds like Mob Psycho or Saitama. What are you talking about? For my main character? Oh, don't worry. I'm writing busted shit. I think you guys would really like the deuteragonist I have, Koji. Koji essentially only uses, like, this thing called Mantra and Ryudo. Mantra is the second power system I've written. Mantra essentially revolves around the idea of manipulating force itself, it's kind of like hockey in that you can inject the damage into your opponent and then like explode it or like shoot it out from somewhere. So for example, if the entire force that it takes to like okay, if you were to throw a punch, let me just throw a diagram on how to throw a punch. Punch diagram, right? You know how like when you throw a punch, okay, punching diagram. Let me look that up instead. This has nothing to do with punches. It probably does. I'm not reading any of it. Okay, so think about it like this. You know how like when you are supposed to throw a good punch, you're supposed to use the force of your legs, the rotational force of your hips, and then put all of that into your fist. Imagine a fighting style where all of that energy and all of the energy wasted can be manipulated entirely. So the force behind your attacks can always be 100% and no energy can be wasted. I can like headbutt you from the side of my head and that would have just as much of an impact as if I were to punch you with the full force of my body. It obviously extends farther past that, but essentially Koji, what he can do is manipulate that force and manipulate that energy, and he's basically just a hand-to-hand fighter. The difficulties of writing someone like him is that I have to basically compare a guy who can just throw punches and stuff like that to a bunch of motherfuckers that can essentially like, I'm not gonna say reality warp, but just for simplicity, let's say can reality warp. So Koji essentially has to adapt to all of that, and I've written him in such a way where he's almost like a fighting game character where like, if he lands a hit on you, he'll essentially get you in a touch to death combo. Like he will just drop your health bar by hitting you so many times, so consistently that you have no room for angle because he can essentially see all your weak points. He can essentially like see your weak points and see like what the most optimal point is. Think of it like a mixture between like Ultra Instinct and just like the Predator Eye from Blue Lock. You know what I mean? Where like he's constantly analyzing and sensing the flow of motion between both him and his opponent so he can always find like the most optimal spot to hit. Once he hits you, the force of his attacks are so intense and they bypass Reiki since they can ignore durability. He can essentially hit you with like the force to destroy a universe. I'm doing like this whole thing where like you can see like a red outline for like how much damage his punch would cause and then just compress it all into the size of his fist and just showing like the outline of where it's hitting in terms of your body. That level of punches to your guts, and unless you can like heal from them, your body is basically exploding from the inside. If he touches you, he can also exert the energy so that if he were to punch you and like, let's say somebody's behind you, all the force would like just blast out from like, let's say if he punches you like in your stomach, he can have all the force just blast out the back of your head and it would still have full force behind it. Like air blast, stuff like that. Like he's crazy. Koji is crazy. He just has to land a hit first and then he'll like catch you in a combo. I have like this whole thing where I have him fight like Superman-like beings, called alphas, and their strongest warrior, he essentially just sits him down, and every time he gets back up, he just controls the motion of his body, so he constantly sits him back down and says, if you want to do this, we can. He goes through like a massive combo where like he's knocking him around the planet, and then he didn't even land a single hit. He can knock you away and it won't even land, and he can control whether or not that even deals damage. He can like disperse the hits so it only knocks you away and you don't actually take any bodily damage from it. Koji is crazy. Oh no, sir, Rimuru. I don't know how strong they are, so he'd probably lose to them. I don't know. You're looking at. Oh, I'm probably looking at Goku surface level. You're right. I probably am. I'm neither a fan of an R word protagonist or powerless protagonist. Gojo to Monfils? To Monface? I don't know. Can Lightfang bypass infinity? Can Lightfang pass an infinite space? Can Lightfang bypass an infinite space? It would eventually slow down, right? Yeah, probably. Probably. Like, here's the thing, and I can already see some comments saying that, like, okay, wait, let me just bring this up for you guys real quick. So, I'll just cancel this one out. So let's just say off of like some granted bullshit that like, okay, well, if Gojo really has light speed reaction time, and you're arguing that, for example, this attack from Kashimo, let me just bring it out again. Where is it? This attack from Kashimo right here. Again, let's just say I'm saying Gojo in French. Oh, okay, my bad. Let's just say this attack right here is EM waves, and Sukuna did cut it with like the world cutting dismantle, showing that the world cutting dismantle is also faster. Let's just say like, okay, well that just means that Gojo, for anyone that would say like, well that just means that Gojo isn't light speed if the world cutting slash is light speed. Well, no, because Sukuna doesn't have to. Sukuna let it out without any hand signs, without any like phrases. He just shot out the attack, and everything that comes afterwards is because of a binding valve for him to just release the attack. So Gojo wouldn't have seen the slash coming. But yeah, that's basically it. How does infinity work? There's an infinite. It's basically the addition of like convergence and divergence. There's an infinite series of numbers, kind of like the idea of Achilles and the tortoise, where the closer you get to the tortoise, the distance will always be the same because you're constantly being slowed down by the tortoise. If you're walking 2 miles an hour and you're getting close to the tortoise, depending after a certain distance, you'll be walking 1 mile an hour. After distance after that, you'll be walking at 0.5 miles an hour. The distance, if the tortoise is consistently moving away from you, if the distance that the tortoise is consistently moving away from you stays the same, and you maintaining a constant flow of speed, eventually it'll just seem like you stopped moving because you can never get closer to the tortoise. But it's not that you stop moving, you're just so slow that you cannot bypass it. The basic gist of the argument for Gojo versus the Five Kage is that none of the Kage have anything in their arsenal that Gojo shouldn't be capable of dealing with, because Limitless is always there. Even if you want to argue that like, well, even if you want to argue that like, okay, well, let's just say that the Five Kage get tired or whatever, and Tsunade's like healing one of them, and Gojo just decides to shoot a hollow purple at them, again, off the assumption that hollow purple is light speed, then what exactly, like, what are the Five Kage gonna do to stop Gojo from like targeting them? What, is Mei gonna use like a mist jutsu to conceal them? No, Gojo's gonna use blue laps to remove the mist. Well, what about the Raikage? He can clearly speed blitz Gojo. You're probably right, but it doesn't matter if he speed blitzes Gojo. Gojo has Limitless, constantly has it up. Who cares? Sealing jutsu, you can't seal someone you can't touch with the sealing jutsu. And even if you got like Gojo, flicks his finger, blasts himself right out of there. Claps his hand, teleports himself out of there. Gaara creates a bunch of sand platform, gets the Five Kage up into the sky, away from the sand platform, away from Gojo, slaps his hand together, long distance teleportation. I don't know exactly what the conditions are because it's never stated, but there are conditions. You're not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream. Okay, I don't know. Can't light bypass infinity? And, well, is the light fang actually made out of light? I don't think so. It's storm release. I don't know if it's actually light. I mean, can light bypass? I don't know. Gojo's letting light touch him. I don't know if he would let an attack compromised of light to touch him. Konosuba season gonna be coming out in 30-45. That's what I'm saying, bro. I really want Konosuba to finish. Not finish, but I really want Konosuba to like get a new season. That shit is so fucking funny. That last season, I was in tears. Yeah, what is the Raikage gonna do? What is the Raikage gonna do? What is he gonna do? Punch Gojo? Cute. It's cute you guys would think that like the Raikage can touch Gojo. Like, Tsunade, what's she gonna do? Punch Gojo? No, she's a healer. At this point, she's just healing. She's just healing in this fight. Gaara cannot kid Gojo with any of his sand. Like, the best they can do is obscure Gojo's vision, and if they do, teleports himself out of there. Flicks uses blue laps to displace the Kage. I don't know if the Kage can necessarily, like, survive that, and I'm just gonna be honest, and I brought this up before, what is stopping Gojo? Like, legitimately, what is stopping Gojo from just crushing the Five Kage with, blue? What is exactly is stopping Gojo from like crushing the Five Kage with blue? Let me see something real quick. Gojo gets destroyed by a paper bomb. That is crazy. What do you think, Loki? I don't know, Mr. X. I've been asked that since the fucking chapter came out. I have no clue what it could be. I'm just waiting. I'm not the type of person to like make those speculations as to, well, we could honestly know what it is. So in this chapter we could bring up that blah 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 blah, and then blah 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 blah, and then oh, Gojo's right here and he knows exactly. I don't know. Like Loki, whatever anyone says that like Loki's devil fruit could be, I'm not listening to it. I'm just gonna wait to like see exactly what the devil fruit does. And if somebody got it right, hey, congratulations, you got it right. If there is no Megumin X Kazuma, I'm gonna find the author's address. Bro, it's gotta be Kazuma and fucking Darkness. It's gotta be Darkness. I'm sorry. Here's the thing. I was an Aqua enjoyer for the most part. I thought Aqua, I don't know. I enjoyed Aqua the most just because she was so bratty and everything. I thought that shit was so funny and cute. But then, like, my friend brought up Darkness and he brought up certain assets that Darkness has that make her best girl. And in this last season, I was like, yeah, Darkness, 10 times out of 10 best girl. Can't even lie. She's there to protect everyone else. I'm sorry. I'm not usually a sipper, but come on, nah. Is it true? But it won't reach Gojo, bro. Gojo downplays insane. I'm not even saying that like Gojo outright outstats the Kage. If anything, the only thing I'm arguing here is like light speed reaction time for him, and that's only off of scaling from Sukuna. All I'm arguing here is, oh, right here. This is what I was talking about before. Who here has taken a serious punch from Gojo? No, I did try to punch him, but it didn't land a hit. Not sure if it counts, but he once applied Limitless Curse technique to striking me. Same here. At the moment of contact, he uses Azure to boost his fists, reinforced with cursed energy. So Gojo would be punching with reinforced cursed fists. And just as a reminder for what Sukuna could do to Yuji off of 15 fingers, not even 19 and a head. So we'll just say 20 fingers Sukuna. We'll just call him 20 fingers Sukuna. It genuinely does not fucking matter. Mind you, this is a whole 5 fingers difference. This is a whole Sukuna that's like 0.25 times stronger. I don't know exactly what. Anyway, this would be like Sukuna like a quarter stronger than what he was before. Let me just find that image. So let me see. It doesn't matter. Punches Yuji away. Jacob's ladder. Where the fuck is the thing? Oh, right here. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, Sukuna went all out to punch you. I'm not saying that, like, if Sukuna wanted to kill Yuji, he probably could have right there. So, this is probably, let's just say, like, this is Sukuna's strongest punch, right, at 15 fingers. And Gojo's able to punch harder than Sukuna with Azure amped fists, right? So, real quick, let's go back to the other scan I brought up before. No, that's not it. In addition to boosting power, it feels like receiving a counter punch, even though he's punching like normal. It's the worst. Powerful strikes that would be difficult for me to pull off are like simple jabs to him. And Gojo's out here like dog walking Sukuna in terms of like just tossing him around. You can also just crush the 5 Kages with Azure Blue. Alright, so now let me actually find the thing real quick. No, we'll just use this one. Technically, that's 16 finger Sukuna. I wasn't sure if he was 16 finger, but I digress. He'd be like, what, a 5th stronger then? So, look at what he does to Agito. I'm not saying that Agito has higher durability than the 5 Kage, but I'm also not saying that if he were to catch Onoki with a blue lapse, this wouldn't happen to Onoki. I just have no reason to believe why this wouldn't happen to Onoki. Can Gojo beat Obito? Probably not. If you don't have verse equalization, I don't know how he does. I don't think Hollow Purple bypasses that, and I don't know if Obito can, like, spawn right on Gojo. Can, like, Obito spawn, like, in the difference between... Can, like, Obito spawn, like, right inside, like, Gojo's Limitless? Is that possible? I'm not sure. Alright, guys, my food is here. I am starving. God Usopp does neg. I do agree with that. Neg divs. Usopp does probably outscale both, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I haven't seen, like, even, I brought this up, so here's the thing, guys, and before anyone says, like, well, Eon's downplaying, I'm not. I brought this up to Discord, nobody really, like, brought up me an argument that could, like, again, give me anything for the Five Kage. I sat down in a voice chat with some of my Discord members, there was only, like, 3 of us, and only 1 was talking, but, again, nobody was, like, giving me anything that, like, the Five Kage could do. I'm really trying to give you guys something here. I even found out, oh, my food's here, so, guys, hello? A second. Yeah. I'll be downstairs in a second. So, yeah, I have no fucking clue, guys, if, like, there's anything the Kage... I might be missing something, and I'm going forward. I'm not going to say Gojo wins outright, and I'm going to say it in the video as well. I'm going to say it, it's a 50-50, depending on whether or not you think Particle Style lands. If Particle Style can land, Gojo loses. I'm not even going to deny it. But, at least from evidence... I don't think there's any reason for me to believe it. Oh shit, I almost fell. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll catch you guys all later.